My name is Notepad, and I write games for fun. Today we're not going to write a game. Today we are instead going to be investigating a few. Yes, welcome. This is the Curious Case of Notepads folder. I have a lot of games I collect. I find things that probably nobody has ever heard about or cared to hear about. Games from way yonder times. Maybe games that came out last year. These ones are oddities. Strangers. Maybe even a little bit weird. But the universal thing is that they are games that have maybe slipped under the radar a little bit. And if they haven't slipped under the radar, they deserve a little bit more attention than they deserve, than they're getting. For good or for bad. So, usually I like to have a theme for these videos. Usually I like to have some kind of unifying factor. Today was just a chaos stream. No theme, no ideas. However, going over all of these games, the Learn Japanese tab. Yes, Romanji Desu is there. Shut up, Chainsaw. It's useful, damn it. When you go to the number of Japanese RPGs I have to, you gotta learn. But generally speaking, the games we're going to be going over today are ones that I hear mentioned a lot, but I very rarely ever see. Sometimes I just fade into obscurity, or perhaps that they're only perpetually memed on, but never actually really looked into. So, the games we're going to be looking. Let's open up. I gotta do this correctly, because if I don't do it correctly, it's going to get mad at me. Oh, we gotta do that, then we hit this button. There we go. This is Bounty Hunter. This is the first game we're going to be going... Not the first, but... Exquisite Replicas. Yes, you may have heard of this one. The Dawnline. I said the Dawnline. There we go. Welcome to the Dawnline. Overlight. Overlay. Again, you may have heard of this one. You may not have. And the final, the first, but the final one I'll be introducing is Coyote and Crow. Yes, Coyote and Crow. We're going to be going over this one. So, yes, 5 games today. Going over them in various capacities. But we're going to start off with Coyote and Crow. Give me 1 second as I... Coyote and Crow. I'm going to set this up correctly or it'll get mad at me. So what is this game? What are we looking at here? Well, as you can kind of tell down below, it is a 484-page monstrosity. And I'm going to try my best to summarize what you probably know about it at first. Well, first thing you know, this is the Native American RPG. Let me emphasize this really fast because we're going to have to learn about this right now. This is the Native American cyberpunk adventure fantasy thing at once. Yeah, Coyote and Crow I don't think really sold itself very well. Because a lot of people are going to say, this is the Native American RPG, and they are not incorrect by that, because everyone in this game is actually indigenous, is an indigenous person from North America. Remember that, North America. I kind of was going over it, it's kind of an odd duck. Now I could say, well, them Native Americans, yuck, yuck, no. I could do that. However, I just want you to remember, like, going into this, this is a very important, how do I want to say this? There's no good way of really wording this. It's cool that this exists. However, this is not the right way of doing it. Let's just say that right off the bat. So who actually did this game? Well, this was created, written, developed by a guy named Colin Alexander. From the Cherokee Nation. Very important that we know that he is from the Cherokee Nation. It's had a, yeah. So, Let's go to Coyote and Crow. We go to Coyote and Crow, we see the website, we see the Kickstarter, and let's see, we got the Amazon, we got the drive-through link. The drive-through, it's only a gold seller. Again, it hasn't sold that much, but relatively speaking, it's up there. And wow, look at all these. It's a very big game, look at very pretty artwork. But the Kickstarter did come out it would be last year, I believe. Yes. Last year, about April of this year, and it raised $1 million, a little over $1 million, for an $18,000 goal. Very small. 16,000 people. And let's see, the highest people were 50 people bought it at $400. And that's the hardcover, the 3 full color prints, a signed hardcover, and a digital PDF. Ooh. Very, very important. Project we love. Seattle, Washington. Remember this, kids. Right now, Seattle, Washington. As you can see, mock-up of the book. Cover design not finalized. It has been finalized. The basic summary is a role-playing game set in an alternate future of Americas where colonization never occurred. An advanced civilization arose over hundreds of years after a massive climate disaster, and you'll play as adventurers starting out in the city of Coyote, a bustling, diverse metropolis along the Mississippi, even though it wouldn't be called the Mississippi. Yeah, so it's created and led by a team of Native Americans. The world that could be. So I'm going to do my best right now to summarize the lore. Because to understand this particular game, you gotta understand the lore. So gather around, children. I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my best to summarize the lore for you. So, as it said, 700 years ago, during roughly what we would call the 1400s, a massive purple streak flew through the sky and ushered in the Second Ice Age. Apocalyptic disaster. The winters got longer. It got colder, and it was apocalyptic tier. Nightmare tier. However, they survived. People fled south, back to the warmer climates, and over time, 700 years later, things have begun to heal. Nature is healing. And everybody has, slowly come back over the decades or the centuries, and have reclaimed the land as their own. Now, you may be wondering, first off, Notepad, apocalyptic super climate disaster. Yes. Yeah, okay, where does the science fantasy come in, the science part? Well, it's magic. Let me just go through all this real fast. Yeah, it's magic. Most notably, you kind of see here, no one can deny anything that really changed realization of the Adandi, or the Adonati, the gift. A few hundred years back, no one knows what happened. Pretty much, people started to ingest the purple super goo and gained superpowers. But not everybody. You maybe just became stronger or better at things, and suddenly, people were being able to do things. It was bigger, it was better, it was grander. You were kind of set on a path. We'll go over paths later, obviously. It's finally seemed to be healing. Many now believe what will change the weather has allowed people to venture out. Oh no. Very important. And here's the map. As you can tell, this is very clearly North America. Very important. And why is it kind of hard to describe the technology of this setting in this science fantasy RPG? Well, because it's not based at all on anything based on here. Yeah. So it's one of those things, like, it goes over its lore very, very in depth. Now, I was trying to find, like, where was the lore bit? Like, where did the technology come in? And the weird thing is, I couldn't really find anything. It kind of just happened. One day, it's like over time through, seemingly, yeah. So it's like daily life for everyone on the planet, more than rapid advance of technology, not even the Dandi. I'm going to keep mispronouncing it, I'm sorry. Some people believe the two are entwined. It's scientific world, there isn't much direct international or internal cooperation between groups. It's an unregulated environment, and technology can come in flares. Individual scientists can work tens of years entirely on their own. There's also a tendency for scientists to go a little slower, despite our lack of regulation. Sense of curiosity, that's right. Yeah, this is the weird thing is, there's this super tech going on. I want you to remember, this is super tech, but there really isn't any explanation for any of it. And what explanation there is, it usually boils down to it's magic. Or it's wibbly wobbly magic wagic, and everyone just claps. And give me 1 second. We'll go through some of this in a bit. I just need to find, like, the correct bits and pieces to try to explain to you the lore. Because, as you can tell, there's a little bit of it. There's a little bit of lore here, and I need to, like, how do I want to word this? It's, okay, no, we don't want that. No, that's not it. Or the... Okay, is this it? Yes, technology. Okay, we got the... Really, there isn't really any... Because one of the things is, like, how do I want to word it? Because there was no colonization, industrialization never took place. However, what happened was people just built things, and then everyone kind of shared things called the Woyi, and you printed at local level using GATs, which are pretty much just 3D printers. And because everything is powered by solar power, and everything is either natural or powered by solar panel, and it's like, oh, well, being more technologically advanced than our real world, or closer to feeling in a fantasy setting. You know, it's like some key pieces of technology. So, like, again, solar power, wind and hydroelectric power, because it's solar powers are small and similar to reptilian scales in their presentation. They can be created in any color. Most people don't even notice they are there. Yeah, like, magnets are a big deal. It's pretty much magnets because there's no cars. Someone invented second eyes, which is pretty much AR technology. Over the past 100 years, someone just built AR technology. People built 3D printer technology. People built a smartphone, the Nisi. People use telecommunications. People, like, there is effectively the fucking internet. Yeah, there's the internet. They built the internet. It's, yeah, because it's just like, okay, like, other items could exist within the world. Where is this? Yeah, because they make, like, a very notable example of, like, there are no such thing as the combustion engine doesn't exist. Firearms do not exist. Like, anything that you could, like, relatively say came from Europe in some way doesn't exist in this setting. And it's not necessarily that it just, like, doesn't exist, as you kind of, like, when I say that it is invented by magic, I'm not lying when I say it's invented by magic, because they kind of explain it with the idea being that the Adani, the super goo that the superpowers that people get allow people to like make some of this work. However, this is one thing that we need to say right this second. Right this moment. You, me, everybody else, we need to understand one thing. The setting is bullshit. The setting makes no fucking sense. Under any ounce of scrutiny. It does not make any goddamn sense. And that's why I had to open up by telling you what the lore was. At least the most basic understanding of the lore, because there is 140 pages of lore. Of them trying to explain to you. I'm going to go over some like key bits. I kind of was scrolling through just to give you the idea of technology. But like there's some key aspects being like, again, gunpowder doesn't exist. The combustion engine, which doesn't exist, which, by the way, that's a major issue in a lot of different ways. Like, they have no cars. They have no, like, long-distance transportation doesn't exist. Like, reliably. You walk places. You, like, get on a fucking hovercraft and go a certain distance or something. It's... Yeah, because that's a invention of the fucking whatever. But you also have things like there are no cows. There are no chickens. There's like, it's a weird amount of things where they don't have that you would be, it'd be odd because, yeah, it's like, oh, well, look how great and wonderful this is without colonialism. But then you kind of think about it for a bit being like, man, that is kind of weird. Because the thing is, they don't have horses either. So, if anyone's native and like, well, horses are a fundamental part of our culture. It's not here anymore, because horses have never arrived yet, because the Spanish never arrived. This is exactly, the world ended at 1400. And this is 700 years later. And it's about 2100. You gotta think about that. It's about 2100. However, again, let me emphasize this really fast. This was a global super apocalypse. Not a little minor apocalypse. A global super apocalypse which would destroy so much. You know, how horses exist in the Americas and go extinct, can they just say, oh no, they never extinct, no need for reinduction? Well, that's what because like again, this was the second ice age. You got to remember that this was the second ice age that occurred here. There are things would not have survived. They're like they try to make it like justify like, oh well, all the animals and stuff sort of survived. They all went south. Like that isn't going to happen to some of these things. And they try to make it so that they are going to explain to you the entirety of the lore. And I'm not. Here's the thing. Like I'm not saying like, oh, the lore is bullshit because the natives could never invent something like that. No, the lore is bullshit because it just doesn't make any sense. Like, it just doesn't make any... It just makes no fucking sense. And, like, my suspension of disbelief was kind of broken a few times with it. But if you don't get the lore, it's kind of hard to go over the rest of it. What caused the climate? A magic meteor. That is, yeah. Yeah, the lore feels like bullshit because it's things happen because I said they do. And that's like one of the big issues with this game is it happens because I said it does. But that's kind of like, I think that was one of the things that kind of did it, because this is the pitch. Well, 700 years ago, a bright purple streak, shot across the sky. Over the coming weeks, the earth fell into a deep winter. Seas raged, ash rained from the sky. It became known as the Awis. Resources dwindled, winters became longer, summers shorter. People struggled to survive. But people survived. They adapted. In the wake, people began to notice the strange purple mark appearing on people, plants, and animals. It became the Adani, the gift. They took it as a sign from the Great Spirit. They have not given up on them. However, it wasn't just a mark, it was a path to abilities and powers beyond human limits. Cool. New chapter has begun. Something awakened. You can see the map here. Original rules. Original everything. No experience points. You know, we have got basic archetypes or classes. These are sort of like classes. And they make a big point by saying it was created by Native American, you know, native-led team, and this game is for everyone. We're going to learn that isn't quite the case, though. That's an important thing. That we're going to learn that this is not quite the case. They're very proud of their people, and you know what? That's cool. That's cool. That's fine. Yeah, let me see actually. Yeah, they're very proud. Native writers and developers, and, you know, native writers, native graphic artists. There's quite a few writers, quite a few, and they had a bunch of stretch goals, you know, adventures, free mobile app, and free mobile app. You know, the wiki on the website. Let's look at the hello website. How are you? Yes, this is the website. Generally speaking, if you want to get like the character sheet, it's all here. As you can, very beautifully realized, as you can tell. Oh God, I love links. Let's generate our new Shawnee name, because this is their fictional language that they invented. Because they can't use real languages for a very distinct reason. Let's generate our new Shahi name, everybody. Pahuang. I'm gonna mispronounce it. That sounds like a Nagasi. Nadagasi. Chitao. Trying my best here. I don't know the pronunciations. But yeah, like here's this. We got all the social. Let's go to our YouTube. Let's go to the Twitter. Always important. And then we have the wiki. Oh boy, here's the here's the wiki, everybody. Directory listing. Here's everything you need. Let's go here. X and info, the Kitawagi Federation, nation in southeastern Makassing. The personal name. Like, yeah, the wiki isn't really that impressive. Okay? The wiki isn't very impressive. But the Twitter's gotta tell it. Because the big thing is that he's at Gen Con. Yes, this is Connor Alexander. Our main man, the creator, the writer, the developer, the main man behind it all. Connor Alexander. And, him, lefty punk, nerd, queer, poly writer, and he is an indigipunk, everybody. Remember that. An indigipunk. This is a word that has been said. I want you all to look at that, and I just want you all to just look at that word and realize that God is dead. It looks like a shitty itch.io page. Yeah, it's a butcher Cherokee. Yeah, it's a little bit, because he's Cherokee. That's one of the big things. He's Cherokee. And as you can kind of see here, that's what he still calls people. He is you are indigipunks. Remember that. Indigipunks. And as we're kind of going through here, I like to go through who the writers are. For anyone new here, I like to go through who these people are, why they are the way they are. And I learned that this guy is everything wrong with the world. Another successful mega block, more than 5,000 people. You know, telling us a mask at all times indoors, avoiding large groups, never eating with 4 or more people. You know, oh boy. Because they were supposed to be at Gen Con. Because here's the thing, they were supposed to be at Gen Con, however, they canned their event coordinator. Yes, they canned their event coordinator, and something happened there. A couple of scheduled events are canceled. Well, they didn't make it. He is there, but nobody else is. But his team. He's not really representing the company. He's there by himself. He is, we'll say hardcore about the whole native thing. I'm not going to blame him. I'm not going to say anything. What I'm going to say is, he is exactly who you think he is. Just understand that right now. Like, he is a strange dude who posts on Twitter a lot. That's something you kind of got to understand as we're going through this. The main writer, I haven't really seen anything else he's worked on. This is like the one thing that he is super proud about. And this is really it. You want to see this shop? It's right here. Let's shop. What's up? Oh, I can buy the hardback for $70, a PDF for $25, the Foundry package for $50, or the dice set for $30. Wow, cool, everybody. He does have there is a YouTube channel. So if you really want, he doesn't really upload anything. Like, the only video he's uploaded for the past couple months has been the Crow's Nest, which has got 358 views for someone with 2K subscribers. To say there's been a drop-off in interest for Coyote and Crow is actually quite an important thing. But interestingly enough, I'm going to go here. Yes, hello, this is me. This is Geeky Bugle. He posted this, and he is from Mexico. And he posted this. Important message from Connor. Hey folks, I've got something important to say. This is caught up with a few different channels, worded a different way, but I got an email today that made me realize I need to fully address this situation once and for all. White people, you can play Coyote and Crow for fuck's sake. And then he proceeds to call you racist for not playing. Yes, he does effectively call you racist in this for not playing. He's kind of, yeah, you don't want, because you're not a science fantasy, you don't think the rules are too crunchy, or don't like D12s, or alternate history RPGs aren't your thing. Go with your bad self, you do you. But if the only thing holding you back is don't feel comfortable pretending to be a person with browner skin than you, even when indigenous folks are literally trying to offer you the game, then you're the problem. Sort your shit. And if you still can't pass it, just buy our game because you're an ally, and then put it on your shelf and never play it. Yeah. I believe he took this down quite quickly because obviously calling everybody racist isn't the best option in most circles. However, yeah, we kind of understand who the author is now. We kind of understand the lore. We need to kind of go into it because the issue is that's really it. Notepad, what do you mean? There's no other really news about this. It came out, people have seen it, and it's gone. Nothing anymore. And I find that really fascinating. It was kind of there, and it kind of just disappeared. Bruh. Yes, hello, Harry Hobbitoes. After this, read the first text of the manual, the one where you have to think it, act a certain way. Turbo cunt, goddamn. Yeah, it's... yeah. But yeah, so let's get into it. What is this game about? We're gonna go through some key sections of the lore. So we have all the big talking bit. Let's do the little lore bit. A message to the player, a message to Native American players, and this is going to be a very reoccurring fucking theme in this game. There is the message to the native player and a message to other players. The native, the others. Remember that. If you have indigenous heritage from the Americas, we invite you to add your personal knowledge and cultural tradition to your character. Your fellow players see fit. Feel free to change the rules too. While we call out our situation, you might include your traditions and heritage. We certainly won't catch them all. Have a better name for something from your language, call it that. Have a more fun definition for a skill that fits with your tribe's history. Speak up to the story guide. Cool. This will work in alternate history fiction, last 700 years or real world history never happened, which we'll go to in a bit. We'll supply plenty of ideas and suggestions. Oh, cool. You may be in situations where you're playing with non-native players. We'll have specific instructions for them on how to be respectful and keep the game fun for all. You can just direct them to that page. If it's not in this book, they can do it. If it's not, and those players want to do something that may be drifting into a sensitive and inappropriate territory, you'll have to decide that's something you want to stop play over to discuss. There are no actual play tools in this. There are no X cards. There are no anything. There is the have a token Native American. That is how this game functions. You're not going to slap the X card down. You're not going to, do the lines and veils. You're going to consult your token Native American to say, is this okay? Yeah. A message to non-native player. If you do not have heritage of indigenous, if you do not have a heritage indigenous to the Americas, we ask you to not incorporate any of your knowledge or ideas of the real world Native Americans into the game. Please avoid the following. Assigning your character heritage of a real First Nation. Assigning a character to spirit identity using any words taken from indigenous languages and aren't used as proper nouns in the game. Speaking or acting in any fashion that mimics what is most certainly a negative stereotype of a Native American. And these are... It's here. However, do not be afraid to play this game. Yeah, also, what was it? Please remember Native Americans very least term. You wouldn't expect someone from Belgium to know about his Irish history. Much of the same applies here. Just because you have a native player in your group does not make them your go-to expert or the person to get permission from, even though they literally just say that. You don't understand. I'm literally 4% Cherokee. Like, see, I'll be straight up with you. I'm German Irish. I'm like the American mutt. I'm the all-American. But yeah, going over what's role-playing games. This is actually a D12 system, which will be learned in about 200 pages. Here's the mobile app. Let's look. So yeah, again, remember, about 1400 AD, everything went to shit. Earth was plunged in severe climate, disaster. Oh no. Legends meet science, and our world often sees a battle between right and wrong, good and evil. And fundamentally correct, and the other is wrong. They make this big idea, this viewpoint comes from a primarily Western European way of thinking. Remember, Western Europe is the basis of everything that is not. Anything from Western Europe is not here, specifically Western Europe, and that's also the Western Europe should be capitalized. Remember that. Remember, kids. Anytime you're referring to Western Europe, and more like referring to a place, you have to capitalize the W. Remember that. Unless you're referring to west of Europe, very different. Supernatural experience doesn't make it dismissed because science doesn't easily explain it for most folks. Mystical and logical. Because science and fantasy mix together, and we're together. Because there are also Native American monsters that exist. Yes, they exist. Many things taken for granted. So, let's see. People of this world decided at some point to unify and share an annual calendar. Because there's no Georgian calendar. And, yeah, there isn't really any, that's not a thing. However, if I remember correctly, there are 12 cycles. It's like, everything's based off of 12s. Why? I don't know. There it is. There are never cars in this world because there are never wagons. Yes, they never invented wagons in this setting. There aren't combustion gunpowder or firearms. No fry bread, no cows, chickens, pigs, or coffee, even though coffee was being used in South America. Societies and technologies they had for thousands of years prior. Necessity, creativity, and cleverness. And North and South America's rich abundance of resources. No. No, they don't use any of those other calendars. They use a very specific the religious side of the it's really impossible to, other things that don't exist. Alcohol doesn't exist. Fossil fuels, culturally embedded shame over nudity and sexuality, wheat and wheat products, industrial meat farming. There isn't any meat. There is no industrialized meat. There is no bread. It's one of those things where you look at it, you're like, this is already a weird ass setting, and now suddenly it's like, we have no, like, agriculture. Like, agriculture's fucked. Like, okay. Like, alright, cool. Because different worlds, unexpected ways. Cool. This focus was mostly on Moccasin, North America. Apparently, they were wanting to put out, like, a secondary book about South America. Future book, Other Nations of North America and the People of Central and South America. Azayang and Abyang. It's... then we kind of went over the basic lore. When I say, like, this is just dense lore, I'm not lying. This is lore upon lore upon lore, but I'm going to kind of do my best to kind of, like, try to remember everything. Anytime it says the Freelands, that's kind of a non-place. You gotta remember that. That's a non-country country. It's kind of this vague territory that people kind of have claimed but kind of not have claimed, because Cahokia is the greatest city in the world, even though it's on a river and landlocked and has no good way of actually transporting goods. We're going to talk about that about. But, like, that is, like, the greatest city in the world. And we also have the T-Squaw Alliance. They're like the tech people who do fishing stuff. The DNA Republic are the I can't remember their gimmick. They kind of throw this at you real fucking fast. Like, here's the brief timeline. Yeah, it's like, oh, let's see, the winters are long for about 115 years. Society doesn't work. The loss of life is enormous. This is not like a small event. This is 115 years, effectively, of death, of millions of people dying. But don't worry. We rebound. Numbers to rise. The Alliance is born, and the city of Cokia is reborn along the Mississippi. The Mississippi, oh god. Returns, everyone's dead again. Because everyone starts farming again. And then back in 169, Two-Spirit leader, I don't know why that has to be like specifically a Two-Spirit, leads them to create a base 12 math system for all higher maths and engineering. There's all advanced leads to massive latent irrigation and large-scale farming. Someone just invents fucking base 12 math. Somebody invented math. This isn't like a base 10. This isn't like fucking Pythagorean theorem. No, they invented math at this point. This is calculus. Even though calculus doesn't exist yet. They're sort of. Yeah, it's just not a cultural. It's not like a. I can tell you that ain't gonna happen. Yeah, the techie boys would certainly thought invading other countries, taking their resources, but everyone works together because again, somebody just invented math in 169. New era farming, medicine, associated technology transforms the continent. Infighting drops as mortality rates. Math begins to be taught in something sacred, and engineering golden age begins. No. That doesn't happen. Mankind has done two things in its history. two fucking things. We have invented and we have killed. We have done everything in our power to associate the two for millennia. Since the dawn of man. Since Unga and Bunga had a fucking rock in their hand, fucking chimp walking at their enemy to beat a tiger to death. Mankind has invented and we have killed. We aren't gonna work together simply because someone invented no, we will do everything in our power to kill one another. And I'm not being like, hey, let me cut like I'm so edgy. No. That's just human history. Every major conflict is always precipiced by advances in technology. World War I, World War II, the Cold War, for God's sake. Conflict breeds innovation. And we've been fighting for years. It's one of those weird things they say like, oh, because of all this, everything's going to be good over 110 years. We literally fix everything. No, there would be bloodshed. There would be horrific wars going on during this time. Infighting wouldn't drop, it would increase. Like, it would be a bloodbath. You know, and then we have the magic people, the nation surges in power, tribes along the East Coast become influential and form massive nation state. Duly hot, they project influence and strength. Yes, this is what would happen. You know, people fight. 5 nations of North America, because yeah, there's five main nations that just take up the Southwest, Northwest, Southeast, Northeast, and Central. Because again, that's just how people organize by cardinal directions. Because remember, the loosely organized Super Italy in the heart of the country is the scholarly, spiritual, and political, touchstone for the entire world. Scholars, medicine practitioners figure out how to create reaction human. Pretty much you eat the spirit goop, you get stronger, multi-year break of harsh winters. To assemble in Coyote to discuss exploration of the outside world, because they have explored the outside world, the All Tribes War. It took 400 years, but it's a big fuck-off war. Finally. Except in Cahokia, because they were just there. They just leave. It's big-ass war, everyone just stops. Everyone just stops fighting. Because the year is 710, and again, people have just invented robots. People have invented things like that. And the thing is, yeah, so why Cahokia? Let's just, you kind of got to explain this, because this is Cahokia. This is Cahokia, which is a massive 2 million plus person city built along the Mississippi, and it's built right along there. You kind of see how it's kind of sorted out. This is your central hub. This is your Waterdeep. This is your Baldur's Gate. This is your mega city. This is where you're going to kind of be breaking out, and it kind of goes over every single part of it. Like, I will give this. I will give you this. This is like actually a very detailed city, and they kind of go over like the history of Cahokia, because this is not actually their own made-up language, because they have a made-up language. Cahokia is a real-world inhabitants by the mound builders, apparently. A representation of an economic, spiritual, and political center that was thriving long before any inhabitant of Turtle Islands had met the Europeans, would eventually colonize a continent. The word might not fit our world, but the sentiment it evokes does. So we want to go over all of this. Yep, here's the secret police. They're literally the secret police who do not give a shit, called the Suyata. They don't give a shit. They exist. They're pretty much the Texas Rangers. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about the nasty bits. Gotta remember that. We cannot talk about any of the nasty. Who was the one tribe in the southeast that everyone was fucking terrified about? They're the ones who like fucked up the Sioux and the Apache. Like they literally worked with the Americans to take them down. I can't remember what they were. Like everyone was just terrified of them. A large majority of the population considers themselves spiritual. Because this is, yeah, the demographics. 200 different tribal affiliations who have, oh, we're going to work together just fine and have no internal struggles at all. You know, the life expectancy birth rate has escalated quickly. Yeah, so it's... You live along the river, and again, about 400,000 people have superpowers because the thing is, they want to give everybody the magic goop to put them on the path because only 80% of them are not going to get superpowers. You just feel a little bit better. However, 20% of them are going to get fucking superpowers, and 400,000 people in the city are technically gifted with superpowers. And then we go over architecture, and like it goes over things a lot because also they have to invent concrete. Yeah, concrete gets invented. We're not going to talk about where concrete came from though. It's, you know, power is delivered to the citizens through its own highly efficient solar panels, wind turbines, hydroelectric taps in the river. There's no city grid or overall power structure, as most homes have multiple ways to generate more than enough for their own needs. You know, Jutsu technology help pump fresh water. Jutsu technology, they don't really explain all that well, but it's sort of like magnet tech. That's the best way. Because they even go into like really hardcore detail, like human waste is funneled into 4 treatment facilities outside the city and diverted away from water sources. These are treated in tiny fabricated islands. Inside our autonomous facilities are millions of beetles and grubs that consume the waste and breed inside the enclosed space. Surrounding these facilities is a deep, narrow moat filled with fish that eat the beetles without escape. They even handle the plumbing and try to give it like an explanation of like, why does indoor plumbing exist? Beetles. Also, no one is required to work, but almost everyone of adult age who can pay taxes does in some form or another, because we are communism here. Operating a private business within city limits is taxed heavily, but not so much that it drives away business. A trading city and market centers unmatched, because, yeah, it's communism, by the way. Wait a second, isn't the city located where Ohio is? No, it is not located in Ohio, thankfully. Ohio would be like right here. This would be more like God, where is it? I believe around like Sioux City. Okay, if Nebraska's like, it's kind of hard to tell because it's kind of skewed. If like Nebraska's right here, I think that would be like Mississippi, that area. But I digress. But like food, everything is just eat. Everyone just eats food. You know, it's like the 3 corns, beans, and squash are the most popular things. Modern agriculture, variety of foods. It's like it's the 3 sisters. Those are like anything that you could assume came over here. They just grow. Oh boy. Everyone just kind of stranges and everything is great. And then organized ranges of buffalo, elk, deer, and antelope managed by stewards whose system of game hunting permits. They are kept at healthy population that center. There is no, because remember, there is no industrialized meat production. You cannot go to the store actively and get meat. You have to hunt for food. Which, I'm going to say this right now, humanity has never wanted to do that. We've cultivated. We put you in a fucking farm because the fucking chickens, because we like the chickens. And, oh no, I'm hungry, I'm going to snap my chicken's neck and I'm going to make it. That is how you get meat in a more accurate way. You don't hunt. People die when people hunt. Like, that fauna is without disruption of human intervention because, yeah, and then everyone just works autonomous robots because everything is solar panel powered, right? Yeah, it is, like, somewhat like a vegan paradise, but like meat's still a part of it because you can hunt. berries, wild fruits in the summertime, that wouldn't happen. Like, why? You don't need to do, like, it's one of those odd things where, like, they try to say, like, oh, here's this, like, food, like, here's food. But, like, oh, well, but the traditional natives would have only really grown these crops, and there would be no industrialized farming, and it's so great if we all work together, being like, bitch, I would be the first fucker being like, we're gonna raise the fucking buffalo in our tiny little ranch, and I'm gonna hire a guy who's gonna be, anytime we hit a certain cap, he's going to pop a few buffalo in the fucking head, and then, I can sell my meat at a fraction of the cost, and I'm now rich. But, however, everything is regulated by the council in Cahokia. It's a thriving free market economy, where the government controls majority of the industry. Because they're also the only ones to invent the dollar, the Nizi. They print money. Last 40 years made full transition to digital currency. Because yes, your money is crypto. Well, some remote communications are still be attained when needed from city-run banks. Yeah, and we primarily print customized, complex, and artistic and technical enhancements. Yeah, because the fact that 3D printers of GATs exist, we've hit post-scarcity as well. What do you put into the GAT? You put stuff into the GAT, and it just produces it. And it's cool. Justice and law. Most modern cities now, there are strict laws against theft, assault, murder, and other violent acts. Trespassing and other concepts around land ownership are much less regulated. Oh boy. Violence isn't always illegal. Oh boy. Rarely more than a fistfight. Murder isn't a common occurrence. Most people cool off, find us before anyone is killed. No, people kill each other, trust me. Yeah. Yeah, it's spirituality, and yeah, this is the first of many of what the human beings are supposed to say and what non-natives are allowed to say, and they'll reiterate this quite a few different times. Do some reading, it's just like, oh, do some reading on animism, dualism between materialism and spiritualism. Please do not ascribe real-world native beliefs to your character. Feel free to leave your character without spirituality, or instead make up something whole cloth from materials in this book. You won't inadvertently be misrepresenting actual native beliefs. Because, again, it's very, very Cherokee, let's just say. It's a great spirit, and you have winter rebirth, you have dancing bears, it's the holiday season. Oh boy. The fire festival, great spirits day. Everybody is educated. Everybody. But there was no actual real in that it was yeah. Educated, like, compartmentalized. Oh, once mathematicians opened up their school and anyone wanted to attend, because math was literally sacred for years. Math was literally divine. I'm going to kind of speed through this. Art is really important. Music is super important. But yeah, they also invented synth music. The lack of ownership over songs, though, has created a drive within the music world to sound different. They don't have any ownership of music. And so everyone can just play whatever music they want. Comedy has a very important thing. There's the fucking, theater is important, sport ball is important. How can we forget sports ball? We're not going to talk about the one where they kill you at the end. Games and leisure, they go over it very quickly. Like, here's love music, thunder music, rapid fire music, lung music, psychedelic music, and they go over every single detail that is possible, including the 4 pages of Yeah, like, if you want to know all about sex and sexuality, it's good. Life's great. It's all fucking here. Has an average... Yeah, the average family has 3 children because you don't have sex for procreation, really. You only do that really when you feel like it, and marriage doesn't really mean much. Everyone kind of just goes out and do whatever the fuck they feel like. Everyone can do whatever you want. There are vows, even though that wouldn't really be super there. Yeah, it's making, yeah, wasn't this a cyberpunk setting? It sort of is. You know, marriage, a family, you know, it's... I will say, like, the artwork gets weird sometimes. Because sometimes you get, like, this late, like, 2000s webcomic. Other times it actually looks pretty decent. Like, I could spend, like, an entire day going over all of these. Just going through some of, like, the weirdest bits and pieces of it. But it's like... Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, here's all of the other nations. The world beyond, you know, this is the Ezkin Empire are bad. We don't like the Aztecs. You know, approaching vastly different other nations that focuses much more on nationalist zeal than fighting a frightened other nation. Because yeah, the Ezcans are the bad guys. Because they have a strict caste system, there's a military government. You know, the standard of living is high, but hey, everyone sucks because we're the good guys. They kind of talk about, they have like this weird, like, not necessarily like look down, but it's like, it's not as important. South America is not as important as North America. Canada is a death zone. No one goes to Canada. Hawaii, they know it exists, no one's been there. Africa, they know it exists, no one's been there. Asia, they know it exists, no one knows about it. Australia, it exists, and yeah, most unsure what point it would be. Yeah, recently some explorers have considered following the coast of Macedon up north and attempting to reach Europe by land hopping. Yeah, that's literally all of the outside world. However, here's one thing that I found out, that I did a little bit of. They did travel the world. That's the thing. They did travel the world. And they said, fuck this, because everyone died. Yeah, that is the lore, technically, is that everybody who went exploring fucking died. So nobody ever wants to go exploring. But here's this. Welcome to Earth, everybody. Welcome to Earth. Now, roughly speaking, as you can see here, this is North America. And we can roughly say anything here is actually livable. Now, let's be considered, this is the equator. We can say probably up to about, we'll say Mexico, roughly, was the safe zone during the end of days. However, there's one thing to consider. US sucks. It's all land, it's not very good. However, if we go over here, here's the equator. But you want to know one place that would be safe universally, regardless of whatever would happen? Welcome to the Mediterranean, everybody. The temperate, beautiful Mediterranean, where it doesn't even get fucking cold sometimes. Well, the Mediterranean would actually survive very well. Northern Italy might get a little bit compromised. But the Mediterranean is the reason it's called the birthplace of civilization, is because it is the birthplace of civilization. In this setting, this area, the Mediterranean, is relatively safe. Most of the Middle East and most of Africa are actually relatively safe. India, for example, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, these places are pretty safe. Japan's a little bit compromised. China, like North China, is a little bit compromised. Russia's just fucked. But like what I'm trying to get across here is that there is other places, and I thought about it for a bit. This is 1400 when this occurred. Now, let's do a little bit of a history lesson here real fast. They sort of have planes. They sort of have planes, but those planes are gravity-based. Here's the thing that we need to talk about. 1400 was actually a very impactful time in the world, because in the 1400s, a lot of things were going on. Most notably, the final conflict between the Ottoman Empire, or the previous Ottoman Empire, and the Byzantines. This was the last stand of the Byzantines. They had been reduced down to effectively Constantinople and a few holdings outside of it. It was their last stand. 1458 rolls around, and Mehmed, the great Mehmed, blows open the walls of Constantinople and kills Constantine VIII. I believe it was the Constantine X, and claims the holy city of Constantinople for himself. You have an entire world now in which the Ottomans are pretty much dominant, because they own Turkey and they own a vast majority of the Middle East. Pretty much the only good land. While you also have Italy and Spain fighting against that. The entire reason for the exploration to the Americas was because, fuck, we can't, we don't want to pay the fucking Ottomans any more money. What I'm saying is Coyote and Crow, the European Rumble, Mediterranean cyberpunk boat combat, anybody? I'm down. I'm ready to, all I'm saying is, we're sailing out of Valencia with swords in our hand, with a shotgun in the other, being like, we're gonna have to, do pirate raids against Turkey, and I'm in. I'm in. Yeah, they don't talk about it, but I find it funny. Okay, here's more fucking languages, and okay, we're just going to. They talk about how to do it, the magic people. Then we go to technology. Technology are pretty much I kind of went over it. Jutsu is magnet power. Second eyes or AR stuff. GATs are 3D printers. It's printers generally use biofuels. Remember, you can grow plants to operate the biofuels, and it just kind of works, and everyone's just kind of happy. So, we finally hit this section of the game. It's been an hour, but we've done it. Oh, sweet cruelty squad. I want to play Spanish pirate deal with Barbary pilots and the needed resource magnetic powers. Nice, you can play Monsoon in this thing. Unfortunately, no, you cannot play Monsoon. If only. So, to help us in our Native American adventure, yes, we're finally hitting the Native American part, the actual adventure, I'm bringing the man, the myth, the legend, Manly Salmon, to assist us. A man is here. Behold, a man from the north, ready to fuck. He's the hero we need. An indigenous person from the north, ready to go. He's ready to help. So, it's going to go over. Motivations are kind of the non-factor thing. We don't really need to worry about that. They do give you ideas of what it is. You don't have to worry about it too much. Archetypes. Okay, so I'm going to go over the system finally. Because I need to go over the system. So, the system is actually very simple. It's a D12 based system. Let's say, for example, I need to make an athletics check. I'm going to take 7 D12s and roll them. On any roll of a 1, any roll of a 1 is a failure. Just kind of like an automatic, critical crit fail, fuck you. anything between whatever the target number is and, pretty much anything, actually, how do I want to word this? Anything above the target number is considered a success. So let's say we're doing target number 6. So in this case, for example, 2 through 5 would just be a fail, which would be 0 success. And 6 to 11 would be considered a success. If you roll a 12, however, that's a critical success. It only generates 1 success, however, your dice explodes. So if I take my D12 here, I said if I take my D12, come on. So, for example, let's say I roll a 12 on 1 and be like, oh wow, look, I got my special, I rolled something special. I'm gonna roll again, and I rolled an 11. Awesome, I've got 2 successes. That is actually how the system works. And pretty simple. Like, it's not a complicated system, and everything is based around that very simple. From the north or the south, technically the south. I guess it would be the south. Straight would be there. The one where people cost eons to get to the Americas. So the storyteller system with D12s. Remember, with D12s. We have our very basic stats. It's kind of, I would say this system does bear a lot from Storyteller, even down to actually how these are broken down. The 9 stats are actually broken down into, you can kind of say, application, reaction, and endurance. Application is strength, intelligence, spirit. Kind of reaction is agility, perception, charisma. And endurance is endurance, wisdom, and willpower. So that's kind of like how that is actually kind of working in that regard. So it's like, okay, anytime you need to make, for example, hey, I need to roll, like, make me a strength check, cool, you're going to be rolling that. Make me an endurance check, okay, you're going to be rolling that. For your skills, there's actually quite a few different skills that you can play around with. We can go a little bit deeper into them. But one of the big things that you have to think about is that every skill technically is tied to 2 attributes, 2 stats. And let's say, for example, athletics. I have a 4 in athletics, so I have 4 in my strength. However, if I take my rank away, so 4, that's a terrible example. Coercion, for example. Coercion is actually based off your charisma or your willpower. If you have a rank if you don't have a rank in a skill, you're taking the lowest stat. If you do, you take the highest. So it works pretty well. Again, the system is functional. It's fine. I have nothing wrong with it. As you can tell, I did make Manly into the hero of Man, who just is a violent sociopath, because I felt that was most appropriate for him. So now I've kind of explained to you the basic system. That's really the system. That's what this 400+ page book is about. So let's keep going. You have your jobs. Your archetype is actually fairly important about who you are. There are a handful of archetypes, such as Warrior, which gives you +1 to your strength, and you get a free rank in brawling or melee weapons. You get Scout, which is all about scouting, and you get a little bit of agility. Tinker, which is kind of like your intelligence one. Seekers are more perception focused. Healers are healers. That's not exactly the most one. And Whispers are the spooky people, are your faces. That's pretty much the idea. That's your face. Basic one. Also, my favorite image. D12s are weird. Always will be. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, sometimes the artwork just pièce de resistance. And, yeah, your path, though, is a little bit different. Your path is what your superpowers are kind of based on, in a way. And here are the various paths. You're going to get one of your powers based off this related stat, and you're also going to bonus to it. So I actually asked Manly, because unfortunately tigers were not available, and we all know there are there are tigers in Russia. I asked him very quietly, do you want to be a salmon or do you want to be a bear? And he chose salmon. So he got a bonus to willpower and agility instead of charisma and strength, which I thought was very sad. And as you can kind of see here. And now we have fucking character points. Yeah, so instead of having, like, what they do is they hand you a set of points and say, you know, build as thy will. And some of these are actually, the math here is a little bit weird. But gifts and burdens, let's go over just kind of step by step. This is gifts and burdens. These are, in World of Darkness, we'd consider these like your dots in things. This is like your background, your job dots, or your wealth dots. That's gifts and burdens. And they actually, you know, I was going to say, each level gift costs 1 point, and each level burden grants you 1 point. Majority of the time, what these are going to be doing is increasing or decreasing the difficulty of various checks. You know, it might be like, oh, well, if you know, stop this person from helping you, you know, or let's say, for example, you have someone who's a good friend of yours, who's always willing to help you, and she's a scientist lady. If you need to convince her to do something, being like, hey, can you please investigate this real fast for me? You, instead of making a TN6, you need to make a TN3 check. Kind of like that. Very simple. Yeah, and change the success number. So our basic ones are things like family, allies and opponents, kind of like how that kind of working. Financial, we'll go over the financial system when we get to equipment. Invest everything into financial. Every single thing into financial. Because this is, money doesn't mean anything, because everyone starts with a rank of 4. And every rank increase you get another level. However, the way they handle your initial equipment is you get infinite number of anything below your wealth level. That's within reason. Which, it's going to get a little bit silly. It's going to get really silly. And, you know, and you could kind of buy whatever the fuck you want. You know, your spirit world connection, your animal connections, any secrets you may have, curses and blessings, any quirks, any addictions, which are always bad. How notorious you are. Even though this would be kind of like, you could probably reword this instead of notoriety. You could probably reword this to like fame, which is, this is just kind of how it works. You know, hey, you know, I'm super famous, people really know it, or I'm super infamous and nobody likes me. Companions are kind of like level 0 friends that you have. So, and you may be noticing there isn't really any rules for any of them because there aren't. So I chose to go with these. I had 5 points to spend, so obviously I have a foreign accent at -2. So anytime he is desperately trying to talk to anybody, it's harder for him. He is obviously a womanizer. And he's a friend to all rejects. So anytime he is working with people who are a little bit weird, it's easier for him. Anytime he's trying to seduce the women's, it's easier for him. But when he's actually trying to get people to like understand him in more nuanced ways, it's harder. I didn't realize how valuable wealth was when I was making this, so I kind of just didn't. But wealth is incredibly valuable. Remember that. But yeah, gifts and burdens, pretty ill-defined. They kind of just work. Yeah, this is why I'm power, finesse, reserves. And this is what I mean, the math is weird, because you can actually, fun fact, you can actually convert these points into these points. There is no... Bear eat salmon, salmon breed bear. Yeah, everyone had peyote, so it's okay. Damn straight, weird women up Manly's alley. So, what I mean by the numbers get a little bit weird Well, as you have 42, you're going to have about 42 to 44 roughly points to work with. And these are the stat values. Now, these are, I believe you actually have to buy them individually. I believe that's the, yeah, so 2 and 3 athletes and bodybuilders have 4 or 5. You have to buy these individually. These they don't stack. So to go from 1 to 2 is 3 points, but go to 1 to 3 is 9 points. So to get to 4 is 19 points. And to get from 1 to 5 would be, let me do the math real fast in my fucking head because I'm terrible at fucking math. It's 29 points. It's quite expensive to actually get anything above there, but they said 2 to 3 is about average. Click the numbers through. You have 9 stats at value 3. It's going to cost you about 27 points. 27 points to actually get 2 in everything. And you cannot actually get 3 in everything. That's one thing I did find out, and I was actually kind of interested, is by technicality, it's, if you do 9 times 9, it's 81 points. You can't get a 3 in everything, even if you really try. So you're going to be around 2, you're going to be about like 2 to like a few 3s. I think the most like average character you could make, if you went with like Captain Average, would be like 2s across the board, and like, I think it'd be 3 3s. Stats are expensive in this game. And you may be wondering, Notepad, how the fuck do you have 4 4s? Here. You have to add your bonuses after this. You don't add them before, which is actually very important. You add your attributes after. As you can kind of tell, like, I had a bonus to strength. I had a bonus to my agility. I had a bonus to my wisdom. I actually had quite a few bonuses throughout. And there's a compromise of, like, I had to make Manly not very charismatic. I had to make his intelligence kind of lower. Not because I really wanted to, but because I had to, because I was like, I didn't have enough points. And I'm not even like 100% sure I got all my points here correct even. Because again, you can convert these gift points into stat points. Which I don't know why they just don't hand you like a bunch of points to this, but regardless. Yeah, so it's like, having like a 4 is a big deal. Like, if you ever see a character with a 5, that's a major, like, investment. Like, it's a very lateral investment. Like, it shoots up in like cost, and I'm like, damn. That's why I said the numbers felt really weird in this. You know, very basic stats. Like here, this is nothing too exciting. Skills do the same thing, and you have the same amount of points. You have 42 points to spend. And these are a little bit cheaper, as you can obviously tell, but it's a lateral increase. General skills are, it's 1, 4, 10, 20, 35, and then at 6 it would be 30, 35, it would be 46. To get a rank 6 is 46 points. You physically cannot get a 6 with this. But Manly, on the other hand, I chose to keep it pretty consistent. The only big investments I actually made were in my ranged weapons and my melee weapons, but I actually got a bonus to one of these. I was kind of keeping it 2s and 3s. 2s, 3s, and 1s. You do notice, though, I have no specialized skills. None. Because those will operate exactly as you think they do. In which, hey, I'm going to invest in specialized skill. I want to invest in something. And so, for example, for like for like ranged weapons, I could have a specialized skill of, mag bows. Mag bows, and I would be ranged weapons, and I have a rank 2. So now I have 8 because you're like rapidly increasing your, and it's like, wow, look how big my thing is. Like, I can get like a big bonus to it, or I can get like a massive, addition to it, Because one of the big things with it is, I don't know why they chose to do this particular way. Fuck. I think something bonkered over here. But is that you take kind of whatever's highest. So, for example, if you take, okay, it's just bug now. For example, if you have like a tracking of 3, if you invest 4 into tracking in the snow, you're going to take a specialized skill over it. So the value of specializations actually decrease the higher your base skill is. It is not worth it for me to take ranged weapon or melee weapon specialization. It's worth it to me, though, to take a music specialization right now. Because then I could bump my music up very high with little to no real consequences. I found that very interesting, just kind of how the math ended up playing out. And yeah, these are all kind of how all the related stats work. Some of them akin to like medicine or science. You don't get anything if it's untrained. And if these skills look really weird, they're pretty standard stuff. Like, I have zero idea, why cooking is in the game, or farming. I don't know, why would you ever put farming? Husbandry. Why? Why? Music, I can understand, but I would put that more under, but you already have a performance stat. Why does music have to be a different stat? Then it kind of dawned on me with some of the skills. It's like, well, cooking is in here, and husbandry, and farming. A couple of these things are in here just to bulk out the list, I think, rather than it being strictly useful for something. Like, ceremony makes sense, it's, you know, kind of important. But, like, some of these other ones, it's like, that's kind of weird. It's kind of strange to have this included. Because farming is literally just farming, and you can argue like, oh, it's the knowledge of farming, it's the information. You'll hear a horrible sound, or something like that, but it's just farming. But you already have an herbalism skill, which is actually kind of valuable. That's why it's very strange to me, because like I have cooking in a few skills, but I usually even put it under things like domestic, for example. Because the value of cooking isn't very useful unless it's kind of tied to something else, or there is something bigger behind it. But there really isn't. As you can, you know, in ceremony, yeah, it does have something, but it's like, yeah, hey, if you want to replicate specific ceremonies related to your tribe, consult with your story guide on its difficulties, effects, and parameters. Where was the one? Coercion, computers, hacking program, and cooking. Yeah, here's like this full cooking thing. Now, if you haven't noticed, all of these skills are actually very detailed. Very detailed, including the hacking system. Because there's always a big hacking system. And it's one of those things where I think it's the same idea a little bit. I think we have a very classic case of let's bulk things out. Let's make it more complicated. Like, you don't need this entire section for fucking charm. You don't. Come on, we know what charm is. We know what like, we kind of know what these are. But then I think about it, so I'm like, do we? Like, computers has this entire thing. Cooking has this entire thing of bonuses and problems. Crafting, God, crafting is its own fucking thing. You know, cybernetics is actually fairly important. Deception, farming is like this entire section over here. It kind of sat me down a bit, and I was like, you know what? Like, even herbalism. Herbalism is very important because you can actually make teas and things to properly disseminate positive effects, or, you know, but if you fail, you might make poison on accident, and here's a bunch of different ones. But, oh, if you can affect body, mind, and soul, and you may restore some of them, but here's a different +1, or here's a different -1. Because you get things like this, you know, you can substitute herbalism for the medicine skill when treating body damage if the damage has a subtype. What? Why? Huh? And then it was like, why is this so, like, it's not complicated, there's just a lot. Yeah, husbandry is literally animal handling. Like, you want to handle a fucking, like, I want to train rats, cool. Want to be the rat shaman? Go for it. various knowledge skills, medicine skills, melee weapons. Boot. Yeah, this is some of the flying vehicles. I love them. I love them to death. It's science. Yeah, but it's like very standard skills. They're just like everything that could be said in like one paragraph is instead 2 paragraphs, or instead of 3 paragraphs, or the entire unarmed combat section, which has rules for martial arts. It has rules for wrestling. It has rules for brawling. Like this is effectively about 2.5 pages of just how unarmed combat works. Just how fucking unarmed combat works. You can make a full wrestling build in this, and you have 5 more fucking rules to worry about. It's like, what? Nani? Nani? And then here are your powers. Also, do you like the fucking 2005 webcomic art? I love it. I want to go back to 2005, everybody. I want to be a child again. I want to be sitting in front of my TV, in front of my PS2. I'm ready. I want to play fucking Sly Cooper. Sly Cooper, not the last one. It was not Honor Among Thieves. It was Sly Cooper 2, I think. Oh man, the big open levels where you could play all 3 of the guys. Remember that? Where you can play Sly. I always played Murray because Murray was my favorite character. I loved Murray, but Benny was cool too. I didn't get to play. I didn't like Benny though. He played weird. I didn't like his movement. Remember that? I want to go back. This reminds me of that in the wrong way. But yeah, these are your superpowers effectively, and a lot of them are. We'll use the one that we'll use for example we'll say Cougar's Grace. For a secondary action, you have 1 point of mind. You make a Wisdom dice check. Character can temporarily increase their agility. To activate, the player spends 1 point of mind. The secondary action then makes a Wisdom check. Great success, increase your agility by 1. That's what a lot of these end up being, is make a check, spend an X, get a check, do X, get this. Because these are your health points. If I take let's say I take 4 damage, I'm going to reduce my body by 4. But oh no, let's say I get attacked psychically, I'm going to reduce my mind by, this. But I can also start burning my mind consistently to do things, to get bonus abilities or bonus effects. Same goes for things such as Soul, which are going to do the same thing. These are actually your kind of like 2 hit numbers against you. So if anyone actually really wants to hit me in melee combat, they have to roll above an 8 on their D12. And as you can tell, Manly's built like a fucking tank. He's a man who's going to be able to close the distance and eat your fucking face. He's okay with it. And you'll probably enjoy it. Damn, Manly, you scary. Manly's scary. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's plenty of abilities. Not like a super many of them. No, there's not like an absurd number of these. But it really does boil down to, here's some cool little powers. You're not really going to get that many of them. But nor do you really need that many. Personally, I went with, if we go down here, also, yeah, you have mind powers. If you go for Wasp Sting, you can use a mental attack and shoot mind bullets at somebody. My face when reading Coyote and Crow. Oh, someone PM'd me. Hello, what do you want? But yes, mind bullets, these are like your supernatural bullets, and you can use them pretty actively. Usually, again, it's like burn like a point of soul, burn a point of mind to do this, do that. I think it's fine. Again, it is bulky though. Like, it is very bulky. And some people are going to look at them and be like, I want the simple one. There is not a single, like, simple one of these, by the way. And far sight. Oh, so here's all your spirit ability. Walk the black. Which, they don't really talk about it, but the black is quite literally hell. You can just traverse hell if you feel like. That's its own kind of thing. Now, Mender's Touch, if we go through here. They also reuse artwork a lot. Which, I'm not against reusing artwork, just don't make it too obvious. Coyote Gaze. This is the one I chose for Manly. And Wolverine's Resolve. Only can be used during a combat. I have to spend 1 point of mind. Activate this ability as secondary action. And with a point of mind. While active, the character cannot be stunned or rendered unconscious. Anytime uses Fortitude during any encounter, they may make a reaction roll from a pool of Spirit or Endurance. Number of successes gained is the amount of soul they immediately regain. So anytime you're under direct soul assault, I get to say, fuck you and the horse you rode in on, and I beat my chest because I'm scary. Because you can kind of spend your soul to do other things, but it's its own beautiful disaster area. We also have things like Owl Watch, where you can trust the owls. And now, mind you, we were on page 208, and we don't know how to roll the fucking dice yet. PM as in the hit developer Project Moon? Unfortunately, no, it's perky. Does this have black hat people? They do. I'll touch on it a little bit later. They don't talk about it too much. It's like a shadow realm. That's the best way to kind of think about it. That's where, like, they're like nightmare creature people who sometimes, but you can't really understand them, they're weird. Now, this is what I mean by wealth being hilarious. Because the big idea is that you have your wealth score. Where's my wealth score? I didn't write down my wealth score, did I? I think I just have a 4. Is because you have a 4. Anytime you need to make a check or something to actually get it, that's actually the amount of D12s you're going to be rolling. If you succeed, you can buy the item. If you can't, you're not going to be able to buy the item, or you're going to go into debt for it. It's like, oh man, you know, creative character, don't worry about making wealth checks on all your items. You know, take into account your financial, all this. Very simple. Your starting equipment, though, is with any number of individual items are below their wealth rank, 3 items equal to their wealth rank, and 1 item plus wealth rank plus 1. It's like, okay. Oh no. I abused this very heavily because here's all the items. The only thing that was really below 4 was the cybernetic right arm. This was the only one. All the rest of this was like 3 or 4, including a recurve bow, which gives you a +4 on all of your ranged attacks. I roll 12d12 for ranged attacks with Manly. I roll 8 combat. I roll 10d12 for when I use in combat with the combat axe. And it's in my fucking arm. I'm like, damn, Manly, you scary. Damn, Manly. And then we have our defense values, very simple. You have our body, mind, and soul. The big idea is that if any of these values hit negative, whatever your endurance value is, you die. So technically, I can only take 9 mind damage before I am DEA dead. But I can also take 16 body damage before I die, or 10 soul damage. I didn't quite realize how valuable these were before, but I'm like, it's like, okay. Because again, 2 and 3 are fairly average, so you can't really... You take any amount of damage, you're fucked. Like, you are fucked. We have our background information, our initial goals, all our naming conventions. Feel free to use the name from your trial or extrapolate new spellings. Wow. And then we have all our equipment. We have the Neezy, we have how GATs work, we have how cost strengths work. You know, it's like, cool, neat. you know, if anytime you need to purchase items, again, you're just gonna roll. That's what it is. And it's more about access to things. That's the big idea. You can go into debt and get some more items, or you can take short-term goals and, you know, long-term goals. Those are kind of important. Frequency of checks. You're not really going to be using that as too often. And these are your standard items. These are your armors. Standard clothing, enhanced clothing 2, enhanced clothing 3. To get any kind of actual armor, you need to spend quite a bit. Which I could have bought a chameleon suit. I could have bought one, but I didn't. Because Manly approaches the problem with an axe in his hand, and he also has a stealth of 3. But I'm like, maybe I should get plated armor. I'm like, no, maybe enhanced clothing 3. No, chameleon suit, like, armor is kind of expensive, like, for what you're getting, because to get standard clothing is 2. Everyone should at least get enhanced clothing 1. If you want to get 2, that's a little bit there. Like, it feels like there should be some more armor here, but that's just me. This is the fashion. Fucking fashion. I love it. What is this, a JRPG? Why you don't like the fucking cyber goth aesthetic? Yes, this is the clothing worn by human beings in this game, which is which I can really only describe as cyber goth. Yeah, no, this is not real people, not real human being clothing. Also, okay, sorry. Yeah, no, like this. I mean, I guess it looks cool. You get cyber moccasins. Yeah, it's a little bit rough. Advanced clothing and armor, smart armor, adornments. Those are kind of like non things. Native players use proper opportunity to take concepts of jewelry, tattoos, makeup, or anything else from your tribal traditions. Don't do that for non-native players. And then gats. Gats come in size of like your, like you can have it the size of like your kitchen. Like it's like something, a printer at home, or you can have something larger. Personally, I bought a phone. I thought that was very important. I didn't buy any AR goggles because they would look stupid, and I bought a communicator because that's important. But like, yeah, if you want to buy a community GAT, you totally can. You want to buy a advanced computer? Cool. But remember when I said earlier you can buy your wealth up to pretty much 10 immediately? Yeah, if you have 10 wealth, you can just buy everything in this game for free, effectively. There's like no like problem with it. Just become incredibly fucking wealthy. You don't have any friends. Nobody likes you, but I'm fabulously fucking wealthy. Oh. Yeah, Axi Dasso, take photos, video, record audio, has voice recognition interface, and share information with other Nisi. Do many basic functions that our modern mobile devices can do. Cool. Yeah, computers, hacked rigs, second eye rigs. Yeah, like I like this kind of artwork personally. It reminds me a lot of Riffs, actually. Which, in case you're wondering, yes, this game does remind me a lot of Riffs in a bad way. Items in your kit are personal items, generic items in your kit. Chalk lighter. You may want to include items emotional or spiritually important to you as a player. Cultural context. Do not put in cultural context things. Very standard kits. Toolkits. And then we have, like, drugs. All the drugs. More drugs. Take as many stabilizers as you can. This is like one of the few ways to heal. Get high, do drugs, fucking kill people. If you want to if you're super rich, just take a bunch of military enhancers. Just go gamer mode. Just fucking start popping, click off your adrenaline, stab them in your body, and then, have, some pretty cool things going on. You can just buy drugs. Come on. I like drugs. Drugs are fun. Remember, kids. And here are our melee weapons. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. I'll get to that at the end. You know, it's supposed to look very European. Didn't the book say nudity? It was. We don't talk about calling them cats feels very. Yeah, it does. There's some weirdness to this game, and I'll get to that at the very, very end. But here are your items, because remember, there are no actual firearms in this setting. So if you want to fight somebody, it's tear your shirt off, your cyber goth shirt off, you get an axe in both hands and go fucking gamer mode. And if you notice, all of these are hellishly cheap. So, for example, I chose a combat axe because it's a +2. What you do is normally is you're just going to add this to whatever your damage is, pretty much, and these can be pretty high. So, for example, it's there. If we go all the way back up, because this is formatted by a fucking goblin. If we go up here. So yeah, technically, you can throw your axes and throw spears and shit like that. That's perfectly fine. You can actually get, and these modify your stats. These are very important. These are very big. They change quite a bit about how your character actually approaches things. Because these are your standard weapons. CSGO knives. I want you to picture this. I want you to picture a 12-year-old boy from Bulgaria trying to sell you a $900 knife that looks like that. You can see it, can't you? It's in there. It's in your mind. And then you're going to realize it's stat track, and it was totally worth it. Yeah, so it's knives and blades are very common. Like, these are like your weapons of choice. Also, clubs. Modern war clubs are built to take maximum advantage of physics and engineering. Shattered bones cause massive internal damage. Ooh. Like, here are the clubs. Yeah, it's like, oh. Kachimuchi fights are mandatory. We don't do anything with the cultures, just use wet dreams, some American guy influenced by European commies. So, one of the big things here is it's not just a bow. No. It's not just a sling. It's a mag sling. It's a heavy mag sling. It's a bear paw mag sling. It's trace. You want to do your recurve bow. It's a mag bow. It's a stabilizer arrows. And you look at it and you're like, I am having a stroke. Because bows in this setting are, I wonder if they'll show, like, yeah, these are what bows are. They're literally magnetized bows that you, like, shoot arrows out of. Which feels odd, because I'm like, why didn't you just go with air rifles at that point? Like, everyone's gonna be mystified when the guy with, like, the fucking European explorer who's been fighting the, the cyber Ottomans for the past 30 years, got a fucking revolver in one hand and a, bronze cannon in the other. And he's just like, hello, natives. It's me, Spain. You have magbows? I have the gun. Oh my god, it's the spider. It's the fucking Ottomans. And yeah, they kind of try to justify, like, how bows work. And also, don't forget about vehicles and drones. You can buy a fucking car if you want. If you're not a car, you buy a Yutsu barge. Which are very expensive and you cannot get. Skimmers, sunwings, personal mobility vehicles. Do you want a Segway? Do you want to have a Segway? All I'm saying is, if you all want to drive around on your PMVs that the government hands for free out, go for it. You want to play cyber goths? That's a fucking gun. Yeah, also we have drones. You can buy a drone if you want. Robots. I'm not going to talk about where the term robot came from, but many of us and Coyote serve a very specific function. Or powerful AI. You know, there's no AIs, thankfully. Yeah, like no one is. Everything's very strict there. Cybernetics. There are some light cybernetics. Luckily for me, there was no really. That was the only thing I actually bought anything within my goals. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm gonna have a cyber axe because I felt manly. I felt that was appropriate for Manly to have a cybernetic arm that he can use to stab people to death with his axe. I thought that was most appropriate with his recurve bow because I thought that was cool. Now, this is one thing I actually do like. This is the goals and progress system. Pretty much what you have to do is you pretty much say, these are my goals. And instead of having like XP or anything like that, it's just the number of sessions you play. If I want to improve my charm by 1 point, I look down here and I'm like, oh, my charm is 0. Next session, I get to increase my charm by 1. Cool. It's going to take 2 sessions and I get to increase it to 2. Then after, it would be 3. After a total of 6 sessions, I get to increase it to 3. I can increase my charm that way. I like that system. I think it's nice. It works pretty well. You can have different short-term goals, different long-term goals. I think it works pretty well. As long as the only thing is like you have to justify it a little bit, and it's like which can be a little bit annoying when it comes to like the really specific skills of like, oh boy, you want to increase language? The GM, please bend over backwards, making the language useful this time, please. I'm begging you. Mentoring is an option. Obtaining equipment, you can also do that if you want to like obtain something. This, you can kind of say that this system is also like, hey GM, I want to increase my charm, or hey GM, I want to increase my music. Can we have a session about that, or can we have sessions about these things? Like, okay, that works to me. That works pretty well. Long-term goals are kind of the same way. Increasing stats are different, then gaining new gifts are different. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's neat. I think it's neat. However, the only issue is that they don't really regulate this at all. So it's like, please regulate it. They tell you that. You know, lowering, removing burdens, changing motivations, group goals, legendary ranks. Your legendary ranks are kind of like a Benny system in a way. The more great things you do, what you can do is you can any of your successes that you do. Let's say I need a success 8 and I roll a 7. You can spend, for example, your legendary rank to increase that up to an 8, and like, oh cool, I succeeded. Like, you can do like little bonuses like that. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's pretty nice. It's very easy. You can gain burdens pretty reliably. I'm like, all right, this works. Here's the thing, this works. I like this. This area is cool. It's fine. Now, at page 273, we have learned about... Wait, does this thing going to manufacturing actually works in the mine or factory to produce components for all these things? Oh god, it's girl boss or whatever. They... magic, Witch Creek. It's magic. They use magic. They use magic as well as use the power of science, TM. And like if there was like an explanation like, oh, you have to use GATs to, like, GATs require like a constant influx of resources, but the thing is they don't. All they require is fuel, which is biofuel. Everything you technically made there from a GAT is made from biofuel and the mystic magic plastic bullshit. So I'm sorry, Witch Krieg, you've been replaced. I'm super sorry. I know it really sucks, but turns out Korn is better at manipulating plastic than you are, because they can make magic magnetic bows and you can't. Everybody, press F for Witch Krieg's entire fucking life. Begone, plastic man. We have Korn. There's no explanation. And it's kind of like, all right. Setting runs on corn syrup. Yeah, pretty much. It's, yeah, D12 system. I already kind of went over to the D12 system. Effectively, again, you know, for those kind of joining us, system is take a number of D12 equals whatever your skill ranking is, roll those, try to beat a target number with them, and in kind of a dice pool success-based system. Not complicated, nor does it really need to be complicated. Because these are, like, the only really odd bits are things like right here, like the focus is kind of weird. They don't talk about focus very well. It's, what you could do is you can spend points. You can spend your mind points to adjust die up and down a little bit. So, if you want to adjust, oh no, I've got a 7 and I need an 8 and I don't have any legendary ranks, I can spend a point of mine to bump it up to an 8. That's pretty much it. Again, it's explained in 4 paragraphs, but that is pretty much how it is. You know, critical, and then we roll our critical dice, same idea. Successes, and then failures. Oh no, it's a failure. We have super bad. Usually all you need is 1 success. Sometimes you might need 2 successes. Kind of depends. Play the game. That's kind of the idea there. Play the game. It likes to tell you about the system quite a bit. Going above 12. Now this is the odd one. So, in that case, success numbers higher than 12. Players must subtract 1 12 from their final die pool roll to add +1 to another 12. What that effectively means is, let's say I roll and like, oh, wowzers, I've got 2 12s. Go me. I am super cool. If I want to get a success number of 13, I sub out one of my critical dice to bump that 12 up, become a 12, to become a success, to become 13. 13 isn't really common. No, you really shouldn't be rolling 13s. Even without colonialism, the UN is victorious. Yep. Skill checks over time. It's exactly the way you think about it. And I'm sorry everybody, but we cannot play this game. It took us 285 pages to learn that bigots and racists are not allowed to play. I'm Sag. And then the rest of this is pretty standard stuff, like make an encounter correct. The idea behind encounters is that encounter is anything that is you versus something else, with initiative being important. Initiative is actually very fascinating, and I want to kind of go over it a little bit. So, for example, here is our little initiative chart. I have an initiative score of 8. What I am allowed to do with my initiative, instead of having to roll the dice or anything, what I'm allowed to do is I'm allowed to say, I want to go anywhere between 8 and 1. I can choose wherever I want to go. That's my choice. I'm like, okay. You know, that's neat. I like it. It is neat. And you can kind of choose where you want to go, because you may say like, oh, I want to get a shot off first, or I want to go kind of in the middle a little bit. I want to go last, you know, I want to kind of see what everyone else is doing, or I want to go dead last. But I say I want to go last because I want to see what everyone's doing. Cool. Cool, that's fine. And then we have a very standard round also. Let me load my clip into my flashlight. It's not a gun. Making skill checks, activate abilities, performing a secondary action. Secondary actions is weird because what you can do is when it's your turn, you can make a primary action. That primary action is like, I want to make a skill check, I want to punch somebody, I want to move here, activate abilities, cool. Alternatively, you can perform secondary actions, which is everything else. So, for example, let's say we're making a secondary action here. You can do things like, I want to move, I want to defend against that attack, and I want to take cover. or I want to move, I want to defend, I want to dodge, and I want to, you know, draw my weapon, I want to check a computer screen, flip a switch. Pretty much everything else that is not taken, you can do as a secondary action, and you can do them all. You know, perform each of these secondary actions once per round at most. So if you want to move, defend, take cover, you can do that. If you want to move, take cover, dodge, reaction roll, flip a switch, reload a weapon all in one turn, you can. That's fine. And it's like, cool. The vast majority of the like defending actions is exactly what you kind of fucking think it is. You can pretty much just you add more to your defending attacks. You know, taking cover is kind of the same thing. Because you can't dodge melee attacks, you have to dodge range attacks as much as you have to take cover against that, but it's fine. Also, I have no idea what the hell is going on here because it's obviously not a gun. I think it's a mag sling. I think that's supposed to be a mag sling. So it's just a gun. Types encounters, very standard stuff. Don't worry about it too much. Again, if you play games, you know what these are. Congratulations. Also, he sees it. He knows. He knows. He sees that Indo booba. The Indigi booba. Yeah, it's not a gun, it's a mag sling. Yeah, social encounters, how to do contested skill checks. Combat is exactly the way you think it is. It's, again, but everything is explained about 5 times longer than it needs to be. And like, it's like, okay, let's just take longer and longer just to explain certain aspects of it. Like, because it goes from like, oh, here's this, and then you're like, oh, further encounters. Oh, you want to go against these guys? Well, they don't have these things. Like, and again, let me tell you again, like, you know, our gods are different from your gods. This is the black, by the way. You know, black is a generic term for one more place that exists beyond the current understanding of reality. It's kind of like hell, but it's like super hell. Welcome to the black, everybody. It's super hell. You may be wondering, but we're in a cyberpunk super future. What the hell? Don't think about it too hard. It just works. It just works. Because the weird thing is, like, you're not actually super... How do I want to word it? You're not actually super important. Because 20% of people, pretty much in the entire setting, have superpowers. And there's millions of people who probably have superpowers just like you, so you're not really that super duper special. Digiboobs. Digibooba. Like, yeah, I don't really get like an Digipunk from this. I get more like Shadowrun Seattle circa 2002. Yeah, so getting hurt. Here's all the damage subtypes. Like, here's all the fucking fire damage rules. Here's the cold damage rules, the electrical falling rule, mental damage, spiritual damage. How fortitude works, because fortitude is a completely separate fucking mechanic. Because what you can do is, and that's why where Wolverine's Resolve comes in, which is if you take damage, you can then offset it to your soul instead. Yeah, so it's like, oh, I've taken 8 damage. I can be like, okay, I'm going to take 8 damage. I'm only going to reduce that by that, but I'm going to reduce my soul by that much because of fortitude. That's how it works. It's located on page 320 fucking 5. Poison, bleeding, stunning, and burning. It's like, Jesus, state of God. And it's not like, it's like, oh, game bad because game has lots of rules. No, not quite. What I'm trying to kind of get across the idea of, yeah, it's like, yeah, don't forget about all the points of like, here's like 2 pages of fucking dying. It's not necessarily that. It's like, these rules are so long, not because they are like good, it's because there's just a lot of them. It's good to have something tight sometimes. Tight and contained. And it's just like, let's just contain things down. You don't need a page and a half telling us about it. You need 2 paragraphs. You can have smaller amount, but he likes to over-explain. So this 484-page book you're buying isn't actually 484 pages. It's about 200 pages with 200 plus pages of fluff, of just, let's make things bigger and grander. And it's like, oh. It's like, and there's a good chance you're not gonna, you might die. It's very easy to die in this game. You take a few points of damage, you are fucked. Because even, for example, with, like, Manly has, with his recurve bow, a +4, with his range weapon of 8. Let's say even I roll half as many successes as I needed. That's still 6 damage. 6 damage. If I hit you for 6 fucking damage, my brother in Christ, every character that's not specifically built for shit like this is gonna go down. They are injured now. They are scrambling. And you're gonna need to go harder on them. Like, the death spiral in this game is not necessarily a death spiral, but like, you take like 1 or 2 bad hits, it's Jover. It's over. And which kind of is like, what is this game actually doing? Oh, so by the way, you can't die unless you say you die. So even if you are technically dead, you don't die if you don't want to. Yeah. Yeah, critical die from player character determines no reason to think the character is survive. This is effectively a chunky salsa rule. Always have a chunky salsa rule in your games. It's very important. Short rests, long rests. Don't forget about your short rests and long rests. Always don't forget your D&D-isms. That's an important thing. Healing stat damage. This is kind of like the GM guide. I'm not really going to go over this too much, but kind of give you the idea of like, this is a lot. There's a lot to this game. And that's not necessarily a good thing, because it's like, oh, by the way, here's all some additional armor and stuff. Here's additional things. Here's additional problems. It's like, what the fuck a doodle do are you actually talking about, like, for this game? Like, what's the goal here? Like, everything is like interpreting rules, creating gifts and burdens. Like, how do we make skills? How do we do that? Like, there's actually, this is a fairly intensive GM section. I like that. That's fine. Like, again, I'm not really gonna. We also have the ethos centered around the accumulation of power and material wealth. Oh no! Build bridges, find common ground. Skew mechanics. Then we have some icons and legends. These are like spirits and kind of like how these are special characters, which they don't really go too deep into. Like you're pretty standard. Like, bears can fuck your day up, though. Bears will fuck you up. You're not gonna have fun against a bear. Bear's just gonna maul you to death. Yeah, like, this is what I mean by, like, here's like an icon character. Like, oh, they're human. They have a skill check when they make skullduggery stuff. Oh, cool. Everyone likes them. First worlder, or, you know, undead creepy children. Just kill them all. Just kill this. Yeah, so it's like, if you want to like get some inspirations and stuff, this isn't a terrible game to kind of look at. Like, a lot of stuff here, and they're going. I have a strange feeling as well, like there is a lot of also, well, turtle. You see what I mean, though, when I say, like, this is kind of weird? Because they're talking about, like, oh, it's science fiction and all that. But then it's also, like, here's some overtly magical shit going on. Also, Wendusi. Yeah, and then we have a very basic, kind of character. Yeah, kind of some basic adventures. And then we have a bunch of, like, oh, these are all the index and shit. Okay. What's the thing with Coyote and Crow, though? What's the thing? What's the 411 Notepad? What's the cuckoo choo choo? We talked about 2 fucking hours of this game. What is about it? What's the thing? There's I'd say there's 3 major issues with this game. The first thing is, the game is fine. Like, the game plays fine. D12 system's a little bit underrepresented. It's bulky, though. It's a little bulky for what it really needs to. You can probably, like, just squish it down a little bit. Like, I'm like 90% sure there's a quick start out there. Probably the quick start's going to do better for you than the actual book, because it's not going to have every single rule in there. That it's like, I don't need to open up to page 325 to find the rules for dying. I don't need to open up to page 400 to find this. That's not really how the game is. A little bulky for my taste, but I understand why it's a little bit bulky. I think the second big issue with this game, is it doesn't really commit to its own setting. I think that's kind of one of its bigger issues. Because it's trying to play it really safe with its setting and its kind of ideas. It's saying, like, oh, we're this, like, science fiction, science fantasy world and everything's so cool, but then gets scared. And then it's like, oh, well, we have to explain everything now. Oh, well, this is how it's so cool and awesome. Being like, cool, dude, bring it back. Breathe. Why the fuck do we care? Like, it's like, oh, well, here's all the mystic stuff. Well, we need to have the mystic stuff, but we want to over-explain all the technology. And to make a decision of what you want to do, because your setting sucks. Your setting doesn't make any goddamn sense. And it's the way it's explained is, like, overly detailed for something that doesn't need that much detail, ironically. But you're doing that because you need to convince everybody that it was worth $50. And this game is worth a $30 PDF, 20, it's worth this money, even though it might not be. I think the core, like, to me anyway, is the game doesn't want you to play it. If you are, it goes out of its way of saying, like, oh, we don't care about the colonialists, we don't care about the, all that. It kind of has this weird tone to it, and that's what I was kind of explaining to someone on Twitter the other day. Is it feels weird, and I couldn't put it quite into words, but I can kind of do it now, is the game has this weird aura about it, like, it, like, doesn't really want you to play it. It's like, oh, well, you have to, like, if you're not indigenous, do this, and if you're indigenous, you can do all these things, but if you're not indigenous, this. But the weird thing with that, this is the weird part, it does not commit to any indigenous culture. Nor does it commit to its own unique culture. And that, my friends, I think is the critical flaw in Coyote and Crow. The critical nail in the coffin. What do I mean by that? Well, one of the core ideas is like, oh, you have this brand new culture that has emerged from a horrifying disaster, and everything is so sad, and everyone's dying, and oh my goodness, it's so scary, it's spooky, and all this shit. And then you sit there for a second, and it's like, am I supposed to put in, like, my own interpretation of this culture? Because it doesn't feel like a real culture. It feels like we want to incorporate everything without really anything in particular. And that's why everything feels so broad and, like, it feels so massive, but also really undefined about anything. And they talk about some nations, but then it's just like, oh, well, you can also put your own stuff in there if you want. I would say this. This idea is not bad. However, commit to one thing. Because it's trying to be a spiritual game, it's trying to be a cyberpunk game, it's trying to be a fucking Native American TM game, not necessarily just like about a culture or something, but here's the thing. If you were to say, Coyote and Crow, this is a game about you are a Native American tribe after the fucking end of days. This apocalyptic event occurred, the winters come in, you don't have, the Europeans never arrived, it's just you and your people, and it's 100 years after, it's still cold, the winters are long, people are rough, things are not good, and you're kind of having to make a decision. Are you kind of more migratory? Are you trying to like head further south and are you just recently kind of coming back? Or are you kind of more settled? Are you like in a location, you're not leaving, even if things get real rough? And what do you do when people are trying to migrate into your territory? There's actually a cool story there. Because you can really delve into either a specific culture, let's say, for example, the Sioux, the Proto-Sioux. You can delve into that culture very specifically, or you can deal with things like the Navajo, or you can deal things with like the Cherokee. You can deal with some of those those different entities and their particular stories and their particular events. Coyote and Crow has like this basic like overview of everything, but nothing in particular. Or you say fuck it and say it's the cyberpunk future, colonialism never happened. This is what we believe society would look like. Here's this brand new merged society with 100 different tribes, and like they sometimes get along, they sometimes don't, and like that could be interesting. You gotta give us something really defined about that culture. And they do talk about it, but then it's always mixed in with like, oh, well, this is just kind of like a really broad idea. Like, no. You need to have some things that are just really packed in. And if it was outside of more of just Cahokia, if there was more than just the one super city, cool. But there really isn't. Well, there is Cahokia, which gets like an entire massive section, and then like every other nation gets like a few pages. And it's like, oh, no, that's it's a bummer. Or, again, you just go and say, fuck it, this is a climate disaster cyberpunk story, and that's and you roll with it. Fuck the Native American aspect, effectively, because you're not committing to it. Which is weird, because it's like, give me something to work with. Even if they did go deeper into, like, hey, this is free land territory, you are the Chiani, you're the Chiani people, you're this amalgamation of 100 different tribes, and this is how culture has evolved. You are a fiercely independent people, to the point where everybody doesn't like the government. The government is a non-factor, but we all kind of have to work together because everyone else wants to take our fucking territory and fuck everyone else. Fanatic individual, communitarian, radical anarcho-communist, having a goddamn stroke of what libertarians. You're playing the Somalis. Cool, that could be interesting. You can expand on that, being like, yeah, we're these fiercely independent people. We don't like being ordered by government, except our own tribe. And you can have some stories like, oh, well, here's some intertribal struggles, here's some problems here, and that could be interesting. There's a story there. I don't know what this is trying to be, though. What's the goal? Because what stories do you tell in this outside of like generic cyberpunk stories? Or like Native American story, or like indigenous stories, quote unquote. Like it felt weird in that regard. I couldn't put my finger on like what it was, but it's like, I don't know. I think the system works. I think the system's fine. Again, a little bulky, and I think the numbers here could probably do a little bit simplifying. But like, I think it works just fine. And I think that's like the grand sin about Coyote and Crow's like, system, fine. Everything else, check it out if you like it. I mean, you can probably steal some things if you're looking for, like, Green Apocalypse tier, like Green Cyberpunk or whatever. Like, again, it's like page 127 is when you stop with the lore. But there's still fucking lore. Like, there's a lot. But, it's its own thing. However, the next game we're going to be going over, because yes, there are multiple games. This is just a 2-hour stream about Coyote and fucking Crow. The next game, we're going to do a lot smaller game, luckily, and a nice and simple little game that I think would be a little bit interesting. This is Bounty Hunter. Yes, I've heard of this game quite a bit, and I thought it was kind of interesting to go over because I kind of was like, you know what, fuck it, let's talk about it. So give me 1 second. We go. So what is Bounty Hunter? Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter RPG is a terribly fucking named game. A disastrously named game. However, it is a game about space bounty hunters by a company called Geekstable. And so you look here, I'm like, oh, well, they haven't really done all that much. But the complete guide to nautical campaigns, Bring It On TTR 5th edition, nautical campaign orders, on the first night, a goblin adventure for any RPG system. This was written by a guy named Guy Schlaunders. It was written by a British man who's making a soy face as the first image. He runs a company called Great Game, the Great Game Master. How to be a great GM. This is what he runs. GM tips guys improving a role-playing sessions. He's got a YouTube. Let me bring up his YouTube real fast. So let me bring up a YouTube real fast. I said, ugh, great GM. Right there. How to be a great GM. This is what this guy does. This is like his primary thing. And he makes videos very consistently, about the same rate as I do. Even though you should totally subscribe to me, wink. Jeez. And I'm like, okay, like, I wonder what this guy kind of worked on previously. And Daydream Nightmares, Heading Off to the Press, How to Be a Great GM, Epic Campaigns. I actually asked if, like, had anyone heard of this guy, because I've never heard of him. I don't watch any of those, like, How to Be a GM fucking things, so they usually are the same shit over and over again. It's usually the same, like, few, like, examples of, like, oh, hey, do this, do this, do this. Like, that's fine. That's cool. And this was his... Oh, okay, wait. Oh god, not that. I don't think of some Super stuff pop your homepage. Don't worry. Yeah, anytime you need to leave, don't worry. Like, if you ever need an update on something, or it's like something's happening, and you're like, what, you know, what's going on? Just tell me, and I'll fill you in. But yeah, this is his particular thing. This is actually his first, like, game he's written. Apparently. I couldn't really find anything else on it. But, like, this was the first game that he really wrote. And at least it published. Best silver seller, that means it sold, I think, over about 100 copies. And this was a Kickstarter. Right here, Bounty Hunter. A fast, easy to play TTRPG for all experience levels. 9,000 pounds? Yeah, that's what it is. 9,000 pounds. Retro style, easy to put recycled paper. Originally, this was actually a zine quest game. It was only going to be 32 pages. The final book is 43 pages. But everything you need to run the game, starship combat, sample starships, some NPCs. Remember that when we're going through is that this was originally a zine. This was originally something to be very quick and very tight. And that's fine. You know, let's see, the highest one was like 20 bucks. Like, it was nothing. And, you know, character creation is very simple because there's one gimmick in this game. One very important gimmick is that it is diceless. Yes, this is a diceless edition. I've designed a rule system for 5th edition dozens of homebrew systems, rule systems for fun. None of them are so intuitive and dramatic as this rule set. My partner, a total TTRPG newbie, challenged me to make a system without math or dice. I initially said it couldn't be done. Amber would like to enter the chat. Then I realized it could be. With little inspiration, several dozen hours playtesting basic mechanics, and a couple hundred hours of tweaks, and bingo, Bounty Hunter the TTRPG was born. I've written like 4 of these. And technically, I have one that should be coming out here soon. The loathsome Zine. You can do diceless games, Saffron. That's the big thing. You can do diceless games. However, I've talked about this before. However, there's one very important little thing you always have to consider. You need 2 very important factors. You need 1, chaos. You must have a system to introduce chaos into the game. That randomness factor is a lot more on you, the GM, than anything. And there has to be a strong arbiter for how things are going to be doing, and a lot of actions that can be done. The second thing that's very important is that there has to be something to do that is not necessarily easily solved. One game I wrote, Dungeon Tactics, which is coming to a store near you and Kickstarter here soon. Everyone, go follow it. Give me money, please. Please, Stormforger. He has a gun to my head. Please. I can't get the much needed dopamine without the clickety clackety of shiny math rocks. Yeah, I understand. Trust me, I get it. I understand it completely. But this one, like, I've done diceless. Diceless fascinates me. I've always been kind of fascinated in diceless games. But this was a big thing, Zine Quest 3, and it was pretty standard. I'm like, all right, you know, pretty simple. People seem to like it. Yes. Yeah, apparently, like, getting it over there was some little bit rough, but people seem to like it. You know, it's like, cool. Yeah, it's like, that's cool. Supplement. There's a supplement, apparently. Like, it's, yeah, regional setting, you know, the hollowback, a couple adventure PDFs. Like, it's clearly like, oh, it's an adventure stuff, and you can get the game for about $13 physical, or you can get it for about $5 PDF. Cool. All right. What's the catch? Not bad. It's like, all right, let's take a look. Like, what is this game? You know, it's created by Geistlander, you know, developmental editor, graphic design. Which, in case you're wondering, yes, everything looks like it's a fucking DAZ 3D model. It does look a little bit janky, I'm not gonna lie. And of course, I need my man. Say hello to Dr. Spanglo, otherwise known as Kraska Spanglo. Amazing, a human doctor man with a gun. He is a bounty hunter, yeah, as you can kind of see. Very simple character. As we go through, let's just learn about what the game is all about. Because one of the big things with this kind of game is that it is a resource game. You have a pool of action points. This is the most important aspect of your character. We go to Spanglo here. Say I have 20 action points. If you do anything in this game, you're going to spend action points to do it. You want to shoot someone, spend an action point. You want to jump up on something, spend an action point. You want to race across the barren wasteland. If I can't believe it's not Tatooine, action point. But it's also your health. Yes, it's also your health. Yeah, action and points. Cool, yeah. Yeah. It's everyone is responsible, 0 AP. Every starting character is starting with 20. And then we do some freeform, and then we do dramatic. Dramatic scenes are the important part. Every dramatic scene has turn order and phases. You're always going at different times, which there is the one system, which is the idea of the first phase and the last phase. If you spend an AP, you get to go first. You're in the first phase. If you don't choose to, you go in the last phase. That's it. That's how it goes. It's very simple. And, you know, people are going first, and, you know, it's a very much whoever is acting first. That's a very important aspect of this particular kind of game. It's going fast. Which one do you do? How do you want to do it? You're declaring actions first. It's very physical, you can say. And again, this is a basic one. So the GM decides that the alien predator, who spent 1 AP to act in the first phase, is going to defend, which costs 1 AP. The first phase now concludes. Gary and Shannon characters spend 1 AP to make their attacks. Declared it would defend, it defends against 1 attack, but not both. You block 1, and then you take the damage with the other one. That's that. Pretty simple. Yeah, why go first or last? So it's kind of like, all right, remember, everything you do is probably going to take an action point to do. And it works. What can you do in your free actions? Oh, you want to make a significant action. How many things can your target do in one round? Mental actions, physical actions, ranged attacks. Some basic explanation. Some more fucking poser models. I don't know what about this really sold to me. Like, this was just janky as fuck. I love it. This is soul, my friends. This is soul. Also, I want you to remind everyone that this had to be like freshly modeled, that this Tiger Man does have a bulge. Like, always remember that. God is in his heaven because he too fears what he has created. Yep, and then we have our basic skills. Cool. Very simple. Again, I've gone over like a vast majority of the game already. Because a lot of the time what's going to happen is that you're going to spend a point to do a skill. Cool. So, for example, Dr. Spanglo here has quite a few different skills. And I need to make an acrobatics test. I need to make an acrobatics test. I'm going to spend an AP to do it. Oh, alright. Oh no, I need to find out something. Something is that... I did the investigate, spent an action point. Oh. Well, I need to repair my... Spend an action point. Like, oh. Okay. Yeah, but that's one of the big things with this game. It's like, you're going to have to... You're spending action points to do literally everything. Everything. When you're doing opposing skill checks, the big idea is that you are pretty much, I spend 1, you must spend 1. That's just how it kind of goes. But if I spend 2, you spend 1, I succeed, but I spent 2. If you spend another 1, we'll keep going back until one of us breaks. But if, let's say, for example, you don't have an appropriate skill for it, let's say I want to make I'm making an acrobatics test, I'm running toward the target, and my target doesn't have acrobatics, I just spend a skill point, and unless he has something to counter me with, I'm going to catch up to him. I'm going to find him. I'm going to beat his ass with a hammer, and he isn't going to like it. Because I'm a violent person. You know, and it's like, okay. This is one weird, odd rule. Let's say, for example, you're opposing somebody. Let's say the good cop, bad cop routine. With, like, Dr. Spanglo. Let's say Dr. Spanglo is being interrogated. And it's like, no, he's being interrogated. One person now if both of them use charm to try to charm him, and he uses deception, he's counter them because they're using the same skill. 1 for 2. 2, pretty valuable. However, if one's using Charm and the other is using Investigate, he either has to spend 2 AP to block both, or he can spend 1 AP to block one. That's how opposed with multiple skills work, even though they're doing the same thing. Yeah. And here's the basic skills. Very simple, nothing too intense here. Some things have skill chains, which skill chains are very poorly explained. But if you want to say repair an engine, you're going to need to make a repair skill, and then you're going to need something else on there, and then you'll need a third skill. You're going to make all the skills all at once. I've explained to you the entire game. This is also a really weird rule. This is the pretty much like the GM can say, okay, can silently say, I want to make a complex use of a skill. I'm making a complex skill check, and he's like, okay, and then you kind of have to be like, then like, oh, I want to put 3 forward, and if it's like, okay, you spent 3 correctly, but if you put 2 forward, you lose it all. But if you put 1 forward, it's like you lose it still. I think it's kind of weird. I'm not like I'm not a huge fan of this version, because the entire concept of this is that it's like a secret check. You don't know the result until you spend it, which this isn't how I would personally do this. I would just say you have to spend X amount of AP to perform the skill, not like a secret test or whatever. That's kind of, it's a little bit weird to say, oh, you want to do that quickly, spend 2. Or like, hey, you want to hit someone with a lot of power behind it, spend 2 instead of 1. Cool, that's fine. This is like just kind of a weird way of doing it, because it's a secret value that if they just don't hit the right right amount, like they just lose everything. So everyone's usually just going to do the highest possible. If they need to do it, it's like, oh, okay. We also have all of the various languages, such as my favorite, Humani. I love Humani. That's my favorite language. Health, same idea. Like, you hit 0 AP, you fucked. You're going to get your AP back pretty consistently as long as you are, like, doing something. As long as you are sleeping, you're meditating, you're resting, you're taking medicine, you're going to get your AP back by just virtue of doing things. You maybe noticed we haven't made a character yet, because the character's at the very back of the book. Most of the time, you're gonna be a wild guess when I tell you how damage is done. Damage is you spend something, and then if they hit, you hit. Cool. That's it. Monkey. Yeah, so what, like, anytime you make it, if they block it, they just block it. But has to be a lot of these. So it's like, oh, well, I want to dodge, but I'm shooting you, and I'm going to dodge, but I'm close, so I get that, but I'm in melee range, so you can't shoot me, but then I can spend this to do this, but by doing this, it becomes a lot of like, well, no, like 1v1s are like, ooh, Armor usually just takes like the first hit off. So if you were to take like, oh, I'm gonna take 5 damage from this, you instead just say, no, I take no damage from this. I just reduce the damage to 0. However, you don't have to spend an AP for it. That's the advantage. Defending, defend themselves, require to spend 1 physical attack. Yep. So the idea being, defending is the part of this game that I'm not a super big fan of. And the reason I'm not a super big fan of defending is because it's a 1-to-1 exchange. I'm going to shoot you. I'm defending. My shooting is invalidated. I'm going to stab you. I'm going to defend. My stabbing is invalidated. You're going to stab me. I'm going to defend. Your stab is invalidated. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. And because it's a 1-to-1 ratio, if you really want to, it becomes a slap fight of slap, 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 slap. Especially if you're like, unless someone goes first and the other person doesn't. Like if the attacker chooses, oh, I want to go first and they don't, it's bang, I shot you. Now you're at a distinct disadvantage. But then everybody is incentivized to go for it. It's a weird set of like setup. I don't quite know how it you would need a GM who is willing to bend, if that makes sense. You need to have a GM who is willing and able to say he doesn't want to defend anymore, he's going to take the hit, or he doesn't want to do this anymore and he's willing to take the hit, or he's going to not do it, or it'll be an endless betting match of 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That's why it's like it feels like there should be a, oh hey, if you want to defend against a ranged attack with a gun, you're gonna have to spend 3 AP. So you want to get into cover, because cover is if you make a ranged attack from behind cover for the round, you're no longer considered to be in cover. You can just say you're behind cover, but so you can't get targeted by ranged attacks. That's what it is. You just say you are, and therefore you are. It's like, what? Nani? Yeah, it's like strength skill keeps you held in place, grappling them. It's same thing. Again, it boils down to spend 1, do 1, spend 1, do 1, spend 1, do 1. Unless you put in a mechanic like that. So we have our many races. We have human, the Rakesh, which are microbe colonies assuming a humanoid shape, which, fun fact, my boy Sedwak, we came up with this fucking people years ago. Thank you very much. We came up with this when we were in high school. He wrote down this entire thing of the Blorg, and it was hilarious. We did this first. Fuck you. Stealing my original ideas, even though I didn't know who you were. Not necessarily as a no-go, but it's kind of like you as the GM have to be willing to bend, or you have other players working together to do the thing. If you have 2 players, that is going to work pretty well, because like one person can shoot, one person can, they can't block everything. Like playing this solo though would be a little bit weird. Which originally, this actually got pitched to me as a solo game. Like a game you play by yourself. So I was a little bit kind of disappointed when I saw that. I was like, eh. It's also short blue aliens with long heads, tall thin green aliens, large feline humanoids, someone's OC, large-eared blue genderless aliens, insectoids, kangaroo-like, kangaroos. And then we have our birthrights. Pretty much what you do is you just pick and choose and you get various skills based off of it. So right off the bat, I left it up to chance. Because if you've noticed, some of them are just better. And some of them are just better because you get like more money, or you get a language, or just more money. Take the money. But like, oh, Spangler ended up as an orphan. Which being an orphan means that you join in like a military squad, like you get shipped off the military school. Your education tells you like how you're doing things, including getting another language, which again, I don't know why. I believe he chose farmhand, which is why he has craft and wrangler. Career, he ended up as a pathologist. I left this entirely up to chance, by the way. I left it to the chaos that is autism and assholes. I gave it to them who they were going to tell me the secrets. I was ready. And thus Dr. Spanglo came into existence as Doctor who was also drunk, and so he got all of these. That was literally the reason. That's how you make a character. These are your interests. These are additional skills. If you play, like, I would say, like, this game works best with 2 players, honestly, because you get 4 skills apiece. That means you have 8 skills spread beneath you, plus all your other skills. So you're gonna have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 plus 1. You're gonna have 12 skills between the 2 of you, and you can kind of spread out. There aren't that many skills. And you can kind of spread these out, like, be like, oh, well, you know, it's kind of a buddy cop thing. I think works best. Any more than that, you lose a lot of the individuality. So I'm a little bit bummered out about that. But, like, I would say, like, 2 players would do best. 1 player, I don't know how you would make it work. When I finally get this up, I'll have to... I think Talking About Games did a video on this. So I'll maybe see if he can... see how he handled it, because that's what he does a lot. He does a lot of solo RPGs, and that's how he does all these things. That's why I actually quite it's like cool. Also, you get an ability. These are your special ability. Obviously Dr. Spanglo, being a bad doctor, instead chose just marksman, because it's deal +4 AP damage with a range attack per dramatic scene. There's no like rule saying like you have to, you know, once per dramatic scene, you have 4 additional AP damage when making ranged attacks. Nothing is saying, like, when you can trigger these. They just trigger them. And so, technically, 9 AP damage with just a basic gun. This is a Rand pistol. This is a pretty standard gun. Like, I can end a fight immediately most of the time, because you go bang, and then it's like, okay, yeah, you've taken 9 damage. You're dead. Like... Like, if I've crippled you at a fundamental level by shooting you. And it's like, cool. I think some of the abilities are, well, I think the abilities are flavorful. And some of these work pretty well. I would say, like, some of them are, like, clearly, like, better than others. Like, enduring is like, oh, that's really cool if you're really focusing on that aspect. If you're not, you don't really need to worry about it. It's like, oh, lucky. You can just avoid all damage. So if you take an insane amount of damage, you'd be like, oh, nope, I'm lucky, so I take no damage. I'm like, oh, that's kind of nuts. Or it's like, oh, cool. You can do polyglot. You get more languages. Yay. Yay. Here's all the name your characters, which I have a strange feeling quite a few of these were just like Kickstarter backers or things like that. Purchasing our equipment. You have no fucking money, by the way. You start with I believe it's 400 Deca credits. Yeah, that ain't gonna last, because at the end of the day you have only 13 slots to actually, you know, put items in. And that includes all your items. So what I did eventually was I, you know, bought everything I had. I have a little bit of Rand credits left over, 183. And I charged everything up. I, you know, got all my money. But some of these things feel a little bit weird. Like ammo is like real fucking expensive and like takes up a lot of room. But if you're like, oh, I want to have a field personal locator device, I want to have phase clips or stuff like that, you can. Kind of goes over like how bounties work. I like this aspect because your reputation, pretty much how famous you are, is how you level up. You get more skills, the higher your reputation you get. More reputation, you get, you know, you get more AP, you get more stuff. You can get a shit ton of AP. Like if you're a better bounty hunter and people like you more, you are the best of the best. Yeah, 5 illegal, yeah. These parts pay in mark always, because the idea is that there's 2, oh yeah, I forgot, there's 2 currencies. There's marks, which are illegal money, and then there's Deca credits, which are legal because they can be traced. because again, I think this game is flavorful. I think the game works pretty well. You kind of see here. And there's like an entire starship combat section. Does the exact same shit you expect. It has a lot more different like parts to it, if that makes sense. It's same idea, just different approaches. And I can't afford any of them because all of them are like $1,500 fucking dollars. Yeah, the big idea is if you, instead of taking damage, like reducing your AP directly, you instead take damage to your PP, pretty much your hull points. If your hull points ever reach 0, well, you're going to die, and everyone is dead. And all my friends are dead. Is that a cat or a goat? Yes. Oh, my PP. Yeah, and some of these can be pretty good. Like, you want a super cargo freighter? Awesome. You want a warship? You want a Viking warship for 25 million credits? Go for it. Look at all the fucking guns. It's like, oh yeah, gamers. But yeah, I would say a pretty basic enemy would be, let's say, the mercenary here. Which is, they have 10 AP. They have all of these as trained skills. They have all of this basic equipment. They have all these weapons. You may be wondering, why do they have so much more trained skills? Because they have less AP. They can't use them as much. And for Dr. Spanglo, for example, if I shoot one once for 9 damage, he has 1 AP and he's going to die any attack I do next. If you hit 1 AP, if you're in critical levels of AP, they're fucked. They're going to lose. Like, I could kill a mercenary in 1 hit. If he does not block my attack. If he is not burning his equipment to like stop me, I am going to kill him. But some of them just have higher AP, which again is going to boil down to one. You're going to lose you're not going to lose this game because you're like bad or something. You're going to lose it because it's an attrition war. Like, you immediately kill fucking thugs, like techie, like that's like one of the big things. Like I like this game. It's fine. I think like I like this game. It's simple enough that I can get behind it. It's like, yeah, okay. It's there. It's direct. It knows exactly what it wants to do, and it doesn't overstay its welcome. I think some of the more advanced systems could use some work. I think it could use a little bit more when it comes to how to spend AP. But that wouldn't be too hard to like homebrew in. Like, that would take like 5 seconds. I think the only major issue with this particular game does really boil down to there isn't a lot here. And if you're doing it solo and you have a dick GM, it's going to be 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Your GM has to play nice. And your GM has to understand that they don't want to defend anymore, or they want to go first and maybe shoot you. They want to do this, they want to do that. They are actively doing a thing that, maybe there's some little bit more you can do with the AP system. It's there, but not much. I can't say much because I wrote a system just like this. Want more? Yeah, that's Bounty Hunter. Kind of a unique game, an interesting enough, like, cursory glance. Maybe not going to be anyone's, like, go-to game, I don't think, but it's going to be, someone might enjoy it. So, someone will enjoy this game. Now, if you excuse me for 2 seconds, I need to... So our next game is going to be... which one? Good game, weird game. You know what we will do? Let's do The Turning Point. Again, kind of a shorter game as well, but I like short games sometimes. This is the Dawnline. And I'm going to be honest with you, I was not going into this one with high hopes. I was going into this game with very low expectations. And I was going into this game with very low expectations because of this. Richard Kelly and Void Spiral Entertainment. Now, from last time, you may know I've gone over these guys before. Void Spiral Entertainment. Void Spiral Entertainment has published a few games, their most notable one being actually Heroines of the First Age, which I didn't like very much because it was a fucking PBTA game. And I'm like, oh, it's not doing it for me. They're bingo bango bongo. And I kind of wrote it off. Because some of their other games, I wonder if they're going to even show their other game. I don't think they are. Yeah, here's WoW. WoW was the other game they published. WoW was bad. WoW was really bad. And I was like, ugh. And, like, again, my hopes were very low. I did not like Heroines at all. But a patron actually sent me, sent me the Dawnline. And I was like, you know what? It's time. I'm going to give him one last shot. Because Richard Kelly, we've actually talked about Richard Kelly as well. Let me just bring him up real fast. Richard Kelly is a writer. He's a person who writes book games. And the last game we went over was Rod, Reel, and Fist, which was also kind of a disappointment in my eyes. I didn't like it as much as I was hoping I would. It was a little bit weird, kind of didn't live up to its own aesthetic. It didn't appeal to me as much. It was like, oh, like, that's okay. Like, it was meh. To me, it was perfectly, So my expectations were pretty low for this game. But looked a little bit into it. The Dawnline is actually was a Kickstarter game. And kind of see here, let me bring up the Kickstarter reel up. Let me bring up Dawnline Kickstarter. And it was a Kickstarter game by Joe Bush, by Void Spiral Entertainment, effectively. Inspired by Vampire Hunter D and a couple other games. So you're pretty much a group of vampires protecting a nomadic village in a world where day and night are places and where all society lives in the twilight in between. All right. Okay, kind of a weird idea. Again, I was like, not invested. I wasn't in as much. I was a little bit worried. I was a little bit freaked out. I'm like, ugh, this isn't gonna do it for me. Like, looked through it, pretty standard stuff, nothing too exciting. Like, the only weird one was somebody actually bought the $1,485 Super Edition. Yeah, somebody actually bought that, and someone also bought the True Lineage version. Like, it was like, I was like, oh god. And I'm like, okay, all right. It didn't actually do too well. It only did 11,000 of a $2,000 goal, and unfortunately, it didn't actually reach its last two stretch goals: Shattered Step, Oregon Trail style campaign with fate checks for traveling from point to point. The Dusk Line, a full game conversion, takes place on the other side of Janus, where there were more moons than PCs can see in darkness that chases them, the more they transform their aberrant cells. Cool. Like, they didn't get that far, but this is one I was kind of disappointed in. I'm like, reading through it again, I'm like, okay. More rules, more gear, village complexity upgrades. I'm like, all right. It wasn't really, but again, I was hesitant, scared, and was like, However, what started as hesitancy actually evolved into an appreciation. I like this game. I'm going to be honest with you. I like this game. It's pretty good. And I'm going to bring up my boy. Here's Manlety. Manlety. And we're going to go through this. This isn't a very big game. It's only 230 pages. But let's go down here. So I want to give you all a very basic understanding of the lore. As it said, there are effectively 3 places in the world. There is the Twilight, which is kind of a world between the Dusk, which is literally fucking the personification of Nightmare Night, and the East, or the Sun, which is, and I quote this nicely, apocalyptic nightmare light that destroys everything it touches. You're in the middle of it. You're a wandering caravan of nomads, effectively in Nightmare Supertown, always trying to outrun the Dawnline. That point where the sun hits you. Because not only will, if the sun hits the people, they'll get annihilated, but you as the vampire will also get completely annihilated. Because yeah, you're playing vampires, specifically super vampires who have taken it upon themselves to maintain a working relationship with a caravan of villagers on a one-way journey, effectively, to continue their life. They don't want to die. They don't want to get annihilated by the fucking sun, nor do they want to get eaten by the nightmare monsters. So you have taken up an uneasy alliance with them. You are not only working with them to protect them, but also to feed. They feed you their blood. You make sure they don't die. That relationship is complex, fraught with danger, because you're fundamentally inhuman. You're wrong. Very wrong. And they're very normal. But that's where the drama comes in. Yo, the sun. And it's very, very direct. I like this. So, what is this? The west is the dark, swarming with sirens that are kind. To the east is the light, Armageddon to all that it touches. Between them is civilization, scattered and hungry. That is the first 3 lines you get in this game, honestly. And that really does sell it. I was in. What the role-playing game? You always gotta have this section. And this is what a vast majority of the artwork looks like. This kind of scribbly art style. I love this kind of art style, personally. I love the very scribbly kind of, I would say rough look. I always feel it's got soul to me. And it's also this one. I've seen artwork like this before. Can I tell you who's done it? No, but I've seen it before. I don't usually go over the artist because, like, sometimes it's hard to find them. And it's like, okay, we need to do checks. Because the big thing in this game is that it is a 3d6 game. You're going to roll 3d6 for all your checks, no matter what. However, humans only roll 2d6. Powerful beings might roll 4 or 5. However, you're going to be rolling 3 for just about everything. So what do we got to do? Well, if you look here, you're going to be adding a stat to it. So let's say, for example, my boy Manlety here needs to make a blood lore check. He's going to roll 3d6 plus 2. He rolled a 5, 8. He rolled a 10. He probably fucking failed. It's like, okay, cool. And if you want to make combat checks, guess what? You're going to have to be making 3d6 plus whatever combat stat you're using, and they're going to have to oppose it. Pretty simple. I like it. I like it quite a bit. Very nice, very to the point. Oh. Color me interested. Color me. I'm like, oh, that's very, very to the point. Nothing, no gimmick, no strangeness here. But yeah, 7, 12, 15. Very common attribute. Like, it's quite high, though, and some of these are actually quite high, especially if you are playing just a regular person who may only have a +3 or +4. A 10 and 12 are very difficult. Like, damn. So get to know your target numbers, when not to roll, skills and when to use them. Very standard stuff here. The one thing that I actually went over this with Manly. One thing, we were a little bit worried about this because success points, it's like, what is this? This is kind of weird. But let's say, for example, I have a TN, let's say a TN 12 check. I roll my dice. I get a fucking fail is what I get. Let's say I get a 12, 4. Let's say I get 16 plus 2. I get an 18. I get 6 success points. And what I can do is I can spend those success points to do things. So, yeah, I look at here and kind of see down here in the effects is that I can spend that SP, the 6 or so SP that I just got to do things like, oh, I want to get a boon, I want to get more will points, I want to get, or maybe do a little bit of damage, additional damage. All right. I was a little bit worried at first, and there's a little bit of bookkeeping when it comes to that, but it's not too bad once you get into the flow of things. Because what it's really saying is, if you roll better than what you need, you are rewarded for more. And there aren't actually many of these effects, unless you go down a very certain path. Oh, alright. Alrighty then. However, this is the big thing, effects. Let me just bring it up. Bring this up real fast. Yeah, effects. Conditions. Conditions are strange. A vast majority of the actions you're going to be doing are going to inflict conditions on you. Or you're going to have conditions applied to you. And these are things that stack or do things against you or might help. For example, Aegis here, it stacks until it lasts until the end of combat. Whenever you take damage, you reduce it by 1 by your current Aegis stack. So let's say I have 5 Aegis, I can reduce the next attack by 5. However, if I take another attack, I'm going to reduce it by 4, and then 3, and then 2, and then 1. Because you're going to be gradually losing more of it. Bleeding, at the start of your turn, lose 1 HP for each stack of bleed. So you might then have 3 stacks of bleed, and then it's going to reduce by 1. Very Darkest Dungeon. If you've ever played Darkest Dungeon, you've probably heard of some of these before. Like, some of these are very, like, how do I want to... This game does not exist without Darkest Dungeon. And I do like that aspect, though, because I like Darkest Dungeon, not like Darkest Dungeon 2 as much. The gameplay, not my thing. So, working with teamwork, cool. Teamwork, cool. You have, add in additional bonuses. You might get some bonuses for just helping people out. Silent communication, work together. But generally speaking, you only have 3 major attributes. Your hit points, your willpower, and your initiative. You don't have strength, you don't have anything like that, because you're a fucking super vampire. But you have combat skill and exploration skills. Again, it's very to the point. Willpower is probably the most important one. It's every time you can spend a will point to increase damage by your how do I want to... You get a +1 bonus to things. You always want to get more will. Will is valuable. Will is going to be the thing that's going to keep you alive. Creation rules, very simple. So, vampires are scary. They're big and they're terrifying and they're going to fucking kill you. And there's an entire bit of lore behind them, and I like the lore. If you notice something, this is 3 pages, and I've got more about how vampires learn in these 3 pages than the entirety of Coyote and Crow. It's kind of how do I want to word this? It is very Vampire Hunter deep. That's one of the big things about it. It's very techno, and it's also very gothic. I think techno gothic would be a good one. Is you have like, yes, we're haunted vampires, but you also have a laser gun. Because that some of your supernatural weapons are just plainly just, science fiction weapons. Because you're living after a world also. Hello, ma'am. And vampires are immortal. They're super immortal. They're never going to die unless they die. Yeah, pretty much if you don't eat, you're just going to die. If you don't eat, you're not going to die, you'll just enter torpor. However, if you get fucking cut to pieces, you're going to die, or you walk into the sun, you're going to die. And the big idea is that you want to kind of maintain connections, you want to keep alive, and you're also weird. That's one of the big things about you, is that you're weird. You have it difficult for them to express or feel emotion. You have to do things very willingly, and you have to pretend effectively to do things. You can feel emotion, you're just very muted. And it's odd. And in the end, different groups of mortals treat vampires differently, and there's no single culture that unifies the nomads of the Dawnline. Similarly, vampires interact with each other in a number of different ways. Some are cold and clinical when they speak to vampires, finding relief in not having to sound like they have emotions. Others speak to vampires just as they would mortals. Very few even pretend to be mortals. This is sometimes met with eye-rolling by other vampires, but strangely, many mortals seem to appreciate it, welcoming the not a vampire as they would one of their own, pretending not to notice the occasional feeding. Yeah, and they give you like a very big one. Like some of them are actually very, you do get like a very immediate like spookiness about them. And what was the one that I saw which was very interesting? Yeah. Also, vampires live until they are killed. Are not always called vampires. Terms like the older brothers or the guardians are also common. Like it's like cool. Like I'm in. But let's do a basic vampire creation. Not exactly complicated to do. You get 8 points to spend among your initial attributes. So, you get 8 points, and with Manlity, I decided to make him a little bit stronger. So he's got 12 HP, 5 willpower, 1d6 plus 5 initiative. It doesn't do a very good job of telling you this. It just says plus 3 initiative. No, it is 1d6 initiative. Yeah, right there. Don't roll it yet. It's a little bit weird how it like handles it. Recommend minimums. I went with a little bit higher than my recommended. I went with stronger, but not too much. I wanted to have a lot of willpower. I wanted to have a good initiative. Because originally it was supposed to be strong. He was supposed to be fast boy. He did not stay fast boy. Do they have damn fears? No. They explicitly said vampires cannot have children. Very explicitly. Nothing works, and we'll see why vampires cannot have children right now. Lineages. This is, you can kind of say, like a class of some kind. This is your bloodline. And, they're weird, all of them. They look like automats. Some are slender, willowy, with almost human features. Others are hulking beings covered in thick tubes, inorganic protrusions, and strange apparati. Many have plates of metal and ceramic grafted onto their bodies. Some are genderless. Most have jerky jitterness to their movement. This is just a wind-up toy to move too smoothly for anything from the natural world. It's like, yeah, this is actually how you determine your initial power sets, because these are, you can kind of think of these as disciplines from Vampire the Masquerade or any of the other games, or other kind of storyteller games. These are disciplines. Here's the, if I were to break them down simply, these are like weird robot vampires. Here's are like your traditional like transforming like wing vampires. Bug vampires. Where was the line that I love? Okay. Upsetting. Each member of the lineage either looks like a person that got caught transforming into an insect the size of a herd beast, or an insect the size of a herd beast that got transforming into a person. It's like, damn, that's spooky. Here's the mushroom vampires that have literal mushrooms growing out of them. Fucking robot vampires. Yeah, damn, baby. Yeah, the mushroom vampires, who are actually like the nice ones. They like people. They're like nice. The fucking tree vampires. Gemini are schizo vampires. I love them. They're my favorite. You have a friend. He's always with you. Other people can't see him, but he whispers across great distances to guide you. He cannot touch this world, but there's always a place for him within your heart. Yeah, your friend has no... Yeah, you have literally a fucking tulpa that follows you around. You're just a regular dude. You have your stand. These are Hadrians, Karadians, alien body plans, or bone crest. They're creepy little fuckers. No. I'm like, fuck that. I looked at this guy, I'm like, damn, he looks spooky. Jinn are like magic vampires. I don't like the Jinn as much. They're like magic vampires. They're lame. Bird vampires, by the way. Bird vampires. Fuck that. Manlity eventually would become a primarial. Somber, tactical herc. Primarials are even gigantic among vampires, even when compared to specific bloodlines like Atlas beetle, Chrysalis, or lion statue Caratidins. Many are big as a wagon and wear clothes made from crudely stitched together predator hides. These are horrifying giant monster men. This is what I mean by, like, vampires are inhuman. They are scary. Yeah, these things are big and scary. You know, are almost indistinguishable from mortals. These ones are supposed to be kind of like friendly ones, like they're kind of weird. Like they're like empath vampires. Literal plague bringers. Peak shape, sculpted but rippling metal. Others are emaciate, hollow-cheeked, and frail. Oh. Trembler. Have no fear, everybody. We have fish vampires. Fish vampires. Yeah, I remember looking at some of these. I was like, what the fuck? I was in, though. I'm like, hell yeah. But yeah, each of these do have their own little sets of power. You always have the option of being able to take powers from other schools, but not nearly as much out of your kind of your basic ones. They don't really... I don't want to word them. You don't really have like a lot of ideas. You don't have like that much room to work with, but that's okay, kind of thing. Like this is a lot more in common with Japanese RPGs than I think it wants to give credit to. I don't think this is a game you can play for very long. I'll get to that. So meta question, let's see. Can humans and vampires hide underground to escape the sun? They explicitly mention that, and they say no. And if a vampire, if a vampire has done that before, it's a death sentence. They will not survive. Humans just get eradicated as well because you're burying yourself under fucking ground. Like, it is, if the sun touches you, you are dead. You are annihilated. Even if the sun is by you. And it's, again, they do mention those things, and I do like the fact that they kind of mention, like, hey, here's this little thing, and be like, yeah, no, you're fucked. Like, you know, you're just gonna die. So, one of the things with the abilities is that each of these have various ranks. Each of these kind of go up and down certain levels, and however points you get. So at the end of the day, you get 5 points to spread around, up to level 4 in any one category. However, more accurately saying, you're going to probably end up spreading them around quite a bit. We'll use example for Blood right here. If you put 1 point in on your turn in combat, you may spend an action to cause a target to recover 1d6 plus 1 hit points. Bog, cool. You please heal. You have a healer. But if you put in more points, let's say you put in 3 points, not only do you get hemolytic shock, you also get on your turn, you may spend an action to give yourself 3 stacks of bleed and another target the same number of stacks of regenerator. You cannot target yourself with this ability, giving yourself stacks of both bleed and regenerator. You may not use this ability to increase target's regenerator stacks over 5. However, wait a second. Wait a second. You may be able to use that bleed stack somewhere else for another ability. And if you give someone else that regenerator stacks, maybe they can use those regenerator stacks to do something else with their abilities. Because the conditions are the big thing here. And if you do play the Dawnline, I would recommend printing out these condition cards or like making cards for people to recognize, because this is going to be real important. All of these are. And it's like, okay, you know, like Chitin, you know, when, you know, Hercules' response, when you take damage from attack, you may choose to gain 1 stack of conditioned ages. This may not increase age stacks over 4. Technically, if I wanted to make Manlity even more efficient, I would have gone with this, but he became just man with combat. And a lot of these are pretty interesting. I like, I actually quite like some of these, but it's very much like Fulminate, like invigorate the spirit, spend HP for willpower, cool. Or hey, you thicken skin, you begin combat with 1 stack of ages. When you have 1 stack of ages, you do not lose at the start of your turn, cool. So Manlity's personal one, as you can kind of see here, is I went with a regenerator Aegis build. My entire thing, what I wanted to do, is I wanted to gain regenerator stacks, pretty much heal myself pretty consistently, and then regain my willpower very consistently by just getting hit. Because anytime I get hit, I'm also can just heal myself, because I have fat reserves as well, because I can always burn my 1 stack of Aegis to immediately get my health back, get a little bit of health back, or get a little bit more damage. If I stack even more higher, well, I may be able to get a lot of HP back, or can do a lot of big damage. And anytime I'm doing really well, I can use Gravitic Rend, which allows me to do more damage. Cool. And some of these do work very well together, and I think that's like one of the big ideas of this, is that you're trying to find combos. There's that little tactical element of like, oh, well, if I pick this 3 things, I can then use it with this ability to transfer all these things together. Like if you have Chitin and Grotesque, you can move those together very efficiently to make a horrific build of just armor. Armor, me never die, fuck you. Cool. You know, Penumbra Science is kind of its own thing. There's a Placidium. I looked through quite a few of these, and it was pretty consistent. Like some of them, they all do have like a single theme about them though, and you don't get too very many of them. It only goes up to level 4 for each of these. And some of them work probably a little bit more interesting than others. And like some of these I'm not gonna like go for like 2. Like I'm not gonna go like invest in some of these more than others. It's like, it's cool. I like it. And it's just fun to read some of these. Awesome. So the final thing that you have as a character are your roles. Your role is kind of like a profession. Because while you are part of the caravan, you are also part of the fucking caravan. You're a protector just as much as you are family to these people. They trust you. They respect you because you're the only thing keeping them alive. And that also means that, like, hey, I work as this. I want people to come to me and I want them to, you know, read my fortune. They come to you and ask you to help build something. You know, you're a part of the community. Or you can just play a bullet knack and make guns. Go for it. Like, let me just... Hey. You know, like, bullet knacks make bullets. That's all they do. They have no other... They have 0 other value. Just make bullets. Like, copper tongues are like communicators. They kind of help with people. Dawn Watchers are always like looking for the sun, and one of the big ideas is that a lot of these guys allow you to how do I want to worry about it? They want to contribute to the village, because that's a big factor of this. And usually your role is going to help you contribute, and you're also going to be able to get something. You know, for example, like the Echo Dowser, you need to find water in this hellish abomination land, and that's your job. Your job is to find the water. Or it's like, once per scenario, you may ask your GM a single open-ended question about your environment, but if a face within the village bounds would ever die by sickness or violence, as your relevant character, artifact, or phenomenon, you have the final say on whether or not they are killed. Anyone you save this way is brought back miraculously from the brink of death by your careful work. Cool. Or you're a god singer, or you're a half-mask, but the half-mask is the most hilarious because you count as 3 people when using teamwork, so you pretty much get an immediate +1 bonus if they're around. However, if your village would ever run out of any resource during downtime, you can sacrifice yourself to add 3 to that resource. Because you are, you believe that you're a human. You also want to die nobly because you're human. Or you can play the Hand of Dust, which you just kill things. You are death. Or you want to be a Mirage Warden and you want to kind of bend light, or you're a Night Finder and you're finding things. You're Tread Blessed, or honestly, with Manlity, I did the only option available. I became a Trophy Smith. Because we're playing fucking Monster Hunter. We want to rip something's head off and we want to use it as a goddamn hat. And I liked that idea. Yeah, and he's very simple. He's right here. He's a Trophy Smith. He wants to build things, and it's useful. Everyone feels useful. Same thing goes for here. Very simple to the point. You get 14 skill points for combat and 15 for your exploration skills. But around here, pretty simply, the skills are fairly standard for combat skills because each of them are paired. If I'm cutting you, you have to parry me. If I'm shooting you, you have to dodge me. If I'm using my supernatural attack, I have to resist you. No, you have to resist me. Very paired with each other. Very combat focused. Exploration is a little bit more complicated. Because these are, you can kind of say, are like your standard skills, like the ones you're going to be using pretty active. This turned out to be like a pretty standard spread. Like, you're going to get, like, combat skills are going to be relatively higher than exploration skills, and that's okay. That's on purpose. You know, combat effects, you get some of the basic ones here. Combat skills, vicious. Always spend vicious. Increase it, do more damage. Hurt. Got supernatural, shoot, defense skills, parry. Because you're always going to have 3 weapons. These mean nothing. These are not actual weapons. Remember that. These are not actual weapons. You can say anything you really want to say is anything. So the fuck-off rifle is the same as a big pistol, or unnatural growth horns is the same as having twin blades of night. Same thing. It's the gear, and we'll get to the gear in a second. Exploration skills are a little bit more complicated. The weird ones are, this is ancients, or like ancients, or like ancients, or ant science. Pretty much it's ancient science. It's your knowledge of artifacts and the personal history. Manlity did not take any of that bullshit because fuck that. Blood lore is your ability to manipulate blood and being a vampire. This is pretty much also your vampire charisma. Know the Dark is your information about darkness and evil things and the siren, pretty much your natural history lore, effectively. Mortal thoughts, however, are hysterical. These are hysterical because this is used for interacting with humans and knowing details about different groups of mortals. If your mortal thoughts are too low, You might not remember that mortals have basic needs like food, water, and sleep. You kind of don't realize sometimes, like, it is a difficult check because with Manletta, he only has immortal thoughts of 0. So let's say I need to double check to make sure they don't like being stared at relentlessly. I rolled a 6. I don't know that. I like this factor because it's like there's not like a charisma skill. There is a vampire charisma and a mortal charisma. You're scary to these people. You may not understand how they even operate. Like, you are scary fucking people. Sense is pretty standard. Skulk is kind of like your stealth ability. Trek is kind of like your being able to move along. Then there's some edge cases. Also, right there. This is perfect. Yeah, it's kind of powers, how skills work. The big idea is actually your village. Because, yeah, you have to actually build your village a little bit. Which one of the ideas, you have 3 main resources: sustenance, distance, and morale. Which is, if any of these ever reach 0, you lose. Village disbands. People fight each other. You know, you're not going to have much either. And that's bad, because every time you're going to have to do a scouring. And a scouring, how that works is you take a d6. And you're going to roll. I rolled a 5. We have 4 of that resource gone. 2 resources gone. 5 resources gone. Because the scouring is the thing that keeps you moving. You need to continuously keep moving. You want to continue producing resources. You're fighting, you're scouring, you're doing all of these things. Not because you want to, but because you must. You must continue moving. Because that's what you need to. Because if you stop, the second you stop, it's Jover. You're gonna die. You're gonna starve. You're gonna break apart. Or you're gonna get devoured by the sun. And you're gonna be building stuff in your village. You know, they have different construction slots. They have qualities. They have starting, you know, they have basic quality risks and stuff. So, for example, your starting quality, it might be, let's see, at, let's see these initial ones, like, let's say for a grueling pace. During the prep phase of each downtime, the PCs may exchange a single point of morale for 2 points of distance. Okay. Or it's like, okay, like we want to do the Butcher's Rack. During prep phase, each PCs may exchange a single point of distance for 2 points of sustenance. The tier 0 qualities, kind of like your early level ones, are exchange one thing for 2 things, or exchange this for this, or get this in exchange, we have to do this. They suck, but you're barely surviving. You're barely a functional group. Doing your best. But some of them actually unlock things, such as the Herbalist Quarters here. Unlock the supply items, Antivenom, Syphilitic Bundle, and Sawgrass Poppet. It costs a little bit, but once you do it, you get to have it. And anytime you have to build anything, you're going to have to make a check for it. It gets put in the construction queue. You're going to roll your dice trying to hit something. Like Manletta T here does not want to actually do Mortal Thoughts. He can't build a still. Even though you probably want to, because you're going to be able to increase the quality. You know, you're going to be able to have to increase it. But if he's saying, okay, good one. Come on, give me something to work with. Extra scouts, for example. He's going to have to make an extra scouts check. He gets a +5 to it. He gets a 9. He gets a 10. He succeeds. He actually manages to build it. He's rolled a 15. He just managed to build it. And that's good. Now we have the extra scouts thing. You know, it costs a little bit. We're using resources to continue to build resources. And these are actually how you kind of level up in a way. You need to continually get this to acquire more gear, to acquire more resources, to continue. Go. Reminding me of Loop Hero. Never played Loop Hero. My friend did quite a bit. These are actually, oh, you get a lot of different bonuses. There's quite a bit here. I would like more, though. Also, faces. These are people that you know. For example, like Osborne, short, brash old man, highly experienced for immortal. Tiny artifacts hidden on his person, many of which he denies the existence of. Our deteriorating, shaky hand sees himself as counsel to the vampires at risk of them losing his guidance forever. It's the only thing that keeps him from charging into battle against impossible odds. Yeah, these are people, part of your village, that are people. They want to tell you about things. They want to help you. They're people that you know. But they're also... how do you want to word this? Fallible. Or people. However, that person, like, these are... That's one of the scary things about them. Is that they're people that you're an immortal vampire. If you've been following the village for a long time, people are going to die. Osborne's going to pass away one day. And it's going to be just a little footnote in your history. A little story that you kind of remember in the back of your head, and 3 generations down the line, you're going to be like, hey, you remind me of Osborne. Who the fuck was Osborne? Like, who the fuck are you on about? Yeah, combat works kind of exactly the way you think it does. Yeah, like, oh, I'm gonna attack you, and the one weird thing is the initiative system. So, everyone grab your d6. We need to roll initiative. So, Mantle T's got a d6 plus 5. Let's roll. I rolled a 4. I have 9 initiative. So, I'm going to be acting first, right? Well, not quite. You have to, that's your responsible. You have 9 in your responsible. You can spend 4 points for an action. Yes, you spend 4 points for one action. And then whatever is remaining, you get, that's your initiative. So I rolled a 9. Let's bring this up. I rolled a 9. So I have the option of saying I want to spend 4 and I want to have, I go on initiative 5, but I have 1 action. What if I want to spend 2? Well, I'm going to operate on initiative 1, but I get 2 actions. Cool. I like this system. I really do. Because it gives you a lot of little options. And you're going to constantly keep rolling it and rolling it and rolling it. And it's interesting. It has a different feeling to it. Because you may want to, as a character, be, you might roll and be like, ooh, I got a good roll here. I can get 2 actions in, and this might be the thing. But I'm gonna act last then, though. I got an 8. Or you can be like, wait a second, I rolled an 8. Maybe only 1 action? Or hell, maybe you don't take any actions. 0 actions. You operate first. You let out a yell or something. You do something to warn everybody else, or you get people moving, or there's a lot of little things you can do with a single roll, and I actually quite like that. I like that a lot. It's not a complicated. Here's the thing. It is not a complicated game. It's mostly based around fighting, and you're going to roll, and you're going to hit. Like, it's not... Everything is opposed rolls in that regard. And let's say, for example, Manlety is attacking himself for whatever fucking reason. He's going to roll his cut. He rolled a 4-5 plus 4. He rolled a 9. He's going to roll his parry. And his parry rolled an insanely high amount of damage because that's just how I go. I never roll well when I need to. But that's kind of how combat is going to boil down to majority of the time. Sometimes, though, you don't even have to worry about it. However, we also need to now talk about dying. Dying is actually kind of interesting. Because you're a fucking vampire. When are you getting Iceborne? Never. One of the big things with dying, though, is actually very unique. you hit 0 HP, you get a condition. Death fatigue. You know, you get a -1 penalty to contributing during downtime. However, you get to go again. You restore all your HP and you get the fuck back up. Unless you take the blow, then you're just out of commission. You take the blow, you're on your ass. You're down for the count. The enemy is 90% dead. Just take the blow and go down. But maybe you want to get back up. Then you doggedly press on. You take a stack of death fatigue. You're ready to go. And you're ready to go. You decide to press on and immediately gain 1 extra stack of death fatigue. Because, yeah, you're going to take a lot of death fatigue, by the way. And you're going to take... You can get up about 3 times. I'd say 3 times reliably. You know, you can get up about 2 or 3 times reliably if you are not getting too fucked up. And you can keep going. You get back up and you're at full fighting capacity again. And, however, when you do run out, when you take your 6th stack of death fatigue, you refill all your willpower, you refill your HP, you reroll your initiative, and you take another turn. You burn out bright. You go 110%, and you die heroically. And that's it. Here's all the conditions. Conditions, quick reference sheets, and then the big idea when it comes to items is that it's very simple. However, your gear is what really sets you apart. If you invest in the Tinker's Lab, you might be able to get Jagged, which increases stacks of bleed. But if you invest in the Terror Cult, you can gain more stacks of Regenerator if you choose to take this, because everyone only gets 1 piece of gear. Unless you're me and have a trophy fighter, and then you get 2. Supply gear, same thing. Take your HP pots, but hey, maybe we want to have a gun. Or hey, maybe we want to have a spare ammo bag with a bomb in it. It's like, oh, cool. I like bombs. Handmade nail bomb. On your turn, you may inflict 3 bleed stacks on a target. Just, here's a nail bomb. Cool. And some of these actually do quite a bit of different things. Artifacts are a little bit weird. I'm not a huge fan of artifacts. The entire idea, these are your magic items, which you have the option of recklessly activating, which you press the button and everything explodes in your face, or you can carefully try to activate it during your time, and some of them are things like the puzzle box of glass, warm to the touch. You make an ancience check, and if you succeed, for the duration of the next mission, the PCs have a maximum increased HP by 5. However, if you fail, everyone takes -2 HP, because you're a fucking idiot. Or, hey, cool, like you have a dozen black metal balls of free-floating clouds. They orbit the first person to touch them. Cool. The vampire who tinkered with this artifact starts combat with +2 Aegis stacks. If you fail, you start combat by taking a D6 damage, because you're a fucking idiot. Or like you're a small cave and dial tone sound when it sings. Yeah, like these are your magic items. Like you want to pretty much actively, be pumping that out. Downtime is, you could argue, be the main crux of the game, which you need to spend your resources, you need to get your resources, you need to constantly start trying to build things. And then you're going to have to do the scouring, which the scouring is just get rid of all your goods, and it sucks and it hurts and it's not fun. You're always going to lose 2. That's the big thing. You're always going to lose 2, but during the course of the mission, you're going to do things to decrease that pain. It's no longer a D6 -1. It's, well, we found a supply of food, we did this, we did this. The scouring turns from D6 to -4, where you're always going to take 2. Or it's going to be a D6 +5 because you fucking idiots, you sold all our food for nothing, you fools. That's what it is. And I like that. It's simple. It's simple, but it gets to the point because you always are wanting to move forward. Because if you don't move forward, you're gonna fucking die. And then you have the option of advancing or contributing. If you advance, you level up. Yes, this is actually how you level up. If you do, you can do one of the following. You gain a skill point, an attribute point, or a power point. Oh. Damn. Damn. It's like, oh, okay. But if you contribute it, you make a TN13 check, and you try to contribute something. And if you're successful, you give them something. You add a point of distance, you add a point of morale, you add a point of sustenance. And if you do really well, if you roll 16 or higher, you get more. You give more. Cool. I like that. Tinker with Artifact, you can begin construction on things. You can try to rush construction, don't rush construction. Or you want to try to be constructing things, and if you're on the mission, but you're going to need to do it. I like it. This is just a little story bit. I believe the next section is kind of going over like the world and more world lore information. It's everything you need to know is already in the front of the book. However, like everything you want to know is right here. This is like cool little fun information. Be like, what are the sirens? What's the dark? What's this? Here's this big thick boy who's a fucking Terminator. Don't worry. Don't think about it too hard. It's cool. We like it. You know, lurks are mad vampires who want to eat people. It's otherlings are just weird. We don't talk about the otherlings. There's robots, there's Infirma. These are what the sirens look like. Don't fuck with the sirens. And a lot of the time is, let's say for example, we'll just use a, what's a good bandit? Where's Bandito? Mortals, there we go. Threadbare, let's say the Threadbare Brigand. These are just like your basic brigands. They just have solid stats. So for example, they have a cut TN of 11, shoot TN of 11, and it's like, cool, I want to hit you. I'm trying to dodge you. They're going to make a cut check. They want to cut me. I got a 3 in my parry. Let's go. I'm rolling. I rolled fucking 18. Hell yeah, I'm dodging out of the way. I blocked your blow away, and I'm now going to stab you. And I do 11, I do 12 damage. I do 12, and you rolled a, well, nothing. You rolled nothing because you suck it. Because you rolled 2d6 and you rolled a 3. And ta-da! That's kind of how this game functions. Very direct, very in. And I like this game. You kind of see here some of the enemies are very direct. Some of the sirens are scary. Sirens are spooky. But it's a, how do I want to word this? How to run campaigns, how many resource reward, replacing PCs, mutable vampires, death, failure, destruction of death, failure, the destruction of everything you love. Yeah, then there's like a random dungeon creator. This was part of the ruins are kind of like dungeons that were in there that were like, oh, this is fun, and like here's a little thing. This is all optional if you want to kind of do this there. But the core game, you know, yeah, here's some samplers, sample characters. Here's the chef. Where's Davio? Davio is the main character, by the way. He's the main one. He's the one on the cover. Where's my boy? Where's my absolute boy that I love? Milk. Yeah, here's Milk. Milk hits people. That's all Milk does. I like him. Patient Tom. Fatty Noster. The mouth of the ground and the sky. Printing Owl Village. And it kind of gives you some basic explorations. Here's some, you know, things about it. Do I like the Dawnline? Hell yes, I like the Dawnline. I do. I like this game a lot. And I was surprised, because here's the thing. I was talking with Manly about this quite a bit. It's just the right amount of everything. It's just the right amount of like you're a bunch of these vampires, but you're also invested in the village. So you have these combat sections, which aren't really about the combat. It's about supplying stuff for your village. This is a let's build a little house together, except I'm a hulking vampire monster and I'm trying to build you a house. And it's like, yay, I'm having so much fun. And I like this game because it does everything just right. And it's fun. It's a fun game. It's good. Dawnline is good. The only thing I wish is that there was a little bit more. There is an expansion, which adds just a lot more lore and a lot more like some adventures and some bonus like little stuff. What I would want most from this game, there's two things that I want most. I want like a book that expands out, and I want a book that expands out the combat. Some more I want some more like detail when it comes to my equipment, because there is really no detail when it comes to the equipment. It's say something that sounds cool, that's what you have, it does d6 damage. Hey, you selected this, it does d6 damage. Kind of wish there was a little bit more there, maybe a little bit more actions to do. I think that could be fun, just in combat, to have more stuff happening. And I would also like more from the village. I want more stuff to kind of like sink my teeth into that village aspect a lot more. Honestly, because the big thing there is, this isn't I want this because this game sucks. It's, I want this because I like both aspects of this game. But right now, it's good. It's a good thing that you can eat. And if you don't want more of that combat stuff, and just like the village aspect, it's cool, you can do that. If you don't like the village aspect as much, you can focus on the combat quite a bit. It's the nice, harmonious put together of both, and a pretty nicely wrapped system. It's not complicated. It's not a hard game. It's just the right amount of everything. And that's why I like it. But now we get to the weird game. Yes. We can't have fun forever. We need to talk about the weird one. This one isn't going to be very long because it's actually very difficult to go over. This is Exquisite Replicas. You wanted to do good, yes. This is Exquisite Replicas. You may have heard of this before. However, there's a chance you probably haven't. Give me 1 second. Yeah. This is Exquisite Replicas. This game came out in 2008. Yes, this is an older one. And for those who do know, this is Abstract Nova. We've done one of their games before on here before. Numenon, which I love Numenon. I think the game is very good. I mean, not perfect, but I like it. Because I think the game actually had a lot of charm, and I think the writing really held it up. It was very weird. Exquisite Replicas is a little older than that. And you may know about this particular game from what it's talking about. Most notably, Capgras Syndrome. Yeah, this is something you can't really escape in this particular game, but this is Capgras Syndrome. What's the best way of kind of, or the Capgras Delusion. It is, yeah, here's a good one. Capgras Syndrome effectively means that you are thinking that these aren't real people, these aren't who they say they are, they're imposters, they're doppelgangers, they're someone in my mind. They have been replaced by somebody else. They look like someone I know, they are someone I know, but they are not. Something is wrong. No, that isn't my mother. That is a random woman who looks like my mother and is pretending to be my mother. That isn't my father. That is someone pretending to be my father, even though he looks like him and talks like him and knows all of Capris is actually a very serious thing. It's a very, very strange and very dangerous, delusion, and it's a mental illness. It's something that is very traumatizing and very, very difficult to kind of talk about in a nice way. Exquisite Replicas is about Capgras syndrome. Sort of. In case you're wondering, no, I couldn't really find anything on any of these guys. They've worked on it, I believe Lee... Yeah, I believe Lee actually worked on the original Numenon. But yeah. Overall, Abstract Nova, the one thing you gotta kind of understand is Abstract Nova is one who does very bizarre games. Very psychedelic, I think would be the proper term for it. And those very psychedelic games can be a little bit strange. Sussy imposters. Where's the ban button? Where's the ban button on you? Eradicate you from existence, goblin. But generally speaking, that's the idea. Now, one thing about Abstract Nova that they do very well is storytelling. And they're going to tell you all about it. And this is the initiation section. And in case you're wondering, I do encourage you, if you want to read this game, Exquisite Replicas, read the entire initiation section. This is a book, effectively, you could almost say, of just, like, them talking about it, them talking about the lore, them talking about everything, inside of the game, with somebody telling you about it. And there's interviews, there's conversations about it. The person who is actually talking to you is this is her name, DM107864923QAAP. That's her name. And that is what she's referred to as, DM. Get it? Yeah, yeah. And like, this takes up like a good chunk of the game, by the way. Like, we're on page 33 of a 164 page book. This is just writing. There's no gameplay, there's nothing there. It's writing about the setting. However, I'm going to try to summarize the lore up for you the best I can. Effectively, there is a alien intelligence that has arrived on Earth, and they are replacing things. They are taking objects and replacing them with exact replicas, exquisite replicas, you could even say. And they're also kidnapping people. They take the person, and then they come back as standard people who look the doppelgangers look the exact same. They speak the exact same. They have all the same memories. They just are wrong. They're doppelgangers. They are incorrect. They've kidnapped the original. They're gone. And that is you. However, you are part of Anonymous. Yes, Anonymous. It's stupid. Bear with me. You are part of Anonymous. A group of individuals who have been enlightened by a street prophet named Ezekiel. Yes, Ezekiel, get it? Who allows you to see the sight. You can detect who is going to be, not only who is going to get kidnapped, but you can also detect, pretty much who's a doppelganger and who is not a doppelganger. Who's a doppelganger as well as who's a replaced object. Your goal is very simple. You need to break everything that is a doppelganger. You also need to try to break the doppelgangers themselves, which is a little bit harder because they're people. They beg, they scream in mercy, they don't understand why you're doing this, but that's who you are. You have the masks, you have your suits, you try to act like a regular human being sometimes, all while trying to avoid all while trying this secret war against the enemy, an unknowable presence that wants to kidnap things, but they actually go over who they are. Now, one thing I did find fascinating, I wonder if I can find the surgeon ears, is... Let's try to find surgeon ears. Come on, where are you, surgeon ears? I know you're here. Now, these are the surgeon ears. For those who remember the Numenon review, they're in Numenon. Yes, they are actually in Numenon, as they are actually a major threat in that game. They appear in the cracks of reality, they try to steal things, and they try to fuck off. I found that very fascinating, because I'm like, wait a second. These are... Oh, everything's kind of connected. And they don't mention anything in Numenon about this. You know, but there is a connection there. And I thought that was actually very interesting. The rest of the game, however, well. Here's the secret. This game is not for the faint of heart. Pretty much you are fighting a secret war, and it is kind of heavily implied in the this little initiation sequence is that you're not quite healthy. There's something wrong. Very wrong. And it's hard to tell if you're right or you're just going, I think the correct term would be Bananarama crazy. It's hard to tell if you're just going completely fucking bonkers or you are actually witnessing this, which was an aspect I actually quite enjoyed about Numenon, was that there was a lot of interpretation. And Exquisite Replicas, obviously, we're going to bring out our the man, the myth, the legend, Jaster, with his special mask on. Yeah, what is a man but a miserable pile of games he keeps telling us to buy? He may speak Finnish, but only in a vaguely racist accent. And this is kind of who this character is, how he operates. And then we have our basic initiation. You aren't really, how do you want to word it? The mask is not optional. You have to have the mask on. You have to have the suit on. And it's really taking place in a single city, as you have been, or wherever you are, as you have all been enlightened by Ezekiel. Yes, Ezekiel, the man and the myth, the legend himself, has arrived, and he's telling you all, hey, we're fighting the fucking outsiders. I need your help. Like, cool. Like, damn, I'm feeling good. The big thing about this game, this is actually a D10 game. Yes, this is a D10 dice pool. Now, you may be wondering, okay, D10 dice pool, I like a D10 dice pool. This is pretty nice. D10's nice, right? Well, when I say D10 dice pool, you probably are thinking, okay, 10 and 9s are successes. No, 1 and 2 are successes. Yeah, 1s and 2s are successes in this game. Why? I don't know. I do not know. But yeah, see, what you have to do is you have to assign priority of 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that's going to tell you how many points you end up getting on these various attributes. Jaster obviously assigned everything to physical, then his aptitudes, then his occupation, and finally his mental attributes. One of the things is, as you can kind of tell, your occupations aren't actually like defined. These are something you have to pick. Or like your trivial skills are kind of like non-important skills, and your aptitudes are like bonuses you get from your occupation. Extracurriculars are just like outside the normal. This game isn't very good. You're going to get 9, 7, 5, or 3 points to spread among all of them. And every time you're going to increase it by 1. Anytime you need to make a roll, it's going to be roll how many you have. Most of the time, though, it's going to look like someone PMing me for some reason. Why are you all the way that you are? And, you know, yeah, your occupations, like, the idea behind occupations is that you have to, like, choose what your occupation is, and then you have to buy the ranks of it. Is, like, a cop would be rank 1, like, rank 4, because it's good, and that's, like, your combat skills. If you're a cop, you have combat skills, and it's therefore more valuable. But if you're, like, a lower rank entity, that means it's less valuable, but you still can do it. But this is one part of the game I did not like very much. I thought it was kind of dumb. Truth be told, I thought the way they handled this was actually very silly. Occupations that grant combat skills, medical skills, criminal skills, or knowledge of the city are the most useful during play. You know, like, it must have 5 or 4 star proper, you know, must have some actually decent ones. Yeah, raise the rank of the occupation. Yeah, it's like, okay, then. You know, 4-star occupation costs 4 of the 7 available points. Has 4-star rank 1 with 3 points remaining. Player opts to spend 3 points. 1 of his 3 points, the remaining points to raise an occupation ranked 1 to 2, leaving 2 with points. Added 2 more points to buy another occupation. Jaster here was just a relentless shill. That's all I gave him. He has nothing else besides being a relentless shill. Again, like, this is like the one weird part of this game. Not super useful personally. You know, gang member, homeless person is a rank 3 occupation, homeless. Rank 2 occupation, lawyer. Yeah, technically you can be an academic and, like, get a lot of, like, academics are useless. But being a homeless person is technically roughly on par with being a paramedic. But not nearly as good as being a doctor. But your paramedic is doctor. No, don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard at all. Advantages are quite literally everything else. Just every single thing else. And that's kind of how you make a character, because the idea of weaponry is the one interesting bit, because you can fight the other siders. And the problem is, they're gonna fuck your shit up. They are inhuman monsters beyond our mortal comprehension. And hitting them with a bat from our reality isn't actually going to be very useful. However, if you use a pen, if you use a pen, but is a replicated pen, and stab one with it, you're going to do a shit ton more damage to them. You've hit someone with a replicated pen, you know, these monsters with a replicated pen, they're going to be at an immediate disadvantage. You're hurting them pretty damn bad. You know, and it's like, cool, but if you hit someone with a replicated bat, suddenly you're a fucking god among men. But you're often going to be like, oh, don't worry, this is a replicated glass shard, so I have to stab a fucking extra dimensional horror with a fucking piece of glass. Or, oh no, all I have is this skateboard I use to beat people to death with. But it's a replicated one, so go me, I guess, screaming incoherently. So as you can see, like, your weapon modifier, this is how much damage you're going to be end up doing. Which, yeah, beating someone with a gun butt is a valid option. Just beat a bitch, just. And you might not be able to actually, you know, fire your gun at an enemy because that means it has to be replicated. And it's like, damn, like it's rough. But one of the biggest things about this game is the idea of psychological states. These are a fairly important aspect of the game, and one of the things I'm going to say this is not for the faint of fucking heart. Of your ones that you have to assign these personally. Your violence rating is how willing you are to commit violence. Paranoia is how well you're able to interact with other people. And immorality is meaning how far are you willing to go. And all of these averaged together calculates your mental imbalance. And you rank them from 1 to 5. And paranoia is like probably the hardest one, which is like, if the higher it is, it's like, oh, the character severs ties with his or her old life. Choosing permanently reside at the warehouse used by Anonymous. The character forsakes his or her job or any material possessions that cannot be moved into the warehouse. Suspicious of friends and family. Or if you're rank 5, is on guard and suspicious of everyone, even the other Anonymous. The character will not remove her mask unless he or she is completely alone. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you need to make paranoia checks to even function in the society. Or even then you get things like violence. You need to be rank 4 in violence to even have a option to kill a doppelganger. Is this game just X Simulator? To a degree, like it's to a degree, it's very much an X tier game. And I do like some of the ideas behind it are actually kind of interesting. It's just like oh, it's like let me see. A mental imbalance rank 1 has a single mild impairment. Rank 2, the mild impairment progresses to the moderate, and rank 3 becomes severe. So each new degree of greater mechanical effect. So, for example, because I'm rank 3, because I have 3 mental imbalance and a violence of 5, it's actual violence no longer shocking to the player character. Okay. Moderate impairment to cruelty. The character has to develop a cruel streak. He or she is more than indifferent to the suffering of others. The character will actually take perverse pleasure in it. The character is still loyal and helps out Anonymous. The individual must make a will roll at difficulty 1 to aid a stranger, which can be anything from giving a change to a homeless fellow to saving an elderly woman from a mugging. Severe antagonism. The character takes an adversarial position in discussions and confrontations just for the sake of being contrary. To resist the act of such a manner, the character must make a will roll at difficulty 2. Yeah, and some of these can get pretty bad, such as panic disorders or just apathy. And, you know, sadism is even harder. Like it's, things are going to get harder and harder and harder. And until you lower your mental debilitation, you're not, like, until you lower these psychological states, you're still going to be kind of impaired. You know, one of the big ideas is like to help you roleplay this, you get rewarded for it. Tragedy points, like, effectively allow you to, like, that's your Benny system. Yeah, health is, you know, 20 points of damage when he or she dies. Equipment, finishing touches. Yeah, must be ignored, replaced with material assets, you know, very... Yeah, I kind of see this. Game mechanics. Very basic idea. Again, as I said, roll d10s, add in all your things that are vaguely useful. 1 is 1 success, and 2 is 2 successes. Can I tell you any possible fucking reason why 1 and 2 is the successes in this game? No. None. I have no fucking idea. Which leads to kind of like, and then you declare, and then usually it's going to be difficulty like 1 or difficulty 2. Not too difficult, because you're going to be rolling, like even for Jaster, for example, if he's making like an agility check, it's not like a guaranteed chance of success, because even if he has a fucking 4 in it, if he wants to fast talk you, for example, he's going to have to make a will check. He's going to add his relentless shill ranking and his fast talk skill. So he's going to be rolling 7 dice. And you have effectively a 20, you have I believe it would be a 20% chance. Yeah, no, 20% chance of success on each die. You might need 2 or 3 successes. Like, it's hard. Which, kind of odd. Yeah, attributes, you know, basic how your attributes work, how your occupation's going to come into things. It's the big idea is what you can, to counteract bad rolls, increase the degree of success. So pretty much you spend a tragedy point and you receive an extra success. So if it's like, oh no, 4 successes, I roll 3 of them, I can spend a tragedy point to increase my number of successes. So you can go from a failure to a success, or you can go from a success to a mega success. Like, really good, cool. You know, with Jaster, he only starts with 3 because that's these mental imbalance ratings. So you want to have a higher mental imbalance for starting tragedy points. But it's gonna be quickly lessening. You know, defaulting on an attribute, hurried and unhurried actions, kind of the same idea. Oh, what are some other odd ones? These are like the common actions, like to literally identify who's working with each other. You have to roll awareness plus your paranoia. Yes, awareness plus your paranoia rating. So paranoia is actually good to have because that means not only how crippled you are, but that also means you can identify them faster. And it's like, oh. Yeah, combat's actually very simple. The basic idea is you're going to be doing a violence check. Use initiative, then you do your violence check, and then you attack. Your violence check is really all about, can you hurt this person? If it's a person, and you may not be able to. Because why would you? You're a regular human being. You know, the majority of the time when it comes to like attacks, it's pretty much based on how many successes you end up with. So, you know, coordination 2 is a punch at someone. Since the character's occupation no relevance to combat, you roll 2. Cool, you roll 4 dice. Every rank you hit, congratulations, you do damage. More damage you do, the better you are at doing it. Bing bong boom. Firearm combat gets a little bit difficulty. You need to hit difficulty 2. However, if you hit difficulty 2, congratulations, you've dealt damage. And based on the weapon type and the amount of successes scored by an attack roll. Cool. And where was the... So let's say, for example, I hit you with a knife. I roll 3 successes. I'm going to do 3 plus 4 damage. If I hit you with a knife, it's going to do... No, I stab at you, I do 7 damage to you, which is actually quite a bit. Because if only people have 20 HP, and that's like, damn, I fucked your day up a little bit there. However, guns, however, are a bit different. You see this is a light with a revolver. I've shot you with a revolver. Oh, my friend, firearms do not do that. No. Instead, they multiply the damage. So let's say I score 3 successes with a revolver, I'm going to do 18 damage. Yeah, I'm going to do 18 damage to you, and minus your endurance, you could die in about a single hit or 2 with a good shot. Especially if you choose to aim at something. So let's say, for example, I'm aiming at you with a gun, and I shoot and I hit you, and I specifically was saying I'm aiming for your upper torso, and I only roll 10 damage. Because I aimed and rolled and hit you in the torso, I'm going to do a minimum of 16 damage. And it's like, oh. Gun go burr. Like, oh geez. Yeah, guns are pretty damn scary. Because, yeah, when you're fighting other siders, you double all of these, by the way. So it's like, cool. I'm hurting these people quite a bit. So if you're hitting a replicated person with a replicated weapon, you might be doing 4, 6, 8, 10 damage to these guys. You know, then you have things like petrol bombs or fire. all the stunning and strangulation checks, wound modifiers, because pretty much every point of damage, for every 5 points, you pretty much lose a success off every roll. So like taking 10 damage is bad, very bad. You know, and you're gonna be raising it. You're gonna be healing very slowly, by the way. It's one of those games where it's kind of hard to violence check, paranoia checks, yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah, so not covered by paranoia. Igor, yeah. You can also travel to the other world, which they talk about the other world quite a bit. Here are the threats section, which relatively detailed about the threats. Story seeds, bunch of options, law enforcement, red smog, speech on the other side. They talk a lot about how the world works. And as a player, you're not really expected to read any of this, and you really shouldn't. This is mostly the GM guide, which is very important. You know, how to game master, even more stuff here. Like, coping with death, surging to your goals, ending the game. One of the big things about Exquisite Replicas, there's one big thing about it. Roll for sex. No. No, why are you here? Why are you raiding with people? God damn it. I am literally just talking about bad games. There. Slen, why? But yes, hi. Hello, everyone. I don't know why you're here. Leave. I'm just talking about bad games. This is Exquisite Replicas, literally a tabletop games about your schizo delusions. That's someone paid for. Like money. It's not good. This is the problem with Exquisite Replicas at a kind of a fundamental basis. Its system's kind of jank. You take a d10, you roll. I rolled a 2, I get 2 successes. I rolled a 1. There's 2 interpretations of this game. 2 very important interpretations. Either interpretation A, it's played straight, and it's literally you're these people, and you're fighting the good fight against the enemies of the nightmare people, and you're like cool and awesome, and or this is literally a game about you are a psychological death zone right now, and you're having a mental breakdown in slow motion. None of this shit is real. It kind of goes back and forth in the writing of what's kind of legit. It wants you to kind of believe like this is completely legit. But rather than with Numenon's, like, Numenon kind of threw its hands up and said, you do you. I can provide you what's going on. I'm not going to give you anything else. And I like that about Numenon, is that it didn't give you much, but it gave you just enough to keep you interested. Exquisite Replicas gives you a little bit too much. And it's like, hey, you want to go to the other side? We captured this orb thing that lets you transport there if you do all these other little checks and shit. Hey, kids, you want to learn about Capgras syndrome as you go literally insane? Ha 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 ha. Why aren't you maxing your violence rating? Like, oh, God, like, no. What I would want from this game is for it to pull back a little bit and just say, this is what's happening, or what you think is happening, go for it. But that's also kind of weird because the system itself is very simple, but also kind of weird. It's weird in a bad way, though. Because your brain doesn't want to really justify rolling a 1d10 die and a 1 is a success. Like, your brain doesn't like that. Rolling, oh, 2 is 2 successes. It's super cool. No, it's not. It's not cool. It's weird. And, like, maybe that was the point. But we're like, again, Numenon is a game about literally fucking bugmen, but it felt more human. But weird because, like, yeah, how do we want to make a check? Let's play dominoes, bitch. Domino. Yeah, you're looking at it, you're like, this guy's playing fucking dominoes on the table here. I'm in. You're in, because it sets up that weirdness a lot easier. Exquisite Replicas kind of tries it, but also kind of falls on its face doing it. Too weird, maybe as like if this was a part of like a bigger game, like a bigger world, then I think it could work. But like by itself, it's a little bit, a little bit rough, a little bit rough. Ah, that reminds me, we're at the last stretch, everybody. We're at the last game. We went over a lot of good games today. Well, not really. We went over Dawnline, which is vampire, vampire Mongolians. We went over Coyote and Crow, in which wasn't very good. It lasted like 2 fucking hours. God. Bounty Hunter, which was actually very light. The last game we're going to go over today was a game that maybe, if you're in this sphere, you've heard about before. And if not, you've probably seen because it's burnt your fucking eyes out, you blind poor soul. Welcome to a game called Overlight. Overlight is a very pretty game. As see here, very pretty game. And it's a role-playing game of kaleidoscopic fantasies. Kaleidoscopic journeys. By our favorite people, Renegade Game Studios, of course. You know, Renegade, the guys who keep fucking up the goddamn Power Rangers RPG. But yes, here we go. It's cool. Alright. We're pretty. Who wrote it, though? Well, the 2 people who wrote it was Paul Alexander Butler and George Holland. Interestingly enough, I couldn't find anything on George. George is an enigma, a man who does not exist. I've seen an image of him, and I cannot find anything else about him. Also, thank you, Cheesy Beanie 27, for following. Burn in hell. Some people are still very mad about the Power Rangers incident. But like, if I look at Paul Alexander Butler, he pops up almost immediately. This is who he is, a lovely man, and with absolutely 0 flaws whatsoever, and we don't talk about phrenology. But yeah, like we go here, very simple guy. He actually hasn't worked on many games, apparently, that I've like found. However, he is actually the co-owner of Free RPG Day, which is weird that there's a fucking owner of that. And the big thing is he actually works at a company called Games and Stuff, which is literally a store outside of, I believe, Minneapolis, Maryland. He works at this store, which is actually a fairly big store, and it's a Darrington Press Guild member. It's like, oh, this is kind of cool. Board games, RPGs, everything you kind of think about. He runs it like a legit company. Also, do not buy Quest. Do not buy Quest. You can get it for free. You can literally get the game for free. Yeah, it's the traditional assortment. Let's actually see. Is he selling Overlight in his own store? He is selling Overlight for $50. Yeah, you can buy the book for $50 right here. Now, interestingly enough, I did a little bit of looking, and I haven't really found anything that else he's really worked on, which is always kind of hard to tell. Like, is it because you've not worked on literally anything anymore, or is it because you just stop doing anything with it? Like, is it, or it's just like you've done too well? Also, weirdly enough, it's listed Chris Williams as the other author on Drive-Thru. That's kind of weird. I don't know. But yeah, here it is. And weird thing to note is this doesn't have a metal rating. Now, for those who aren't in the sphere, the metal rating on Drive-Thru RPG is actually the number of copies you've sold. It's very important, actually. It kind of gives you an idea of what's selling. And trust me, the lowest one is 50 copies, which is not much. There's no money in this industry. Always remember that, everybody. Always remember it. But Overlight was interesting because this is not the first time this has been uploaded. There was a note. Somebody actually made a note down here. Where was it? Yeah, right here. I backed this PDF back in October 2018. You kind of see the Kickstarter right here. This was Kickstarter back in 2018, and it raised $50,000, $10,000 goal. Didn't do too hot, actually. Kind of a mid-range one, honestly. Kind of a mid-range. And never heard of any of these fucking things before. It was odd that they said like they relisted this, and apparently were trying to sell the book, the PDF, for like $50. but then they changed it. And it was like, okay then, like, I have a... They've been selling the hard copy for $50, so I have a strange feeling someone just fat-fingered like $50 when they just saw book $50 rather than anything else. I'm thinking probably somebody got changed because, again, you look over here, they don't list the other guy in it. They list whoever the fuck this dude is, Chris Williams. Does he even show up in here? Like... Yeah, like, Chris Williams, like, doesn't even show up in the PDF at all. Like, he's just not in here, as you can kind of see. Like, is he down here, maybe? Chris... Yeah, like, special thanks to Chris Williams right here. Like, he's listed as an author, not George Holland, which I thought was kind of weird. I couldn't find anything on it, though. There's nothing. It's been scrubbed. Whatever happened there, it's been wiped. And apparently Renegade has been kind of bad about deleting things that are unright. And I don't know the validity behind it. There might be some validity behind it, there might not be, kind of depends on who you ask. However, there is an oddly, there's a strange trend, let's just say, of making the unfortunates go away. Especially when you consider it, they also don't cite the artist correctly. There's one thing I want to kind of go over is the art, because Overlight's probably best known for its artwork, which its artwork is done by this woman, who's... I'm sorry, ma'am, Kwanchai? Miss Moria, I'm sorry, but I can't say your fucking name. But she isn't actually even listed on the, like, as it. But I did a little bit of looking around, and yeah, this is definitely her artwork. You can kind of see all throughout here. She's a very talented artist, and she's worked a lot on things. A lot of board games I've seen. You know, it's a lot of board games. I think this is what she kind of does. And that's her primary thing. Let's just say, like, this is what she works on and what she's built her brand around. And you know what? I like it. I like it. I think it looks pretty good. She actually did the Jingashi cover, which was very good. I've never played the game, though. I've heard mixed things on it. Kabuto Sumo. I always liked the art of Kabuto Sumo. It was a very cool looking game. A lot of bug people. A lot of beating the shit out of people as bug people. And it's weird she isn't here. She just isn't. And... I don't know if they're trying to scrub things. I don't know if it's like they're trying to get rid of some people. I don't really know. It's a little bit weird because it's a combination of kind of weird factors in this one, which if I were to look a little deeper, if I email some people, I can like if I was looking around, I could probably find it, but like on the drive-thru, they don't credit her. It's this Joanna Barham. And like, I'm wondering, let's see, Joanna Barham, TTR, like, so, I mean, the artwork looks similar, but like, they clearly cite her in the book as the illustrator. And like, the artwork is like, similar, unless they're the same person, but there is a distinct difference in it. Because I'm not seeing any, yeah, I see a little bit for Overlight, like right here. Like, this isn't like any of the artwork in the main book, so she might have done the artwork for the other one. I don't know, because to me, I can tell there's a little bit of difference. Like, let me bring her up. Like, there's a bit of a difference. I mean, it's the same ideas, but like, clearly, like, there's not much difference, to be honest. But I'm also not an artist. One has a lot more painty style. I think that would be the right way of saying it. Like a lot more painty. The other one, this one doesn't as much. They might be the same person for all I fucking know. I don't know. It's kind of weird. There's no comment on it. That isn't currently the trending topic with the council for. They have a history for it. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, I don't really get this one at all. That's kind of weird to me. It was kind of weird to me. This is like the Ivory Mausoleum. Like, this is a adventure for Overlight. And like, I can kind of like illustrations by Joanna Bonham. Like, okay, so she did the illustrations for this, and it, like, yeah, even see here, Chris Williams and Paul Alexander Butler. I wonder if they just fucked up and... Yeah, okay, I think that's what happened. Yeah, I think they fucked up and just didn't label things correctly, but that seems like a kind of a big misstep. If I don't know about you, but I would rather credit my people correctly than anything. You know what? Here, hey, let me see. Hey, let's leave a comment. Hey, I just noticed that the author and illustrator are wrong on here. Is there a reason for that? Or that question mark? Add my comment. I just know. There we go. Let's be a dick. But yeah, I'm making an assumption that this is, they just copied the same thing. I mean, it has the same date of upload, so it makes sense. Like, yeah, it's literally the same fucking day. So I think somebody made just a boo-boo. That's a pretty big fucking boo-boo. I don't know. Honestly, it could have been just someone fucked up. That could be a very honest, an honest thought. But looking at this, everything released fine. But the weird thing is, I could not find anything on Overlight. Because if you Google Overlight, let's just Google Overlight RPG. You get a link to the store, the Kickstarter, and a review of it. All from 2019. Like, you don't really get that much on... I don't want to word this. You don't get much on the actual game itself. Like, there's been nothing about it for about 2 years. But what are we actually looking at here? What is this game about? Hit the right button. Well, looking here, you can kind of see here, Overlight is a game with a very interesting setting. And I'm going to kind of go down here and try to explain it to you. So, the fucking galaxy exploded because we gave humanity a fucking key. That's the lore, pretty much. Effectively, there's this big cosmic, fuck off nightmare moment, and people gave people the godlike entities called the serpents gave humanity the access to the keys of reality, which, oh no, humans used the bad key, which unwrote reality and pretty much caused their world to explode. Thus, we have the shards. The shards are pretty much continent-sized floating islands, you could say, that meander around and desperately attempt to kind of live their own life. Each of them have their own different personality and their own different kind of approach to people. And they are unique. It's a kaleidoscopic fantasy world where things are a little bit weird, a little bit colorful, and inspired by prog rock album covers and shit like that. When I say this game's a little odd, I'm not gonna lie. What is a role play? What is kaleidoscopic fantasy? Draws you from very different places. More importantly, the aesthetic tone is quite distinctive. Kaleidoscopic fantasy draws from the artwork of such luminaries as Roger Dean, Julie Bell, Mobius, and the earliest fantasy-themed work of Olivia de Bernardis. Explosion of life. That's kind of the big thing that you should really understand about the setting, is that it is joyful, it is colorful, it is bright. And of course, I needed the brightest, most happy person I knew. Say hello to Chippy, or otherwise known as Punished Chippy, a bird forgotten by his people. See, Punish Chippy here is a man of many things. Being kind is not one. So, how do we get started? Well, you're going to need some bunch of dice, because this is a stacking dice pool system, which is the main being like these are going to be different dice pool values, and you're going to be rolling quite a few of these, because every single check is going to be rolling 7 fucking dice. 7. Because a vast majority of text, let's say for example, I need to make a wisdom check. And let's say I need to make a wisdom perception check. So what I need to do is I need to gather 3 d10s, 3 d8s, and a d4 and roll them all at once. Or a logic check. I need to roll 6 d8 plus a d4 if I want to make a logic wind lore check. And it's like, holy shit. You don't really think about it as like a lot until you're like, damn, this is just a shit ton of dice. It's like, okay, simple enough. And then we have the world of Overlight. The world of Overlight. It's a little bit weird. So I'm going to try to explain my best. Because each of the continents is actually very well, each of the continents are explained. I'm going to do my best. This is Nova. Nova's home to sadness and death. It is a white plane of pretty much endless mesas and sentient caterpillar monsters. This is the super cold one, if I recall correctly. If I'm trying to think about it top of my head. This is the super cold one where the monkeys live. The monkeys and the monk humans. The monkeys, you could say. This is Vietnam. This is Bird China. This is the mega city. This is the weird nightmare humans. And this is hell. Where people live. Yeah, welcome to Bird Vietnam. You know, China versus, you know, fucking Vietnam. It's not pretty up there, man. It ain't cool. Yeah, they go into pretty graphic detail about all of them, such as the many continents, such as Nova, Zenith, Quill, Banyan, Harak, Vale, and Pyre. What is the Overlight? Well, Overlight is the sun. Overlight is the embodiment of the sun, which is more like God. Because one of the big things about this is that it is an endless universe in both directions. It's an endless sea underneath you and an endless sky above you, with the Overlight shining down upon you. The Overlight is technically kind of good vibes sun energy. It's good. However, the issue being that too much good stuff usually causes you to get cancer, which in this form is chroma powers. Now, that is the good thing, and if you go you can't really go in any other direction too much. It's pretty much up or down to a certain degree, and flying straight up is flying in the face of God, which is bad. And see you little. So what is the Overlight? You know, advanced teach and seek to learn about it, and we want to understand it. It kind of just works. And virtues are kind of like your attributes in a way, but also kind of more of your approach to things. And each of the races, each of the people, or the folk, I believe they're called, each of the folk have a identity, have a virtue they associate with. So the bird people, the Taraxians, actually associate with logic. And it is a written rule that you cannot actually assign yourself as a core virtue to your people's virtue. So if you play a Taraxian, your people are going to be associated with logic. You, however, cannot be associated with logic. You can't. However, you could be anything else. I believe it's the various of them. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head because there are a lot. Chroma are your magic powers. We'll get to Chroma later. I don't like Chroma very much. And I'm going to give you a secret. How did the world get this way? The secret is fucking magic. There's no sun or moon, and there's no time measurement. Everyone just kind of works. How does one travel? Flying. If I fall off the edge, will I die? Yes. If you see below, yes. My favorite answer, it seems that some of the shards have rivers and lakes. We're like, where does the water come from? Nobody knows. It's one of those things, like the floating continents. Cool. This is a lot of fuck you, it just works. Don't think about it too hard. It's a little bit better than Coyote and Crow because it doesn't pretend. It's just like, it's magic. Don't think about it. Like, it's pretty much directly, like, it's magic. Yeah, so, Novapendra, those are scary monsters. We don't deal with them. Zenith are the Zenith Order monks. Quill are the Taraxians. Compassion is the Benyari. Will is the Harkeen. Vigor is the Aramel. And Might is the Piori. Yeah, these are your ratings. The basic, most simple concept that you need to know is that you need to roll a bunch of fucking dice, and anytime you roll a 6 or higher, you get a success. So, for example, I want to roll my compassion. I get my dice. I want to roll my compassion plus my persuasion. Let me get my 6d6 out, and let me get my d4 out. So let me... Oh. So, I rolled 1 6 and a bunch of fucking failures. 5 fails and 1 6. I rolled a 4 on my spirit die, so that's good. Very good, actually. Yeah, that's how the system works. D6 is the lowest dice possible, and it's, don't take that. D6 bad. D6 really bad. And you're going to be rolling quite a bit of it. Chroma are kind of the same thing. Chroma is your magic, and you're going to be using the same kind of checks for everything. There's actually quite a few different checks. And these are what the bird fuckers look like. I love them. I think they're cool. Let's go over the shards. So, basic idea, Quill used to be a super empire, then it kind of collapsed. So it's pretty much bird China. Now all the bird people work for other people, teaching them things. They're also scholars and invaded Vietnam, led by the koalas. Welcome to Banyan. Banyan is home to koala people. Koala people who have integrated with nature to an absurd degree. And because they have integrated with nature to such an absurd degree, they actually like live in these things called hearthwoods. Problem is, somebody at some point didn't really tell anybody, and the bird people continent, floating continent, and Banyan here, it's pretty much Spire and Quill and Spire and Banyan, crashed into one another, which led to the War of Leaves, which was pretty much the bird people saying, you crashed into our fucking home and destroyed us all, we're going to invade you, and we're going to do, and I like to say this in the nicest way possible, Super Gamer Genocide mode. Which Chippy, as you can tell here, is a part of that. He is actually a Outlander. He is from Banyan. He's been born and raised in Banyan to kill koalas. That's what he does. He kills koala bears. Even down to here, because what happened was the Taraxians actually, when they invaded, they find things that they find the heartwood trees and burn them to the ground. Talisman of burned wood from the Warhul thing hearthwood tree. Yeah, we found one of these things, spirit trees that they are physically connected to, and we burnt it the fuck down because we hate them so much. We want to commit literal super genocide on them. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my friend. Oh my good friend. Spirit Die has an entire different set of mechanics behind it, but it's silly. It's a silly adventure. But yeah, like, it's, as you can tell by the, unending fury in Chippy's eyes, yeah, the fucking koalas are, scary. This is one of the Worthlings. They don't have any land anymore because we burnt it down. They're weird. That's the idea. Is that this entire place is like overgrown and they've like pretty much integrated with nature perfectly to the point where they don't actually deal well with anybody else because they are so goddamn alien. Zenith is a land of snow and it's Tibet. It's the mountains of Tibet. It is literally just sadness and misery. However, a long time ago, in a land far, far away, a lady named let me see what's her name. The Diamond Queen. The Diamond Queen who reigns from the throne of the void was a Harkeen, pretty much human, who left her land to visit this place. And oh no, she discovered and she found a spiritual revelation. However, that spiritual revelation led to her to pretty much create a cult there after she met the Hamanu. The Hamanu are the natives of the area. They are the monkeys. Because that's probably what you clicked on this video for, or like even knew about Overlight, were the monkeys. Praise be to the monkey. 1,000 koalas stare. It ain't me. I'm no fortunate bird. But yeah, they pretty much bond with a monk of the order. They are pretty much inseparable for their entire lives. And as such, the monkeys are big and strong and they are very wise. That's one of the big things behind them. They're very wise. Wise and noble and all that bullshit. Zenith are pretty much the religious people. That's their idea, that they're the very religious ones. And they believe in a higher purpose. And all that shit. They also fight moths. Moths that eat your soul. That's the other thing they fight. Yeah, they kind of spooky. Hark is literally a continent-sized super city run by humans who are human. Have I told you they are human yet? Because these are the humans. The Harkeens are just fucking human. And they're going to go talk you about the super city. This is kind of the home plane. Because it's a super mega city that everyone's going to be kind of end up in at one point. Which, you're either going to really like the idea that this is like a super mega city and everything is like super cool there. Yeah, if not, like, eh. And then we have Nightmare Land. This is Vale. Vale sucks. Vale is a human place of the Arumel, who are humans. However, their big thing is they're like order and scary, and they don't really care about anyone else because they're all slavers, and they're very gone crafting. To the point where nobles will like surgically anchor stuff in their skin. Like gold and jewels and shit like that. They'll surgically input gems and shit to become more pretty because they are that decadent. Because that's just how they operate. Slavery and all that shit as well. They're a nightmare land for nightmare people, but very human. And then Pyre. Pyre is hell. But that's where the Pyori live. And the Pyroi, well, the Pyori are giant Oni monster men who beat the shit out of things and like fight elephants for fun. And everyone's honor bound. Honorably, as you can tell. They fight elephants for fun. Honor. Everything's on fire too. Honor. Honor. And Nova's just hell. This is super hell. Like, nobody lives here. Except the talking centipede people. Because they're the only ones who can really live there. Nobody likes dealing with them, though, because they're all scary. And yeah, they live in talking centipede people. You cannot play the talking centipede people, though. Always remember that. Muspelheim and the Fire Giants. It's nice to see a pattern of a culture that likes order comes up. Yeah, they're not nice. But yes, this is yeah, monkey. But yeah, you are one of the Skyborn. That's the entire preface of this. As the Skyborn, you are people pretty much born into greatness. You are literally blessed by God to give you superpowers, and everyone likes you because you are pretty much going to be destined to be pretty much an exemplar of your society. The problem is, you're an exemplar of the wrong variety because you're a fucking weirdo to them. If they value logic, you might value might. If you value wisdom, you might value compassion. If they value compassion, you might value hatred. Or might. Or vigor. Or any of the other ones, really. Generally speaking, the idea is that Skyborn are people outside of normal. And that's kind of the issue. You have a few options here. We can play an... Oh god, I clicked on the wrong button. I clicked the wrong button. I've made a mistake, everybody. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I did not actually know you could click on that. I didn't know these were clickable links. Yeah, you get the praise. Pretty much you have 7 options to choose from. However, before we continue, I want to kind of like reinforce something for everybody here real fast. Do you remember what the Banyardi or the Harlequin, the Arumel, or the Piori were all about? Don't worry, this game suffers from one very important aspect. And I've talked about this before, and I call this very simply capital word syndrome, in which everything is a capital word of some variety. It is Banyan from this, or at war with the Taraxians from Spire. It becomes the idea of like there's so many different things that it's hard to relate to each other. Because they're not, like, I've told you that the Banyan are koalas. So the PCs are all Mary Sue's hated for how amazing they are. To a degree. I mean, that's fine. Like, honestly, I don't hate the idea of the Skyborn. I don't hate it. I think it's actually, again, it's appropriate. It's like, yeah, you're outside of society. You're a little bit weird for it. But with the issue being, like, you're still very human, though. Like, you're still, well, human. You're still gonna get fucked up if you get stabbed, though. Like, you're gonna get fucked up pretty bad. And yeah, you're a little bit above the regular person. Yeah, so everything starts at D6, and then you have to choose your background, which your backgrounds actually are quite important. I didn't realize how important these were until I was kind of there. And then we have to choose our core virtue, which your core virtue does nothing. It does absolutely nothing. However, it is also fundamental in telling you about your chroma powers. I have no idea why it says it's not important. Like, repeatedly, it beats into you. Oh, that core virtue isn't important. It isn't important. It is important. But it is important because it changes, like, a very fundamental aspect of your character. Yeah, so here are the 7 virtues. Spirit, wisdom, logic, compassion, will, vigor, and might. Or in more simple terms, life experiences, raw intelligence, dealing with other people and being an important person, stamina and speed. I'm going to hurt you. Next, we got character build points. You have 45 character build points. And I spent them pretty actively because all your skills start at 0, And usually you want to pick up some, because if you don't have them, you're only going to be rolling three dice possibly. So it's actually very beneficial for you to pick up a lot of these skills. And I couldn't really justify going any higher though, because to get to D10, you need to spend not only, like for skills anyway, you need to get to a D10, you need to spend 8 skill points. That's a lot to ask for. That's a lot to ask for versus something like your virtues, which if you spend 10 points, you get a T10, which is actually a pretty good deal because you're going to be rolling these for everything. So as you can see with Chippy, I went with high wisdom, high might, and kind of evened out everything else with a lot more in things like my will scores, like craft, persuasion, and resolve, a little bit in athletics, decent in survival. Kind of neglected my logic skills, but I get a free bump to my logic anyway because I'm a bird person. But the only thing I did increase was my wind lore, because birds are stupid and they get a stupid ability, which allows them to use their wings to perform any might stunt. So I just didn't bother taking any combat abilities because I'm a fucking bird. I did wisdom pretty high because I could, and I thought perception and intuition felt pretty good. I thought that was useful. So yeah. So you're building all of these, you kind of set a thing. You're always going to start with 1 chroma power, but you can spend 5 of your points. I don't know why they don't tell you this in like a table or something, but you can buy them for 5 character points. And some characters really want to do this. However, I want to tell you this now, that is a bait option. That is a fucking bait option. And it's a bad one too. Because what you have to do then is you have to generate your spirit pool. Because any character point you didn't spend gets converted into your spirit pool. But your spirit pool is your bennies. Bennies are valuable, and you're gonna need to use these spirit pools to use any of your superpowers, or you're gonna get punished for them pretty hard. That spirit die is actually where they come in. And your health track rating is actually calculated here. Birds get kind of fucked over. They do get fucked over pretty badly, and I feel sad about it. And I feel emotional pain. They have the lowest health of the entire game, and it's sad. I'm in agony. So we name or finalize our character and our basic skill. None of the skills are really like super weird. I kind of got confused with like wind lore. I'm like, what the fuck is wind lore? But some of these are named in ways that mean beast ways is talking with beasts. Cool. Neato burrito. Never heard of that one. Fucking. It's like wind lore is understanding of weather patterns and aerodynamics, which includes like ranged weapons. What? There are no guns in the game. However, there's not actually any equipment. So I have an FAL. The right arm of the free world. Yeah, like wind lore, they name things slightly weirder than they need to be, but overall, these are what your stats are really going to look at. You're going to default to things, you're going to get some free skills, and you're going to pick up a gift. Some of them are anyway. And they end up, if someone plays Zenith, someone's going to have to play the monkey. Or more accurately, if someone wants to play a monkey, one of you is going to have to probably play a monk. Because, fuck you. And it's like, ow. You actually share spirit pools together. Which is really, like, important. Like, yeah, it's like, yeah, you actually have to have a monkey friend, and you start with meditation sphere. Zenith Order monks are the ones who probably have the most amount to like do, most amount of stuff. But this is what it means by your background. Like your backgrounds, like the crystal. Let's say we'll use a crystal wind adept. You're gonna start with a skill, some basic belongings, some valuables, just stuff you have on you, a wealth rating, and wealth points. You can spend wealth points to acquire shit, and your wealth rating is kind of like your ability to acquire things. Or, hey, I want to play a novice of the monastery. Here's all the things that you start with. Oh, I want to play Scholar of the Unbroken Sky. And you get a gift for this. By virtue of doing this, you get a gift. Or they'll avoid shaman, and you get this skill. Or if you're playing a Hanamu, you have to worry about all these things. And you get all these different... Oh, Reflection of the Diamond Warrior. Ooh. Ooh, and then you have to deal with all these different ones. Yeah, it's a... Shopping for your characters half the fun. Yeah, I get you. It's... A lot of these are actually fairly important. Like, when I said, like, these are fairly important, I wasn't lying. Hence why, you know, the Taraxians get, like, this pretty big gift. However, if you were to play, say, a Blue Feather, you actually have this gift, but you don't get any skill upgrades or valuables. You're just kind of a regular dude. Like, that's something there. Or you're a Brood Mother. Or you're an Outlander. With Outlanders, you're just a fucking nuthead, and it's great. Or you're a Ranger, a Scholar, please, Timekeeper, tutor. These are actually very important, and this is what I mean by Benyari are fucking weird koala fuckers and deserve nothing but the torch. I don't trust them. I don't like them. Because they, like, grow shit on them, and it's... No, this is spooky. I hate this. Nothing but the pyre. Or you can play one of these poor fuckers, which you literally have 0 belongings, a memory of ash and sorrow. Yeah, if you want to play literal sadness, go for it. Human. Guess what humans do? You do human things. Humanly. Airhopper, Dark Workers, Apprentice, a Grifter. When I say, like, these are fairly important, like, I'm not really lying. Like, these are actually, like... Yeah. You may spend 2, 3, or 4 points instead of second, third, or fourth generation math. Yeah. The weird thing, like, the only cool thing with the Harumel is, like, they have the idea that, like... So, like, someone will create, like, a masterwork. Like, I'm going to start on a masterwork. And then when they die, they'll pass on their masterwork creation to somebody else, which is the idea of, like, you're going to continue my masterwork. However, in their society, when you pass something on like that on, you assume who they are. You become them. In all ways, you become them. And then you know, the next person becomes them. And it's like, you know, it's like one of those, like, oh, this is kind of a neat thing. So you might be the 5th generation of the same, quote, person. And because of that, you're like, oh, I'm a weird dude. Yeah, got some different, you know, airship crew options. Like, yeah, I'm a navigator, or oh, I'm a shipwright. Which there's literally no, like, thing like you shouldn't pick something outside of, like, I have a very certain character in mind, which is you know, the Priori, same idea. You are just big. You're just big. You hurt people. Big. Ember Tongue, Flame Thing, Flame Heart, Hunter, Tundra Runner. Volcano Priest. This is what I mean. Yeah, they have, like, weird elephant feet, but they are humans with elephant feet. They're just big. Do we get to appropriate their land? Not yet. Dark Souls.class. Again, as I stated before, the basic idea is you're going to take 3 of your skill dice and 3 of your virtue dice, and you're going to roll. However, the big idea when it comes to, like, chroma tests, they're the same idea, except they're a little bit different. They're mostly in the idea, like, you have 2 virtues. That's why I say virtues are probably more valuable than skill. Like, virtues are always universally valuable. Skills are a little bit less so. So, this is what the spirit pool die, the spirit die does. This is where things get a little bit wonky. So, spirit flares. So, in any skill test or chroma test, when you roll an odd number of successes, you may spend 1 spirit point to create a bonus success. So, for example, I roll 5 successes. I can spend a spirit point to make it 6 successes. But with 6 successes, I cannot make it 7 successes. You guys know. 5 into 6, yeah. You cannot be done an odd number. And you're always gonna roll, and you're always attempting to get about like 1 or 2 success. Like 2 successes is like the average of what you kind of want. And this is kind of it. It's like 2 to 3. You get a luminous success, you get a 4, 5, you get a better success, and you get a 6 success. You get a brilliant success. Wow, cool. You're awesome. Neat. So the big thing is spirit die bonus. That D4 you roll doesn't do anything. See, it doesn't actually do anything. However, if you roll a 4, you get to level up it up a notch. You go from 5 successes to 6 successes. Cool. Or achieve an odd and even number of successes. A 4, though, it's also going to give you a spirit pool. This is the important thing. If you hit it and you roll a 4, but you roll it even, you get bonus spirit. You get more spirit to do stuff with. Cool. However, if you've rolled 6 successes, if you've done super well, you've done absurdly well, you've rolled successes on all your dice, and you roll again, you get a 4, you get a legendary success, which is the super duper, mega duper duper one that is amazing and everyone likes you. Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of the idea. 4 is rolled, you get Spirit Flare, treated as a luminous success. It's a 2, add 1 point, Spirit Flare, Spirit Flare. Pretty much the idea is that that 4 on your dice means that you get to make it something bigger. You get to make it something even a little bit better than what it normally would be. Oh no, I only got a luminous flare. No, I only got a luminous, but I rolled a 3. That means I have a radiant success now. Do I not? I'm mixed on this one. I'm mixed on this one quite a bit. On one hand, it's a little bit janky, but we'll get to chroma powers, which makes it super duper uber janky. That's just weird. Combat tests work exactly the way you think they do. You're going to roll your dice and you're trying to inflict harm. Pretty much every success is a damage. And more damage is good. But if you roll 4, it goes to your fury pool, which is like your spirit pool for combat. And only combat. Don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard at all. So, when I say like the chroma test is a little bit different, is, let's say I'm going to roll my chroma test. I just have 66s here. It's a little bit easier. Oh, my D4. Let's do it. Oh, wow. Look everyone. I rolled a success. I rolled a bunch of successes. I've succeeded at using it, but oh, I rolled a 2 on my D4. That's how much spirit I actually have to spend to use my chroma. And there's a chance I might not have enough. If I don't have enough, well, I have to pay for it. That means I'm going to shatter. If I shatter, I'm going to take a pretty big, hefty boat. I'm going to take a hefty penalty to using it. And it's like, damn. It's like, oof. It hurts. Yeah, combat. Again, there's no weapons or anything. It's a very simple system. Terminating initiative. There's nothing special initiative-wise here. When you make an attack, you roll. And that's pretty much it. Combat's real simple. Anytime you're in combat, you can spend your spirit points to make combat maneuvers, such as aiming, in which you have this entire annoying thing, which you generate different amounts of spirit die for different reasons. Or you can do like intimidate a foe. Cool, you just make an open test, or a mighty blow. You do a bunch of damage. Ooh, cool, yay, we like spirit die. That spirit die is important. So, for example, the mighty blow maneuver is performed in conjunction with a normal attack. If the attack is successful, you may deal extra damage equal to the rolled result of the spirit die. So that spirit die can suddenly become, oh cool, I rolled 2 extra damage, or I rolled 3 extra damage, which is actually quite a bit in this game, because this is your health bar right here, which if you take damage, you're going to build it up. And anytime you hit one of these, you've taken a pretty severe wound. That's a bitch to get rid of. But at the end, you're going to mark off everything that isn't there. But if one of these is marked off, it means it's still gone until it's healed. So you're weaker overall. I like the health system. You get some things like outmaneuver. There's no map or anything in this game. And like outmaneuver quite literally is the do something result. Like please do a thing. Like, this is what I mean, like the spirit die is incredibly important because it's going to do things for fucking everything. But yeah, so I wonder if I can find like a good one. So yeah. These are your dramatic wounds. The dramatic wounds don't do anything. They don't take like a penalty or anything. They just don't go away. So if I take 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's say I take 4 damage, I have a dramatic wound, but then we clear it when at the combat. I still have this marked, but nothing else is. So I take 1, 2, 3, 4 damage instead. So I kind of skip ahead. It's like, ooh, damn. Yeah, one of the big things is, where was it? Yeah. Current story where they are successfully treated this dramatic wound mid-story, must find someone capable of helping them, and then may have to make a wealth test. Pretty much, you need to have someone and pay them for keeping you alive. Ta-da! Yeah, it's you can also have like someone try to do medical stuff on you, but it's not really worth it. Fading, on the other hand, when you are dying effectively, you can attempt to survive, but you'd have to keep making a resolve test. What you have to do is you lose spirit or fury points. When it's reduced to 0, you're fucked. So if you have a lot of spirit, you can technically survive getting hurt pretty actively. But if you don't, you're gonna be fucking dead. So spirit points are very valuable to keep, so you never want to use your fucking chroma powers. Never. It's the worst option available to you. Like 99% of the time, unless you have a shit ton of spirit. Yeah, no, wealth test, kind of the same idea. Experience and advancement. Yep, you get XP as normal, and pretty standard. So, these are the radiant powers. You can only get chroma inside of your particular thing that you're specialized in. So, for example, Chippy, being Chippy, is specialized under the might chroma. And he's under might. So he has to choose some of these, and he's looking around, he's like, damn, look at all these cool abilities. But I chose Warp Frenzy. It is an outer discipline that allows the cultivation of the deep rage of might. A raging flame is stroked deep within you, your fear and wrath are fed into it. The might explodes from your body, allows you to manifest a furious assault at terrifying speed. So, if you roll success on this check, as it's a vigor plus might check, if you roll this a basic 2 successes, next 2 combat rounds, you can immediately make a second attack against the same opponent. And if you do really well, it's 3, and if it's 4, it's 4, and you can attack a different opponent with the second attack. You may save fury points for it. However, if I cannot pay for it, however, if I fail at it, if I don't have enough, if I cannot pay for it, I shatter, I get reduced to 0 spirit points, and I shatter. Immediately gain 1 fury point from now on. Whenever your fury pool is greater than 0, you foam at the mouth with bubbling saliva. If I shatter again, you immediately gain 1 fury point from now on. Whenever your fury pool is greater than 0, your lip splits open upon new vertical bifurcation. Some or all of the teeth in your upper and lower jaw become long and pointed. Immediately gain 1 fury point. You now exude an air of terrible menace. Civilized folk will avoid you as you are a dangerous and malevolent animal, and all but the most primitive social interactions become impossible. You are so frightening in combat that opponent must spend zeal before they and their allies will attack you. However, sometimes what's going to happen is you're going to suffer burnout. You suffer burnout, It's Jover. And let's see, where was the, where's the burnout one? Where is it? Yeah, okay, let's see. Third time you check off box listing your character sheet, write down the burnout effect. Burnout effects are potentially catastrophic and even result in the death of your character. Burnout means that you'll never be able to channel that chroma. Channel too much raw overlight through yourself one too many times, and something disastrous has occurred, clearing your certain spiritual pathways in your being. So the big idea is all of these abilities, if you keep pushing it, keep pushing it, pushing it, and pushing it, you might lose it. And some of these are actually pretty bad when you happen. Like these are like game character ending. Yeah, like burnout, you become permanently rooted in your spiritual form. Your physical body will wither, fade, and decompose as you live on your new ethereal self. You do manage to achieve some semblance of physical form so that you can interact with the world in a normal way, but you can no longer channel chroma involving vigor or might. Gambler stone, yeah, like you can. Yeah, some of these are like pretty bad, and others of them like not too bad, but it's like, yeah, it's over. Like your character's kind of fucked. Yeah, well, it's like, except it was a comedy game, so no deaths. Oof, ouchie, owie, my chakra. Yeah, your chakra does kind of get fucked. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Like, some of these, again, are pretty fucking bad. Like, others of them aren't too bad. Like, you can gradually pick up other powers. You're going to gradually pick up other powers, but not, like, too much. One of the other big ones is that you can actually do it by your particular class, you could say. Your race or your folk or whatever, which is effectively your class. And some of them are pretty simple, other of them a little bit more complicated. So, for example, if I scroll down here quite a ways, come on. Not the Hanmanu, I don't want you, give me the Taraxian. So, if I wanted to, for example, we will do, not green, okay, Green Bane is funny. Long cycles fighting the Binyari on the home shard result in the Outlanders developing abilities which can be used outright as weapons. Right, whatever function they might have had at one time. As an Outlander, you can funnel overlight into the living tissue of plants in a way that causes them to wither and die. Usually used as simply a means of removing foliage or denying an opponent the benefit of its cover. It can sometimes fatally weaken trees or entire swaths of forest. There is nothing other than your conscience to preventing using this chroma as an offensive weapon against the Binyari. Because the Binyari are fucking plant people. They have plants growing out of their body. In this case, ignore the success levels below and each success deals 1 damage instead. Using Greenbane in this way is akin to a war crime, and any reasonable person witnessing it would view you with great disdain. Yeah, like, you get some things like, yeah. Leathery skin and cloudy eyes, ladder chains might mean you're no longer immediately recognized as Skyborn, but they already treat you as though you're infected with a horrible disease. Your very presence is toxic to them. They will not touch you. They will sometimes become nauseated when you are close. Your continued existence is an affront to everything they hold dear. Yeah, like you get fucked. Like leaving plants slowly lean away from you when you are near. There's nest or perch that you regularly occupy. You will not be long before no evidence of plant growth can be found there. Not grass, moss, or weed. Yeah, some of these can be actually kind of funny, and some of them, like, I like this part of the game. I think it's kind of interesting. Not right though. They kind of hide this in the back for some reason. And there's a lot of these. Like, this is a good chunk of, like, the game powers and stuff like that. Like, this is a fairly important part also. You will never be able to play them. Fucking oof. Fucking oof. It's kind of the game master section. Like, hey, remember to make games. Please make games fun. Talk about the themes and stuff like that. It's fairly standard of how these are. If you've done one of these before, you probably already know how these work. Character rewards, mostly experience points, but you can also get rewarded spirit points, which is another very important aspect. Enemy stats are pretty standard. Let me see if I can find a good one. Yeah, okay. Let's say a pit squall. These are giant, big mud hogs and monster things. Anytime that you are in a fight with them or something, what they're going to do, they're just going to roll their dice. That's all they need to do. They want to fuck you up, they're going to roll 6d8. They want to think about something, they're either going to be run 3d6 or 5d10. And sometimes you're going to get just some little basic ones. And yeah, it's like some of them are very simple, and that's what you always really do when it comes to it. They are hogs. You fight them, they're going to roll their dice. That's how they're very simple to create. And I actually like that about this. It's like they had the option of making these very complicated, but they made them very simple instead. I'm okay with that. And then we have this adventure path. Some sample characters, blah, blah, blah. We've already seen it. It's kind of weird the way they kind of see, like, oh, some of these are supposed to be like this. And it's like, that's horrifically low on, like, everything. And other times it's like, oh, you have, like, just... This is kind of the one I based it off of. Like, kind of a high stat in a few things. Like, some of them are like 17 fury points. Like, what the fuck are you on about? Like, who would do this thing? Oof. Yeah, that's Overlight. That's Overlight. Overlight is not a complicated game. This cat sees the fuck. The Virgin Vibe check for the chapped chakra deck. Can I make clothing destroying slime monster? No, you can't. Now, the thing with Overlight that I find interesting is I don't hate Overlight. Oh god, I stretch a little. Sitting for 5 fucking hours. Overlight's interesting. I think the major issue with there's two major issues with Overlight. The first very big one is, wow, this is really complicated in the worst ways possible by just all the lore and shit working together. It's like, I can't really associate with any of this, really. I'm like, all right, let me just sit down. Like, you gotta be, like, somebody has to, like, read all the lore to really understand their particular thing. There isn't, like, something that you can just easily kind of, like, associate with, if that makes sense. And because that's the case, you're going to be making a... How do I want to word this? A lot of let's just say you're going to be making a lot of, okay, everyone, now it's time for me to, let's talk about this. Like, yeah, honestly, the heavy lore is a plus. You'll see, heavy lore can be a plus if there is, how do I want to word this? Connection. If that makes sense. Because, like, Faerun. I'm going to use Faerun as an example. Faerun is a weird fucking setting if you really read into it. It's weird. But it's also very simple in a way. Because we can very easily kind of associate things with it. Hey everyone, Waterdeep is a city of mystery and a Renaissance era-esque thing. Alright, people can kind of see it in their head. Here it's like, oh, well, as the Hanmanu, you are spiritually bound to a Zenith monk, and the Zenith monks are technically humans, but not like the other humans who are bound by, you know, religious doctrine to do my own thing for all... It's like, okay, let's cool your fucking jets here. There needs to be like, I always call it an aspect of humanity. Like, because some people are going to be really invested in the lore and really like the lore. Other people don't give a fuck. It's just a buddy cop movie with a monk and a monkey. Yeah, pretty much. And like, I think my only, like, my big, like, issue with it is, like, the dice seem a little bit wonky just because you're rolling so many of them. It's not a complicated game. It's not a hard game, but I understand why it didn't do well. And why we haven't seen anything for this game for 2 years. Maybe even longer. Because this game is a lot to take in. There's a lot of game. And it's not necessarily the game, but it's like you gotta combine with all the lore, and we gotta combine with all the stuff, and then it's like combining all of that together, it's like, what do you fucking do? What do you do in this game? Do you go on adventures? What do we go on adventure? Well, you're inspired learning about, what is that? Huh? Because in some games, it's very easy to be like, you are a bunch of fucking people, you have armor and weapons, you want to go in the dungeon. All right, awesome. This one seems a lot of style. Like, yeah, like the GM's gotta know the lore. You've gotta know the lore. You gotta know what's going on in Overlight. I don't hate Overlight. I think Overlight's pretty good. I just feel like there needs to be, how do I want to word this? Arguably like a city of adventure or something like that. But not as bad as Cahokia in Coyote and Crow. Because I ended with Overlight for a very distinct reason, because both Coyote and Crow and Overlight have the same issue in different ways. Coyote and Crow is way too detailed in its setting. And it's like, goes really hard, but it makes no sense. It's very overly detailed, but also no fucking knowledge. And its focus is so heavily on a singular location that suddenly you lose all focus outside of it. And then, but there's nothing to do in that city unless you go out of your way to do it. Overlight, on the other hand, focuses so much on literally everything, like so broad. Because in the writing, you'd note it, like in the writing, I was noticing it wasn't, well, this was a generation ago, or like this is like the ban, like the War of Leaves wasn't 5 years ago. It was, generations ago. It's not just a big city. It's a continent-sized city. It's not just it's not just a land of this. It's a continent size of this, and it's so massive. It's impossible to really focus on anything. Because if you really think about it, I'll use Faerun as an example again, because everyone knows Faerun. If you really think about Faerun, the entire setting, what do you normally hear about? You hear about the Sword Coast. That is what you, 99% of the time, you're going to hear about. You're going to hear about the Sword Coast, and you're going to hear about all the issues there. Because that is like someplace immediate. It's something that we all know. It's something relatable. But it says, here's all the weird shit in Faerun, but we're going to focus on this little part of it and bring context to all those other bits. Only Cholt outside the Sword Coast, duh. Hey man, I played a Red Wizard of Thay. That was fun. Was he literally just Edwin? Yes. Did anybody know? No. Yeah, it's like Sword Coast, the novels and stuff, obviously. But again, it's relatable. It's something that we know. Something understandable. I think that was like another big issue with like 4E's setting. Remember 4E, everybody? Remember D&D 4th edition? With the Points of Light setting. The Points of Light setting had nothing really to grasp onto. Unless it was like really specific or like really unspecific. It was like, it's just a place out there. And it was like, oh, like nobody like cared. I think the issue with Overlight is that it's so massive. The world's so massive and its characters so big and that it kind of loses focus. I remember Planescape. I remember. Now we got Radiant Citadel right now, right? We all like Radiant Citadel. But like, I don't hate the system. I think it's the system. The system's a little bit, I wouldn't say complicated for the sake of complication. I think the system is, there's a lot of system for things that maybe can be like toned down a little bit. Like seven dice are weird, or like everything rely on the fucking spirit die. God, that's annoying. But Yes, that ends, actually, my curious case on my folder number 5. The games I went over today were very distinct in all of their forms. Mostly because, like, one of the big things I want to go over with all of them is that even if something is popular, even if something that's something that people talk about a lot, sometimes people don't actually last. Overlight was very popular for a while, but then Overlight was gone. Coyote and Crow was popular, and then it was gone. Exquisite Replicas still gets mentioned every now and again, but nobody really talks about it. It's, hey, remember that game about Capgras syndrome? And you get games like Bounty Hunter, when they came out, everyone was excited, and then it disappeared. And then you get games like the Dawnline, which appeared, said hello, and then left. Without anyone noticing. And me, I wrote it off. And why won't Lancer die? Lancer won't die because people won't let it die. Because it's so easy to understand, because it's fucking 40 combat, that people just like it a lot. And it's the only really accessible mech game currently. Really, that's also a big reason. It's a mech game for people who don't like mech games. Always remember that. That's why I'm not a huge fan of Lancer, personally. But yeah. Sometimes it's sad when you see games go the way of the dodo. Other times it's expected. But speaking about games of the dodo, it's time for our favorite time of the year. Yay! Wait a second, give me 1 fucking second. God damn it, son of a bitch. Goddamn cock. Mechton scares the shit out of some people. Like, they refuse to look at Mechton simply because Mechton is spooky. I keep debating on if I want to go over Mechton or not, just because there's so much of it. Not popularity, newest. We want to do tabletop games. Alright. STL files. Good start. Good start, everybody. Let's see, is there anything fun? Age of Madness card game. Okay. Monks. Troll Destiny. Ogres 11. Oh, it's Zine Quest. Oh, it's Zine Quest this month. Oh, I hate Zine Quest. Every fucking time. Ligaments, RPG, what do you carry with you? Alright. Sometimes you get some interesting things, other times you don't. Minion RPG zine. Yeah, zine month is always pain. I thought about uploading my zine. See, I have zines, but I usually just do it by myself because it's agony. It's far easier for me to do it just by myself. Let's see, you got anything interesting? Planet Bimbo. Billionaire Brawl. Oh my god, no. Wizard War. Oh, we got another Japanese. There's been a lot of Japanese games recently. I believe that would be Japanese, right? Yeah, it's yen. Let's play the game of where we try to desperately interpret. Oh, it's Love Letter. Oh, so it's like advanced Love Letter. Or is it just Love Letter? No, I think it's just Love Letter. It is doing... Oh, yeah, it's Arclight. Yeah, okay, this is Arclight Games. That means they're just doing a Love Letter game. Like, this is clearly it. Unless they're doing, like, some of the expansions for it as well. That's cool. I like Love Letter. It's a fun game. Neat. Arclight does a lot of translations. Wow, I don't really care. Goodbye. Ligaments. Cool. This is going to be something cool, right? Right. It's a clear mythology. 36, A5 format. Zine of 2 characters holding on monster. Third attempt to open the door. Gotta use the resources on a potion. Little push from the wizard. All 3 characters able to skip a fight another day. Nope. Let me guess. No. Maybe that's what I should do this month. Try to get the fucking zine up and running. Yeah, it's a requirement for a zine. There really isn't any requirement for a zine. Usually the case like I see for Zine Quest is like it has to be within a... Sometimes they actually have very strict... Let me see. Do they have the Zine Quest thing? Let me see if I have the Zine Quest thing. Zine Quest. Because like sometimes they actually have like strict things you have to follow. If I remember correctly, it needs to be let me see. It would be, it has to be within 50 it's within 50 pages and a 4. Like they're usually pretty small. And fun fact, there's either a fuck ton of money put into them and no one ever plays them, or there's no money put into them and nobody ever plays them. Always remember that. Nobody ever plays these fucking things. And Into the Odd Hack, yeah. Hello, this cave girl was talking about this one. An anti-capitalist war game. Oh god, that hair. That's a dude. Oh my god, Tanya, the queer anarchist communist based out of fucking mod for RRP. Oh my god, she's a Redditor. It's a Redditor. Oh god, it's Rookie. Oh, Rookie Jet. Yeah, I thought you already put this out there. Oh my god, it's a Redditor. That's the real pain. Huh. I could have swore he already put this up. I guess not. Because I need to find Red Giant. I need to find that one. I did not like Overarms. I think Overarms was dumb. I did not like Overarms. Because this is the lightweight system. Yeah, all game. My brother in Christ, all your fucking games are lightweight. They barely count as games. I'm a nice person, I fucking swear. I just hate everybody. Yeah, Rookie Jet is Rookie Jet. I don't like him very much. His games kind of suck. 50, under 50 pages. Sometimes you can get away with more, sometimes, but usually 50 pages is what I see. Oh my god. That's a dude. Trying to find anything kind of like interesting. Like the problem with Zine Month is that you see a lot of zines come out and it's like, oh, that's really cool. And it's like, wow, this is fucking nothing. Awesome. It's nothing. Rules Light Masterless Journaling. Nope, go away because it's never fucking good. It's always bad and always feels sad and I always want to kill myself reading it. Old school LSC, Heroica. I don't even know if that's legal. Whoa. Back in the USSR. D6. Oh, Scott A. How you doing? Oh, you want $10,000. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've seen this one before. Hunters of the Odd. Is this the one where you get like your characters like chosen for you? Scott, tell me more. Tell me more, Scott. Wait, you make Morkborg things. Therefore, your opinion is invalid. Wow. Amazing how little I give a shit. Ugh. Catpocalypse now. Still Fleet Core. Still Fleet. Unforgettable Game Universe. Project We Love Kickstarter. Built on a political tent, and medieval market worlds, a ruled light system with hundreds of options of genre evaporating works to shine, switching and make your own. Oh. I'll first say anything bad about it. The main issue with Morkborg, I've gone over this before, a long while ago. The main issue with Morkborg is that it's a lot of style over substance. There isn't actually that much there for a game, and my thing is this. This is my first thing. I do not give a fuck what you look like. I don't give a fuck what you say you are. I care about what you are. What are you? What game are you? I care about your mechanics. And Morkborg really does boil down to, yeah, look, I'm rolling my D20. Yeah, woo! And then someone has a stroke, and then I blow my fucking head off. That's Morkborg in a nutshell. There isn't actually much game there to game with. And it's like, oh, well, you gotta you gotta get your preferred expansion or whatever from Morkborg. That's how you make the game fun. No. If I get a fucking game, I expect the game to be fun. I don't want to buy I don't want to look at all the fucking fan expansions for it. I don't want to look at all the, oh, wow, look at this fucking new metal album I made for it. Wow, cool. No, don't give a fuck. If your game sucks, I don't care. You know, it's like someone who tells me, being like, well, at the 50-hour mark, the game gets fun. Being like, if I read the book and I'm like, I'm not interested, and I close the book and toss it away, I'm not going to be like, well, if you look at all the fan expansions for it, it's fun. And being like, no. I see enough. What is Morkborg? It's an RPG. It's barely qualified as an RPG, though. Barely fucking qualifies as one. It is extremely light. It's extremely light OSR shit. It always has been shit. And I've seen people being like, well, it's really good if you play it this way. Being like, yeah, you know, it's also really fucking good if I play it this way. Fucking Rysis. Rysis is fun. I enjoy that game. Is that game like an amazing fucking game? No, it's a fucking page long. Yeah, that's like saying Skyrim's a good video game if you just install 600 plus fucking yeah, I would say, like, Morkborg was the thing that kind of kicked off the new SR revolution, the new OSR revolution, which was like, well, we want to do the Morkborg design because it proved to a lot of people that your game means nothing. Your game is useless. Fuck your game. Just make the art pretty. Hire a good artist. Doesn't even matter what you put at. Because if you actually read Morkborg, read the original book of Morkborg, there's not a fucking game hardly in it. There's like a page and a half of game. They released their like super cool SRD, like 4 fucking pages. You're like, oh, well, the tables are fun. Wow, I'm amazed. The tables are fun. Oh my god, the tables are fun, everybody. Wow, look, everybody, the tables are fun. I really like it when tables for a game that sucks is fun. Oh man, love it. That's like saying the options menu is good in a game. Oh man, this options menu, I mean, it physically hurts me to play the game. It literally just breaks my ball sack in half, but at least the option, look at all the DSSR fucking options I get. Wow, no, you're missing the point. And Yeah, nothing else really here. That's painful. That's hilarious, though. 5e, we love 5e, we love 5e. 5e's the greatest game ever created by man. And there's no other games except 5e content. If you think there's any other game except 5e content, you are wrong, and I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Ah! I'm going to have a fucking stroke. In case you're wondering, I have not actually eaten anything today. I've been streaming for about 6 hours for literally nothing. I've eaten nothing. I didn't get a bagel today when I got my coffee. The fucking vending machine didn't want to give me my goddamn my little honey bun. I've had nothing to eat today. I'm fucking starving. Let's see. Wow, everybody! Rebuild Ukraine! Do I have the option for the Russian bombing runs? Yeah, I'm not. I already did this game. Oh, wow. Cool cover. Unfortunately, it's that game. Wow, there's nothing here. Okay, yeah, I'm kind of nothing to really work with here. Star Realms? Star Realms. Is this a video game? Star Realm. Why does that sound familiar? Star Realms. Star Realms 4X. No, okay, it was always a board game. What am I thinking of? Star Frontiers? The one with it was the one with the weird wormholes. Sword of the Stars. That's what I'm thinking of. Sword of the Stars. Yeah, this one. It reminded me of that. I thought Sword of the Stars was cool. It just, unfortunately, that this game looked like ass and ran like ass. Apparently, it's like weird roguelike is pretty good. I didn't much care for it, though. Yeah, I just got bored. Join the, oh my god, look everyone, it's 5e, it's 5e, blah, 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 5e, blah, blah, blah. Let's check itch, because I'm gonna be a good person. I gotta check itch. Because that's what I gotta do, because I say I'm gonna fucking do it every goddamn time. Anything fun here? One-page role-playing. Wow, I'm astounded because it's never actually usually good. Wow, it's nothing. Yeah. Biker. Yeah, itch.io. Like, it's always funny when I hear people being like, "Oh, and itch.io, it's so awesome and cool and amazing." But like, the problem is with itch.io, like, this is what you have to do if you want to look up something. Like, this is what you gotta look up. Like, this is the shit you gotta sort through. Like, wow, cool. I sure do want to read another fucking Lasers and Feelings game, like the last 17 of them. Oh, wow, look, it just... like this. Oh, cool. You know, I wonder if I can actually upload games like High Fleet. I think I can upload just games like High Fleet. I just can't charge for them. Because that's just a Pokemon game. Yeah, wow. That's that again. Wowzers. Wow, wowzers. I love bark bark. Bark bark. I live in perpetual agony. That's it. We're done. I'm tired. I'm gonna eat. Thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon. Hopefully I get all the games uploaded by tonight. They will be on my drive. They'll be submitted into submissions. Let's see. Is there anything else exciting? Tomorrow there may be a stream. Maybe not. I don't know. Depending on how long my campaign game goes on, which, fun fact, I have nothing planned for it. Sorry, guys. This week's been kind of busy. We're doing mechs things. I need to kill my players. Generally speaking, things are looking pretty alright. Monday, we will actually start on a new game. Actually, fun news, we actually have a commission project to work on, and it's called Zombie Dark 30. I'm ready for it. I think it's going to be pretty interesting. So, I like it. I got paid money for it. I got, like, a moderately sized lunch out of it. Woo! Woo! So, thank you all. Most likely, next week as well, we're going to deal with Tuesday and Thursday is going to be Yik. Yik as well. Depending on kind of how I'm feeling and how it's kind of shaping up and how I plan on doing things, I may do like secondary streams. I know next Saturday will most likely be a Dawong stream. That's just going to be kind of it. Not going to be a micro case. It's going to be a Dawong stream. So next Saturday, get ready for me going over Kizanite. I haven't really made any progress on it this week because I kind of got caught up on doing things. But yeah, that's what I kind of plan on doing. Hopefully it works pretty well. I've been excited about Kizanite. I want to see if I can't get more work done on it. So thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you all for whoever stayed for 6 fucking hours. Godspeed, good luck, and thank you very much, Slenzip, for rating. And Cheesy Beanie for following. Yeah, we did it, everybody. I'm gonna die alone now and find food. Hungry.